Futures back to the upside here a little bit right now as we get going on a Friday morning. Happy Fed Chair Day. New Fed Chair announced this morning on True Social by U.S. President Trump. Getting the nod in favor of the position. We'll dig into that coming up. It's worth noting we do have some inflation data coming up this morning as well that could lead a little bit of a market bounce back, possibly. PPI for December coming up at 8:30. The year-over-year number, 3% expected. That's a downtick versus what happened in the prior print. So we'll bring that to you live when it does happen. So on the day we get a Fed chair, we also get Fed fund futures already pricing more than 2 rate cuts before the end of the year. As of this announcement this morning, yields are higher across the board, especially the long end of the curve, both the 10-year and the 30-year back to the upside, dollar back to the upside as well. A lot to dissect here. And oh yeah, Apple reported, if anyone missed that, after the close. We're down this morning though. Just absolutely amazing numbers right across the board for Apple. Negative here this morning.
A lot of concerns about memory and chips in the near term. Can't get enough of it, as we've seen SanDisk, Micron all rocketing up as a result of that. But that's going to hurt somebody. That's going to hurt the companies that need these products. Apple is one of those companies. In addition, more concerns about AI and the rollout of that. Good numbers mostly for the iPhone. Some weakness in, I think, Mac wasn't great. Wearables weren't great. But we're looking for product cycle refreshes this year. So I expect the accessories and whatever to pick up a little bit this year. But Tesla?
I know.
What is going on over here?
A little volatile,
yeah.
Not only yesterday, but after the close as well. We'll dig into that coming up. But you mentioned this one, SNDK, just a monster here this morning. We brought this to you that came out last night. Really wasn't even a downtick on the numbers. Straight through to 600. We're set to open here above 650, 660 even possible this morning for SanDisk on this memory idea. You mentioned a couple days ago the rumors that have been floating around about these new AirPods and the fact that they're maybe kicking the tires on the idea of putting cameras into the actual headphones. It almost seems like they need that, lead the way for once with that concept. Exactly. On the hardware side of things, which has been the bread and butter.
And no, they're not pursuing the glasses form factor, because we would have heard something would have leaked. What did leak were the AirPods, and it kind of works into the product they already have. I know a lot of concerns. I was talking about this on the midday yesterday. People were like, well, what's the battery situation going to be like on these AirPods? Because the battery is obviously going to use, the cameras are going to use a lot more batteries, is what I'm trying to say. So we'll have to wait and see. Again, very, very speculative. But Cook on the call basically talked about a premium device rollout in 2026, whether it's the foldable or the new I believe, what's it called? Which one am I talking about here? It's slipping my mind. But anyway, it's going to be a premium device rollout this year. I'd expect higher margins for whether or not the consumer likes it or not.
I mean, there's a couple of manufacturers that have already gone to the tri-fold, the tablet basically in your pocket idea. So whether that'll be the case or not, we'll see. So yeah, Apple, I mean, not really doing a heck of a lot here. We had a nice move after the close higher initially. We give all that back. They weren't really impressed at all with what Tim Cook was saying on the call. So basically right here where we were yesterday as of this morning for Apple. Again, the headlines mostly focusing on this Fed chair story this morning. Again, Kevin Warsh getting a call. This is the guy that has been openly criticizing the policy since the end of COVID, calling for more cuts. As I said, Fed fund futures already pricing in the third cut here before the end.
And we're selling off quite aggressively on that. He's looking at kind of changing the way that the Fed works. He's calling for, in his words, regime change. Arguing incumbents kind of suffer from a lack of credibility, saying it's become too politicized. We'll have to wait and see, but I think that the concern here in the morning, at least, is Fed independence. Whether or not we kind of see something different from him down the line once he does assume power, we've got to wait till May for that, or maybe possibly comments that he makes between now and then. So should be interesting. And also the precious metals really reacting to it this morning.
You read my mind. Here's silver downside once again this morning, or SLV anyways, downside in a pretty big way this morning. Absolutely plunged out of the gate yesterday morning. We'll see if this sell-off continues. Looks like it's going to for both gold and silver to start things off this morning. The simple concept that, this is Kevin Warsh. This is a guy who has openly said we need more cuts, we need more cuts, we need more cuts faster. The market's selling off on that. Yields are higher, dollars higher on that, signaling market's a little nervous here about inflation.
100%. I mean, like, look at the current status of kind of how the Fed's operated since inception. It has been an independent body. Whether or not you want to make political arguments, that maybe they sway one way or another at certain times, it hasn't been this out in the open where the current administration influences or appoints someone who's going. Yeah, exactly. So I think we're going to have to wait and see what he says between now and then. That'll give the market either, concern or stability.
Here we are at the end of January, so a couple months to go. That's it. February, March, April, and then that's going to be it for Fed Chair Powell. Guys, Kevin Warsh, the new Fed Chair.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. And
people saying get your stuff in the washing machine. Yeah, there's gonna be lots. Put the rates in there and get it all washed.
Randy,
you like that one, Randy?
already hooked up.
There we go.
It's bacon, man.
Bacon, man. What? No bananas again?
No bananas.
No bananas. Get that man a mic.
These things are sad.
I didn't even have. Oh, here's mine from yesterday.
No, but like Warsh, first of all, Powell already, we had like the most boring market reaction, like the Fed day, and Powell not really answering the stuff that he wasn't going to, that people wanted to hear. So, it's already been forward thinking. But I understand this is a big deal, but for today, it's going to be about this memory story and the metals, and then Tesla. There's other stuff going on too. Don't get me wrong. The Deckers had a great quarter. Apple, that's a disappointing price action for them. But SanDisk just ripping faces off is a big story here, and it's without Western Digital as well. Western Digital reported, and they're not doing anything. SanDisk absolutely blew it out of the water on their earnings. And then you look at it to the other side of the equation at what's going on. Ooh, yeah, thank you, Dark Pool with.
Yeah, it went up to 101. I saw. Yeah. I had the same
on silver, down 14%, down 14%, and threatening actually to take some lows right now. But some things that are parabolic. You have two stories that are absolutely parabolic, and that's been the metals, and then of course like the SanDisks and the Microns of the world. And now you have opposite directions that they're going. So volatility in these things might be huge. Whereas I look over, like at Apple that reported, and I'm not sure it does much today. It's a weird one. I'm not sure it ends up even being a trade. Like it's right back to where we were in yesterday's trade, just the 1% range in yesterday's trade, and I could actually see it maybe not breaking out of that today.
Yeah, it surprised me. It was only up 3% or something yesterday. It's funny. I don't have this thing set up. I do now, but I have to show it on here. This is really funny. This is not going to stop. Options in the deep. I laughed when I read this. Yeah, my silver calls are getting washed down the drain. And I mean, that's part of what's going to be happening right now. Is Brendan already mentioned rates, dollar moving on this news as well. SoFi moving on earnings. And we always like it when stocks move on things that they do for themselves. And SoFi up 6%, so you're not going to get the smile off my face. It's nice to see it upside today. I mean, obviously, it's still hit from its highs of $32, but SoFi up 6%. I think that sort of hopefully quells some of the nervous hands on SoFi. But what I wrote down on my note here, I still like the long. I'm going to try to go long 20. The 60 note's almost out, actually. $25. I like that level. It's a nice, easy level. There's nothing really too scientific or technical about this one. If it comes back in, it's a 200-period moving average. We'll see if it can sort of hold $25. But we're going to wait. It's an earnings call, so we're not sure exactly of the price levels. But what I wrote down too is, and Neil knows this, and we all know this, is that the bank stocks, unfortunately, regardless of what they seem to report, tends to go down on earnings day. So we'll wait. Like JP Morgan had a great day downside. The banks actually held up pretty good with Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. But banks have been getting hit, so we'll have to watch out for SoFi there today. And then was that a great buying opportunity? I don't know, the lowest levels, the biggest drawdown in one day for Microsoft in 7 years yesterday was down 10+% at its lowest point. And they had quite the battle back yesterday from this 420, basically. I mean, if you're able to get long at 422 somehow, that was amazing. Came back in again around 2 o'clock and then ripped into the close on that OpenAI sort of new funding deal there. And the market rallied. back end. You know, we were down almost 2.5% yesterday on the NASDAQ. Talk about a dip by opportunity there as well in the index. So, yeah, look, lots to talk about. We already mentioned SNDK. You just looked at silver. Gold also down 4 or 5%, I think it was. Is it down worse now? Hold on a second. When I checked this about a half hour ago, to be honest with you. Gold, yeah, now came down 6%. Right there, yeah, so it was 470 when we checked. Now it's 465, going lower. I think it's time to buy a little bit of gold too if you haven't gone into it. You know, let it settle down maybe with this new appointment of, well, it's a nomination. He hasn't been appointed yet. I wonder how that all works. I mean, I guess is it he nominates, but then who appoints?
Yeah,
The Senate has to approve it.
it's one of those weird things where like the president doesn't technically have the power to dictate who the next Fed chair is, but no one's going against the recommendation. It's one of those. It's not going to happen. It's going to be him. But technically speaking, like there's a path that it couldn't be.
That's interesting.
I can't think of a time I don't think that's happened. But I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's it. It's Kevin Warsh, but it's like, well, it's just a nomination for now. But
kind of like one of those.
Anyways, May is coming faster than we can even imagine, man. Like this is the last trading day in January. I can't even believe we were just talking about. We were just popping bottles for New Year's Eve and Christmas and the 550,000 subscribers, and now it's like, what the hell? Like we're in February already. Man. I was gonna say you're 2 weeks away from Valentine's, 1 week from Super Bowl. Yeah, man, it's,
the Senior Bowl. That's what. I saw an article in my feed. It's like, oh yes, so and so won the Senior Bowl. I'm like, what? The Senior Bowl?
It's already
that's
happened,
right.
yeah, because
they're already thinking about the NFL draft. People think about spring training, but we can't get too far ahead of ourselves. We got a day to trade today. We'll have Michael come on through. So
I like the Tesla merger talk.
Yeah, it's what that
SpaceX.
I think.
I just realized I'm in Vermont on Elon's birthday, so we better not IPO SpaceX on that day, or else.
Well, if they merge, then there's no IPO.
Yeah, I hope they merge. That rumor of the merging there and that talk makes me want to. I was saying it. I just
bullish in Tesla.
want to buy Tesla like crazy
because DXYZ is a joke. Sorry, I shouldn't say it's a joke. DXYZ is a poor representation for exposure in capital markets right now to SpaceX because it's ridiculous. But Tesla would become your vehicle to exposure. Straight up.
They merge together. I mean, that's crazy. Like, you know, what's it going to be? Like every one share you own for Tesla, you get a certain amount of SpaceX or something like that. We don't know any details on that yet, but I really do think that that's going to be an interesting call. So I have Tesla on the watch today as well. So, yeah, lots of interesting topics. And then Apple, thanks again yesterday. We had a great after show. I mean, it's we've only done 2 or 3 of them or whatever with this new system and format of ours, and it's going great. So make sure you guys do join us next week. I mean, we're going to have Google next week. There's going to be some big, or Alphabet, I should say, some big opportunities next week for that show as well. But yeah, Apple didn't really get too far going yesterday after hours. So we got up to 260 and change. The report comes at 4:30, so this doesn't show it enough. But there's 264, 268, crazy print rate off the open. But yeah, just sort of languishing down here flat on the day. So yeah, maybe we trade Apple, but we don't worry about it. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about right now. We'll watch to see what levels come up on Apple, but don't have like a huge opinion immediately here on a AAPL. Did SMCI just rip up? I'm trying to short SMCI.
No, it's still.
No, it went to $30. It was just at 29. I was like, this is real, this move up here.
These dark pool wicks, man.
Yeah, this is not a dark pool wick. That's the problem. It just actually went upside there. So
you're not going to believe what just hit yesterday's highs.
Oh, my God.
Feed is up. Apparently you can't stop this thing. Feed is going again. This is absolutely insane. This is now 3 days in a row. Early morning breakout still has to get through $5. And if you're tuning in for the first time ever, then basically all week long we've been mentioning the stock, and then it just kind of goes hand. I don't even know the best way to explain how strong this move is after successive afternoon pullbacks. Like every day, it's made its high in the middle of the day and pulled back to close at the lowest point that it had been in the afternoon, and yet it still goes breakout and then sell off and then pulls back into support and then still goes. So I think the $5 level is going to be a big one there for NView here. Unbelievable run here for Feed. Yeah, don't say the small cappers abound as well. So there's a lot to watch for the small cap traders out there. You probably have a lot of maybe some gold, silver mining stocks you'd be looking at, but don't sleep on. Yeah, and there we are, like Enview, once again. That's
There it is.
2 million shares in volume. Yeah, this stock's been a beast.
What a monster. TCGL also there, Sharif.
Oh, that thing.
Were you able to get into that feed yesterday, Sharif? I heard you talking obviously a lot about it in the midday.
Katina, man, I mean, it was barely open. It would be halted for over an hour. I mean, but shout out to KC526 who held this Sean from 10 some odd dollars yesterday into I think 70 or 120 or something like that. So good on her. But I mean, Brendo, I mean, how are you supposed to trade these things when they're open maybe for 5 minutes every hour? It's not for my style anymore.
Yeah.
No, I have to look at it.
What price did you just say? You remembered it at?
It was in at 10, I think, dollars.
$10?
10 and change, Katina, man. That is insane. So this ran in the aftermarket yesterday.
Yeah, it's just 210. It's just 210 right now. It's 207 and change. You know, I mean, that's all. That's all. I mean, it closes yesterday, Sharif, you know, $50. Not bad. You know, put 4 times on it right there to the upside right now. So shout out to KC or whoever you're mentioning there in the chat, because if someone still has this one, they are killing it. Okay, we can talk about a super chat right now. Yeah. ONDS and Barrick Gold, I think they want to talk about. That's what symbol B is, right? Is that Barrick? Yeah. So we can. Oh, there it is. Okay. So what's up, Mr. Burheit? Is that right? Burheit. Good morning, guys. You take a look at, okay, well, ONDS has been a runner. We've looked at that for a long time. Maybe we can, I have to look into ONDS and figure out what that move's all about. But as far as Barrick Gold is concerned, yeah, I mean, I already said today on a move down that I was thinking about looking at gold again. With the monetary policy, Kevin Warsh apparently is supposed to be pretty hawkish, but we did hear about all he wants to do is interest rate cuts. So, what's that going to do to the monetary system at some point? I think you want to keep with the flight to gold, and I think if you're in it for the long term, you're going to be okay. But obviously, forget about what's happened up here. Just look from here. This from May is $17, right? So you're going to be paying a premium if you're trying to buy some up here. But you still have the 50-period moving average. I don't want to be the one that says, let this thing fall down, because it may not. So I think that if you're going to buy some Barrick Gold shares or any gold, like what I was going to do today, is just like, if I want to put in $100, I'll put 25 in today, or whatever that math, 25% of your position today as you approach that 50-period moving average, and then you go the other way. If it comes down lower, then you start to buy a little bit more. And I like Barrick Gold, obviously a dividend as well associated with them, so you get some exposure on gold itself, the physical, obviously you see the way the chart's going, and then you get the fact that it's a miner. And I believe Barrick's also into some copper, but you might want to look that one up. And then ONDS, I don't know, Neil, what you think about this, but this is...
the entire group has been pulling back.
That's what it is, yeah.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at sort of these ancillary drone defense type plays, software, all of this group has been in the midst of a pullback. I think what's at least good about ONDS, you still have a pretty decent short float, and it's pretty popular in terms of momentum online. But this dip is holding prior highs for now. Kind of a big day for it, because it's not crazy that even if it took another leg down to really test into the high 9s and 10s, that would be reasonable. That'd be holding that 50 period for another bounce. But see how every time it's got a little bit of a pop, you get these like wick tops and the rejections. So the selling has been in control. There's no sign that that's abated yet. So you're getting close to that support, $10, $11. But if you just notice, there's not much consolidation up here. It's like every time you see strength, it's like the level that it gets to is completely reverted, and that becomes a lower high. You get some strength, and then it gets reverted, and then that level becomes a lower high. You see what I mean by that? Just gives you a sign that the sellers are still in control, because whenever there is strength where you can bounce to, you're not breaking away from. So that's kind of the pattern that you need to have broken here, where you get a base, you get a bit of a bid, and then one of those prior levels that it turns around, it double tops and breaks through. And then the momentum's with you, and then the shorts start thinking about covering. So ONDS, it's a momentum stock, so you have to consider it that way. And the other thing you should probably pay attention to for names like this, and probably a lot of the metals and the miners, would be the options flow, especially on a Friday. And that's why we're going to Joe.
All right, guys, good morning and happy Friday. Once again, we got a lot of activity in earnings season in the world of derivatives. So let's take a look at what we got going on here in AAPL. Yes, guys, reporting yesterday after the bell at that $270 mark. You can see that we pushed right off of that report in that earning 5-minute candle. We run into that 270 level and then we start to come back in. Now, as for the volume, sitting around 32,800 contracts open and closed at that specific level. Open interest still sitting around 24,200. Bid and ask relatively wide here for Apple. You're looking at approximately $9 there, guys. Once again, expiring today. Delta, considering it is a far out of the money contract, relatively cool. And the same thing with your Gamma. Now, at the money IV, Brent from Spot Gamma talking a lot about this, guys. Really, really high, 107.2%. Wait for that to cool down. You can also sell the volatility decay. Moving on. Let's take a look at JPM, the banking sector being one of the stronger ones yesterday, and that is going to be JP Morgan and Chase. So there we go, guys, at that 305 level. That's going to be roughly at the money here. We're sitting on volume around 7,270 and open interest 5,510. Now, as for your delta, because it is close to at the money, you're sitting around at 0.612, or for every $1 change, you're going to see a $61 change in the options contract. Same with your Gamma. Considering I feel this is pretty light, especially for an at-the-money contract, 0.089. So that's your rate of change there. And then your at-the-money IV sitting around 27%. Moving on to Tesla, guys. A lot going on here. What really stood out to me is maybe a potential floor at this 420 mark, but the volume at that specific strike price was around 100K, exactly 100K, which is substantial for the puts, and it was the largest on both sides of the call and the puts. Open interest sitting around 17,400, and once again, your delta, considering is 0.600, always going to be negative on the put side. Gamma exposure relatively cool. And I mean, for Tesla, 55.6% isn't horrible, slightly heightened, but we've seen it drastically higher there, guys. One more, Microsoft continuing to slide at that 420. Once again, at that mark, open interest sitting around 591 and volume 22,500. Now, these contracts are essentially worth nothing, $36 and $32 there. Your delta, almost no exposure there, and Gamma as well. At the money IV, slightly elevated, 39.8%, but we shall be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah, I think lost in all of this craziness that we're seeing in silver and gold and silver, craziness we're seeing in SPCE, obviously the Tesla news, and then the Wall Street. It's trying to remember that Microsoft got waxed. And Friday, obviously, it was a pretty good bounce. I don't want to say huge, probably the wrong word. It was a pretty good bounce off that 420 level in yesterday's trade. But when you think about the 3-day rule, letting this calm down after earnings, okay, yes, it was a good report. Some of the concerns are still going to be there. If everyone's worried about that backlog being a little half open AI, that hasn't necessarily gone anywhere. Filled in the gap effectively right here to the prior low at 439. Today, mission is hold that higher low. It doesn't have to break out today, but all it has to do is hold anywhere above 425. I think that's the sign that you're looking for the confirmation dip buy, if you're being patient with Microsoft. There'll probably be a lot of eyes elsewhere today, just given how much volatility is in a few other names. But this is kind of a key bid support to end the week here for Microsoft. A lot at stake. It was kind of, that's not right. It was falling off the end of the world or anything going into that earnings print, but it was a pretty hefty projection of what you were hoping was going to be a base there for Softy. The other thing to keep in mind, this 420 level was the start, back to May of last year, it was the start to one of the more bizarre slow trends up than I've seen on a major cap name. If Microsoft, excuse me, basically had a blowout monster day, then proceeded to have the most boring slow uptrend from 420 to about 510. Well, that level has some significance here on Softy. It's one to watch, certainly today. You don't just look at 420 for Tesla.
I like the Tesla calls as well. That we're talking to JP Morgan as well, about through there on a Friday. You know, they have 0-day options as well. So lots of stuff to trade today. I think the names are going to be what's good today for sure. I mean, great question about Barrick Gold earlier. Some of those names looked at. I mean, we didn't even talk about iBit yet with Bitcoin. Bitcoin has just been down to 82.6. This is just getting weaker. I probably should have, sticky note is out, but I probably should have put some iBit on there too. Like, this name is not getting any love at all as crypto continues to fall down as well. Sure, super chat, let's up, let's go.
Adam?
Yeah, I believe it's Adam. I can get it. Okay. Yes. So, you know, SoFi's on my radar. We talked about that at $25, but we can read this. Yeah, up 37% as well. 1 billion. Yeah, adjusted EBITDA. We're going to go over all this 60%. So we have all these in our notes as well. This is what we're talking about. I mean, I really like the fact that there's more. And we talked about this. It's like the install base for Apple and all that. Like, now you're getting all these customers, and it's like, I still bank with the same bank that I started with, and business. So it's like, this is a great opportunity to gather, more accounts. And we actually heard a thing yesterday, the news story yesterday on our show, on the after show there, that Robinhood was going to be looked at for the choice of those new accounts, those baby accounts. If they open up every account at Robinhood and send you the details, and I don't know how the login and all that stuff is going to work, but you imagine if you open up that account, it's $1,000 and then you can't touch it until you're 18. Well, it's now all of a sudden going to be set up for you, which is half the battle. People are lazy, generally speaking, and if they could just get handed the keys to an account, it just becomes easier to deposit. Like, you don't have to go to the bank, you don't have to, set this all up yourself, and you can just say, you know what, I have a Robinhood account now, and that's where my son, daughter is going to be invested. And the other part about that too is if all of a sudden, you have a kid and you like the platform, maybe you then open up a account at Robinhood as well with the sports betting, the crypto trading, like, it's an all-in-one platform.
I know for, like, you say that you're with the same bank that you started out with. I take it one step further with the bank that I'm with, because like the company my father worked with at Nortel, the Canadian Bank, CIBC, they had a branch dedicated to their campus where all the employees were there. So what do you think they did? Now, there were some benefits with those accounts because they had a partnership with them. Yeah. So what do you think happened to all of the kids from all of the employees? Right. That's where they would bank, because there were some benefits to banking.
There's only like 5-6 major banks here in Canada.
And then years later, like, everybody was with CIBC, that was connected to the company, but you don't leave. Now, in SoFi's case, the only thing that I have a little bit of concern with is we've seen great numbers from them before, and we've seen a reaction where it ends up pulling back. Now, it doesn't mean it's not going to retest some of the highs. And I do think that the difference here, at least temporarily, is that instead of it trying to break out on an earnings, it's all it's having to do is bounce off the dip, right? So I think that's a little bit different for SoFi. The big level is going to be crushed through 27 at some point. Like on my notes, like, yeah, well, on Friday, that 27 level I think could be a little bit of trouble, so I'd probably look reversion there. If you're so far away from the support, which I think is a little bit under the 25, that the dip would have to be pretty hefty. So I'm looking for SoFi to do what it usually does, which is something, you've already had a parabolic move, but it's something parabolic on earnings day after the open, and then look for the mean revert, as opposed to trying to dip in the middle with SoFi. But you cannot argue with the quarter. The Robinhood news, you're right, we shouldn't sleep on it. Unfortunately for Robinhood, the only thing is, if you're tied to crypto today, you're going to be, there's at least some pressure that you're going to be under, because all roads, to me, the outlook on the daily chart has not changed for Bitcoin. Support to resistance. This time, I feel like this one's different. We get a test of 80, effectively, potentially today, and then we're eventually looking for this mid-70s. It's that prior breakout. Like, that's the structure that we're sitting on here, to look for this prior breakout and pull back in. So we got 830 numbers. We have lots to cover, but also a little bit of economic data. So let's go back to the desk.
Yeah, a little bit of data coming through here this morning, as we mentioned, on the inflation side. PPI, so it shouldn't be too much of a market mover, but just recap here, we have about 10 seconds or less to go. 0.2 on the month-over-month number expected PPI number, 3% expected here. These are December data points that are coming through, so should be fairly in line to seeing Canada GDP here as well, basically flat, exactly flat, versus a consensus 0.1%. So there it is, 3.3, so a little bit higher than expected, 3.3% on the core PPI year over year. Remember, 3% was the expectation of the prior, 0.5% on the month over month versus 0.2 expected. So a little bit of a miss there, guys. Higher on the month over month, higher on the year over year number for PPI. Coming up at 9:45, we'll get Chicago PMI as well, and then some oil data a little bit later on in the afternoon. But again, PPI core year over year 3.3%. 2.9 was expected. 3% was the prior there. So heading in the opposite direction. Market kind of shrugging that off.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Canadian GDP data here, Brendo. Show this great number over here. 0.0%, and then they're looking for it to grow 0.1% in December. So, yeah, exactly. That's it right there. That's nice.
What did they have to do to get it to flat? Is my question.
Yeah, and I don't know if you had an opportunity to hear what Secretary Bessent said about the kind of rhetoric that he's getting from Canada lately. And Joseph sent me a fantastic X tweet, which is kind of what I've been saying. I'm going to send it to you later. But basically, it is that Prime Minister Carney is looking to gain a majority in Parliament. That's kind of where he has basically all the votes he needs to pass a law.
Yeah.
And he's kind of using these opportunities to campaign. And these speeches are not really conducive to a trade deal, or more for a campaign speech. So the gamble here, according to Secretary Bessent, is that he's putting his own political future ahead of the country's best interest, which is to get the best deal possible with our biggest trading partner. That's not a surprise to anybody. So yeah, I'm a little concerned about the near-term pressure on our economy, at least like the next year.
Especially with what's happening out in the western part of this country currently. Yeah, Canada GDP, guys, month over month. This is November data, flat, 0.0%. Negative 0.3 was the prior, the estimate 0.1 to the upside. So we're still not going anywhere.
Who cares? Because where are we going? To the moon. The S&P 500 is up 14% last year. The TSX is up 30%. This is the Toronto Exchange right here. This is the only major stock exchange here. It's not, we don't have like NASDAQ or New York or anything like that. We have some juniors and stuff. But, you know, this is what it looks like in Canada right now. You know, so imagine if we were actually humming. But like this is...
The economy's not the market.
You know, the economy's not the market, that's for sure. But when we're talking about investments and what we're worried about here, we ain't worried about anything over right now. We'll have to wait to see if jobs can continue to fall down here. We don't have the greatest unemployment rate either. It's like 6-7% right now. Yeah, obviously, GDP's not going, but the market is just humming here. We got minerals, energy, the gold, obviously the metals, minerals. The banking sectors have been super crazy hot here as well. But yeah, underlying, I mean, who knows? So I was just going to say, like, if we're a little bit nervous about some of what's underneath the hood here in Canada, it potentially go short something. But yeah, it's really humming. I mean, this has been so great. 6 months, 21% over here. And this is what the SPY looks like. The SPY is doing great as well. I mean, there's nothing. The S&P 500 is fantastic. I mean, it's 1 year, 14.5%, right? We don't have a 6-month marker on here, but 3 years, 72% on the S&P 500. I didn't even see what that 3-year marker was here on the, oh, they don't have it again on this one. But anyways, huge moves in the overall markets. And that's the thing, like you even look at the EEMs, the emerging markets are just outpacing. Like there's so much happening outside the United States. Obviously,
from the market standpoint, 100%.
Yeah, like our show is very focused, obviously, on U.S. Stocks, derivatives, you know, all that. Besides the metals, I mean, we're talking about silver and gold. That's pretty universal. But yeah, Michael Noss coming up very, very soon. He knows everything. He's talking about emerging markets.
Oh, for sure.
EWJ, the relative S&P, the RSP, EWZ as well. The Brazilian is popping. Japan we just talked about. So, and then EEM. Like here, this
the thing is that actually it's not bad to diversify.
It's been the trade.
Diversify away from your own home economy. I know Americans don't usually even think about that, but
this is the emerging markets, man. 41%. So you're almost triple, more than triple last year if you were sitting in the EEM as opposed to the SPY. I don't own any of this.
most of those markets are always in Canadian markets. An example of this too, where you're going to be more heavily correlated to materials, metals, energy a lot of times, because like you'll have that kind of consolidation in those markets. Like they're not heavily tech-driven markets because that's what the U.S. is, or to a smaller extent. That's going to be
But tech's been garbage for 6 months.
But that's my whole point. Is like it has more to do. It has more to do with the themes that are working right now. Having it been metals, having it be rare earths, like those types of things work well in emerging markets, more so than technology, which has been languishing a little bit here. We do have Michael Noss on. I don't know where he's going to go today because there's a lot that you could cover. Obviously, the metals would make sense. Obviously, anything crypto related could make some sense. We even talk about feed. You probably have no idea what that stock is. Well, there's a lot to watch, so let's go over to Michael and see what he's interested in on this beautiful Friday.
Market's still kind of chopping around here. There's all kinds of opinions still coming through from analysts and economists on this Fed chair pick so far this morning. What a week it's been. What a week we have ahead as well, with more tech earnings to come. Michael Noss, happy Friday. First off, you've brought an interesting chart here this morning on what has happened, or what happened actually yesterday, and why it should be actually very bullish for us.
Yeah, so yesterday was wild, right? It was one of the biggest bottoming tails I've seen in a while. So yeah, I brought a chart of the Qs, and I just want to go through a bit of a simple thing that people could take, and a simple thing that people could do, remembering that we are in the world of GPT and LLMs. Stocks haven't been that interesting for 6 months, like the guys on the desk were saying, but these are still amazing tools. So this is for TradingView, but you could probably run this same thing on TrendSpider or anywhere else that you can kind of build your own indicator. So I, like everyone, noticed this massive bottoming tail and said, wow, that's interesting. I don't want to immediately go, okay, that's super bullish, because you read in a textbook somewhere that bottoming tails and hammer candles are bullish. But we had this big sell-off all morning, huge rebound later in the day. We're gapping down a little bit so far this morning. So I went and I just wrote this prompt on the next slide. And I won't read the whole thing, but this is YouTube, so I guess you can pause it if you want to see the prompt. But I basically just said, hey, I want you to build me an indicator that looks at how big the bottoming tail is on a candle, and then just mark that for me. And then you can build a back test in TrendSpider, TradingView, probably eSignal, a lot of these places as well, anywhere you can build an indicator. But just that one kind of block of text made it so that TradingView, or TrendSpider, TradingView, if we go back out, is starting to note these little arrows on my chart. So if you go to the next chart, it's just me zooming back in time, looking, seeing where this happened before. So this little blue arrow here is just the indicator that it made. So I asked it a simple question. It spit out an indicator. I copied and pasted the code, which I don't understand, into TradingView, and it goes here. Okay, we'll highlight every time there's a candle on the Qs, I think bigger than 1.5%. It was like 1.75% yesterday. And you can go back in time. You can verify these things for yourself if they are bullish. So, if you look at this one, yes, it, started a good up move, but it wasn't immediate, some chop. Before then, it actually broke the low of that wick very briefly, and then started its up move. If we keep going back in the next chart here, this one was way more bullish in September of 2024, in which we had that massive bottoming tail of over 1.5%, and even the next 3 days were a rocket, and off we go. And then this last chart just shows that it happens a lot in the last chart here. This is 2022, 2023. You can see some are happening over there on the left-hand side. They marked a short-term bottom, not a long-term bottom. And then the one in the middle marked, again, a short-term bottom. And it doesn't mean it has to happen this time. I brought you guys 5 examples of what's happened after. But quite often, this is a mark of some sort of bottom. You have a news event that comes out that completely turns sentiment on a dime in a single day. But the main takeaway that I wanted to give on this presentation is not necessarily what's going to happen next. It's more about how easy it is to just go and verify these things for yourself now. This whole process maybe took me 5 minutes, where I just went ChatGPT and I said, hey, program this for me. So you're, putting the indicator on the chart for me. And then I just went back in time and I took a look. Now, what you'll notice is that when you get movements like this, it's not generally low volatility days that it happens. So quite often you saw them in the bottom of or near the bottom of really volatile markets. This time might be a little bit different because we have no volatility going into it. So yeah, just a quick way that when you see something unusual in the market, use these AI as your friends. Don't make it do all the work for you where you're saying, hey, what does this candle mean? Because it's just going to go to some random website and tell you that. But have it program these for you, and you create a little indicator for yourself and then just go through and look.
I was just thinking here, and I just started going back through some of those charts. Very, very interesting concept. Did you come across, any example of this happening with the market currently at highs where we are just kind of chopping around going sideways essentially versus, a lot of these charts that we just looked at, the market was already in a decent pullback, and it was more of a bottoming signal. But, just to emphasize the rarity or potentially the rarity here of what happened yesterday, this is actually happening like right near all-time highs.
Yeah, and that was my big takeaway as well. It generally, when you get these massive intraday turnarounds, you get this crazy intraday volatility. I was, just looking because I always just have a ticker on the side of my screen, and we were down like 3% at one point, and then seems like I blinked and I looked back, and we're only down 0.5%. So generally speaking, you're going to get those in high volatility markets, and high volatility markets are normally bear markets, right? This one, the chart we're seeing right here is right after the tariff tantrum is when we saw a turnaround like that. And of course, we had that big green stick, which was the rollback of the tariffs. So I could not find really any examples, and I went back probably 10 years or so of something like this happening at or near highs. So to me, this felt more like a shock and less like, okay, people have decided to kind of put their flag down and mark the bottom of a market. So having this with a low volume market and then that low volatility market and that low volatility market at highs, that is what's unique. And that's really what prompted me to go back and try to find some examples of this happening in the past, but I just couldn't really find anything.
How do you play this then? Like if this is a continuation type move, is this viable, on a break of these highs?
I think me and probably everyone else in the world has been waiting for these, 635, 640 highs on the Qs. I'm more interested, and this is a little bit of, a bear coming out, because I've just been, since the beginning of the years, you guys know, I've said that midterm years are usually volatile and choppy, so I want to play the volatility. I'm going to be interested to see what happens if we break the low of that wick, because you would imagine there's going to be a lot of stop losses under there. If I was long now, that's where I'd probably put my stop loss. So if we break that low, I think that's interesting. Buying this breakout, it just seems a little too obvious to me. It seems like everyone's waiting for it, and as soon as the market knows that everybody wants something, it doesn't make it easy for you.
Especially when, on a day we come in, we get new Fed chair announced, we get, decent earnings from, the first half of mega cap tech throughout this week and then more to come next week. So interesting point here, definitely, for the overall market. We'll see what happens today. Have a great weekend, Mr. Noss. We'll see you Monday.
See you Monday. Have a good one.
Yeah, I think what Michael was saying there about the correlation, obviously, when the markets are the most volatile, it tends to be bearish, and so like yesterday is when you get tons of great trading opportunities because you can sit there, like we had that short on AMD in the morning, and then all of a sudden, boom, like you was just mentioning there, the market's down 2.5%, and then you blink, and at the close, you're down 0.5% or something like that. So it does give you a lot of opportunity, but generally speaking, some of these markets aren't just a one-day phenomenon. I mean, you're going to have, it is a little bit of a negative bias, I feel like, in the market right now. And, we couldn't get off the jump with Microsoft earnings. Obviously, Meta was very impressive. Intel kicked it off sort of negatively in that sector. And then we had all the banks getting to the downside as well. What's sort of been saving what we're doing here, I think, has been these crazy running stocks.
It's memory and gold.
Yeah,
what happens when the metals wear out?
If you've been trading momentum in the last 6 months or even the last checks watch 20 days, you're huge, So it's just a matter of this is a living and breathing market, and you do have to take in all of this analysis and try to position yourself appropriately. Because if you're an investor, like I think you and I were talking yesterday, you're like, how do you, or you said it, I'm not sure if you went in, I didn't went in and buy anything, but it's like, how often do you see it? We said 7 years for Microsoft, hasn't had a 10% down day.
I was so close to just breaking rule and being like, no, I'm just going to buy it on day one. But then I looked back at the Amazon chart, I was like, whatever. I felt the same way in Amazon, and it still made sense to wait 2 or 3 days. So you go back to the try and do. But I was looking for things that I was looking to buy back into that I thought might have dipped more in yesterday's trade. Like I was really hoping maybe Vernova would have pulled back, and then it just didn't.
Yeah.
Which is good. If you have something that didn't fall yesterday, that's probably a good sign. But if you've been trying to dip by it, you're like, well, what's going on here? Kind of moment. So you're kind of hoping that maybe, look, you want things to go up, but if you've been looking for value, yesterday's dip. What's important, what you should also consider is what are the things that did not bounce? Like we'll keep talking about Bitcoin, biggest volume in a long time. It's underneath yesterday. Like we're actually ticking down further. So some things did not get that relief rally and bottom tail wick that we saw. And maybe those are the kind of names that you want to downgrade yourself. But what we can also do is find out what the analysts want to upgrade and downgrade with Joe.
All right, guys, so we're going to start some things off with the downgrades. Kenvue's going to be at the top of the list, guys, getting a buy to a hold rating by Jefferies, getting that price target lowered to $18. You're down about 0.25% here this morning. Now, TD Cowen downgrading the airlines here, guys. American Airlines is going to be the first one here with the price target being lowered from $19 to $17. You're down a little bit more than 0.4%. Now, as for Alaska Airlines, same thing, guys. You're getting that price target lowered from $64 to $63 by TD Cowen. And then we also have Tesla. No, guys, this is not a typo. Underweight by JP Morgan, but lowering its price target from $150 to $145 on Tesla. So clearly not a fan of the company. Now, as for some of the upgrades, guys, once again, Apple reporting yesterday after the bell and some great numbers, going from a hold to a buy by Maxim, and price target being raised to $300. Broadcom also getting the nod as well, too, guys, going from peer perform to outperform with a $400 price target. You're down 0.4% here this morning, but Southwest Airlines catching some love here by BMO Capital Markets, upgraded to $57.50. That's also going to be going from a market perform to an outperform. And then we have SanDisk as well too, guys. I don't know why it has MET down there, but yes, SNDK is going to be that target, or sorry, is that ticker. But price target being raised from, price target being held to $725, but we're going from a market perform to an outperform. You're up 23.7% here this morning.
SNDK, what are we doing with you? Like if you had told me, this was not that long ago, I know here, when it was forming this little wedge. It's like, oh, well, you know, if it breaks this wedge, if you've been waiting for something crazy to happen to the downside, if it breaks that wedge, and then it breaks it to the upside. And that pattern has been absolutely stated. One thing about these, like, if you have a price target more than, let's just say, 50% from where the stock is, I don't want to, like, who at JP Morgan? That's it's one thing, like SNDK, okay, fine. You moved your price target so that you're 10% higher than where it is right now. You think there's further growth. But if you think this thing is going to get cut in 2/3, where's your, I want to see your short seller report. Because that's what you might as well be, for Tesla. And it also happens on a day where there's sort of positive news. Everyone's thinking about the forward-thinking aspect of it. Now, all of a sudden, you have to contemplate and invest, like, potentially, you could invest in SpaceX. And all the speculation is going to start to come out, like, what that merger could look like in terms of terms is a bad way to say it, but what the terms might be of that kind of an arrangement. Would it be a one-to-one? Because people have been looking for access to SpaceX for quite some time, and sometimes in, you know, not the most efficient way. Destiny Tech 100, you don't have to trust me. Any calculation that ever gets done of the Destiny 100 and just take the current and the latest valuations of all the companies that hold in the private market, and then give it a fair value in the Destiny tag. And it's pretty much always like double what the value they hold is. So you're paying a pretty hefty premium, and then most of that is because you want access to SpaceX, which is basically the largest holding in the Destiny 100. So people have been getting into this when they feel bullish about SpaceX, or they've been trading other proxies. All of a sudden now Tesla becomes one of those things. I wonder how that might affect something like DXYZ. Like, it's up right now. I half expected it to be flatter down with this news, because I think maybe people might start to have their money piled in Tesla if they want to buy SpaceX. It's a speculative. We'll see.
Yeah, I like that opportunity and that was making me think almost immediately like that I want to get into some more Tesla for sure. But Andre, I don't have anything up yet to do anything. But just really quickly here, I want to go over to Palantir, because Palantir was a name that had a little bit of a rough ride. This is a name that's coming, I have it, is coming out in just 2 days. So you have today and then Monday morning, Palantir earnings are going to be hitting. So that's going to be an absolute wild ride for everybody. Is my mic not going that well? Okay. Okay, good. It's okay now. Well, without any further ado, let's talk about PDS Biotechnology under the NASDAQ. PDSB, it's transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in just a few years. If you're interested, please go check it out and learn more at pdsbiotech.com. That's pdsbiotech.com. We want to thank them for sponsoring this segment. Yeah, look, it was great to have Michael on. You know, you're seeing Bitcoin still trying to stabilize down here at 82,000. That should be interesting. We have SLV gold on our minds today. I wrote down trade. It's on this, I was trying to say, let's trade the pre-market break, and that was at 88 or so. So that's, we're just breaking through right now, and 89 break, and now we're bouncing now off 88. So yeah, just get ready to see something here. SLV, we said yesterday, it's funny, because I think yesterday we had it down as a short, and we played a little bit of short. We played both ways. But at the end of it all, there it goes. It's finally giving that move down. And will it stop? Yeah. I mean, there will be buyers that will come in and try to support this thing later. That's going to be another question. I think today's trade is just about being smarter than we've been before trading SLV. I heard Joe or something, I think yesterday, say like, what was your dropping nickels to collect pennies or something like that? And it was just like, you're leaving, and that's the same thing. It's just a matter of you're taking, a tenth of the move when the move could be 5 times that. And I think silver, and it's different strategies for different folks, but like I play sometimes, and this thing is like, I'll be, okay, well, this level is 50 cents away or whatever, so you take some out. By the time it cracks $5, you tend to have a little less left. But I just think that silver is one that's going to be heavily looked at today. And I almost want to ask ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude or something about the amount of money notionally that has been traded in silver just this last week. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the record, like a historical high.
It has to be.
Like that has to be what we're talking about.
It's funny you say that. I don't know if it was a joke quote, but there's something adjacent. The trader that when I was a trainee, and then even the first couple of years of trading that I sat next to, and we sort of came up together. He had a great saying along those lines. If it was raining nickels outside, would you not want to collect them? Like, imagine, and it comes down to trading too. Like, silver obviously is going to make gigantic moves, but like the last couple of days on silver, I've been just looking for one high percentage trade, like whether it's 1 15-minute trend break, wherever it happens to be. It does it, and you could be long, scalp, that you could get the best long. I had the long at the bottom here back in the prior low because I was bearish on it too. So when the mean reversion opportunity was the long in the opposite direction, play it from here into the prior low. But if you like the last 3 days, it's gone 3 for 3, waiting for that moment. But that has meant waiting for a ridiculous move that puts a clear trend on the 15-minute and then reverting that move when it sets up on the 15 minutes. So it can take half an hour, it can take an hour for that to set up, and then you could be in a 30-minute trade based on the structure of it. But the thing about silver is it probably has something for every style of trading. If you like, you want to wait for major support, go ahead and do that. You want to just play aggressive trends on lower moving averages, it's probably going to give you a little bit of that as well. If you like mean reversion, that too. Oh, we have multiple super chats. I think
we do. Oh, good.
Okay, well, there's one right here, but I'm pretty sure we.
I just saw the BBAI one.
I see the BBAI one, but I'm noticing one that I don't think we got to from Z's. That I think was first.
Yeah, I mentioned Palantir, but I don't think either of us can make it go anywhere.
No.
Sorry about that, but
nobody can make it.
You just want the guide. It's just about the guide. We know they have the contracts. I really like Palantir. You're going to see. I mean, the next question is about the same thing, man. This is another BBAI, Palantir. These are all defense names. We talked about ONDS. We talked about some of these. Yeah, some of these other names.
AVAB has been pulling back. Like it's. Well, here's my only thing with Palantir is like you don't know. I don't know what the earnings are going to be. But we are on the daily chart. I know it broke through that 200 period on the daily chart, but we're observing this on the weekly as well. The 50 period on the weekly is technically holding, so you're gonna have this bottom tail potential wick. Like if you don't lose 146, 147, the low from yesterday, then you do have a bottoming tail candle on the weekly and a chance on earnings to open holding this. So if earnings can hold the 50 period on the weekly, this becomes it could turn into like a regular bull flag on the weekly. It's a long one. We're talking about half of last year where it's held this range from 150 to 210. But you've got to consider your time frame. Like if you're a long-term holder of it or waiting to buy a dip, let's just say, then I want that confirmation over the next couple of weeks, probably the next week on earnings. If you have one of these candles, then you've got yourself a buy opportunity off that level. If it doesn't hold, well, then I'd be waiting for $120. So you have to think about what your time frame might be. If you're thinking on weeks and months, then go look at a weekly or monthly chart and wait till after earnings for Palantir. And then for BBAI, it's probably even more important for that one because, like, if Palantir is a little bit of pullback, sometimes you literally just wait for it to bottom, and then some related names will start catching a bit after that.
The difference with BBAI, of course, in Palantir, BBAI still has a 24% short float. So it's still that'll help it on the upside, but it also does not help it on the downside. As you know, this 25% of the float being short is helping push this thing lower. So like we said yesterday about the volatility, as the market goes boom, so do these stocks, they don't make any money, man. So, but with Kevin Warsh coming through, and I don't want to say like this is a thing about BBAI or anything like that, but if we do get interest rate cuts, which are now, I think, I don't know, Brendan, if you mentioned it, but I think there's still expected to be 2 interest rate cuts for this year. Maybe that'll change a little bit with Warsh, but at the end of the day, cheaper rates, lower rates, cheaper money should help out some of these companies that are no longer making any money as they have a cost of borrowing. Works the opposite way for these multinationals that are sitting on, like Apple's, $154 billion or something in cash that they have. So, you'd like to earn a little bit of interest on that sometimes. And Apple announced a dividend yesterday of 26 cents per share. So that's, for me as a tech investor, that's not great. I don't mind a dividend, right? But the fact is, and I think Brendan and Sharif mentioned the AirPods getting the cameras. Like, I'd rather see innovation, honestly, than making whatever, a couple hundred shares I own, or whatever I own. I don't even know. 26 cents. No, I know, but I'm happy to collect the dividend. I'm just like, I don't know. I think buy somebody with that money.
But that's not that also isn't what they do.
That's what I want them to do.
They're so incredibly unique. They've never been. They don't make a splash with Matt.
They bought somebody yesterday. It was like $2 billion.
For them, a $2 billion deal is actually on the larger side because they don't
that was
usually
Joey Options Capital. I think
pick up small companies is one thing that they'll do large buybacks, do small dividend, and that's sort of the way that they roll, and it works for them. So I just kind of feel like I would want them to change things too sometimes, but like if it's working for you, you don't want to stray too far away. Like you see why Warren Buffett liked them too. It's just
I love Apple, but
his mentality as well. I think. By the way, it's still 2 hikes. If you go out to December on the tool, so it's like sure 1 in 3 chance that we'll be at 300 to 325, which would be 2 cuts. But then there's also a small chance of 3. So if you bake that all in, it's about 60-something% chance that we get 2 or more cuts. That's what the markets are pricing in. That said, I never really know how much they update this website. We just had the announcement of Warsh this morning. So it's probably worth checking back in on this throughout the day. You can also maybe look at Polymarket or Kalshi. Like they're both pretty good at updating a little bit faster. You want to check back on that middle.
You know, like the more I think about it, though, like Warsh just doesn't. It's still voting. Still vote. So I don't know the influence. I mean, it'll be interesting. He might have more influence over the committee, but like Lisa Cook is still up in the air as well. So there's a whole bunch of stuff happening in Fed land. We had a no change in the Canadian rate as well a couple days ago. So anyways, as we continue to fly through, it's already 9 o'clock. Like, hey now, we're excited. It's going to be so much to talk about today. As you can see, that's why I can't believe we're actually live now. If you're just joining us for the first time, we're live at 8 a.m. and it just goes by so quick now. And when we first did it, it was like, okay, what are we going to sort of talk about? But we've just nailed this. And the TCGL, didn't this get to $500 last night as well? So yes, it did. Here's a 5-minute chart overnight there. It got to 440 or so. I stopped the charts at 7 o'clock or so, but nice move higher there, 630, $430, just absolutely blasted. And then I don't know, man. Like how this stuff even happens, it's insane. But all the way to the downside. So we went from $440 to $100 last night and back into the closing price range. And now today we tick up again to $200. So I mean, come on, man. If you're not invested in TCGL, what the hell are you doing?
You know what the scary thing about that is? See that first spike to 400 that gets reverted?
Yeah, right here.
You know, like the firms that short these things, knowing that they're going to come back eventually, they're piling into that kind of a wick.
Oh yeah.
So like it's like they're like it's the bigger firms that short that, and then it breaks the high. So what do you think they do? They're like, yeah, well, whatever. Now
it's kind of funny that is the high right there. So that's probably someone got stopped out right here on this huge wick to 450. And then as soon as they got stopped out, it was like, okay, wow, that would be like, oh man, that would be.
It's like that's the thing. Like there's being right and there's being able to hold that kind of a position.
Yeah.
The most like the average most shares you just can't hold
even
that.
100 shares, man. You're out so much.
Well, first of all, even getting locates on that one,
that's the other problem.
We checked early yesterday and it was too expensive. So my guess is by now, and I'll check at some point. We'll go to the desk right now. We'll check. But my guess is it's pretty prohibitive for a regular trader to even be able to short this thing. So you won't see us short it because I promise you it's might even be blocked in the system for risk purposes.
Oh, probably today, yeah. It's normally has to be, so for us to trade it on a prop floor, has to average over 50,000 shares. This one obviously has this week, but
just for the yesterday.
Who knows if it's unlocked or not. I don't think. I can, you know what, let's go back to the desk, and I'm going to find out how expensive it is for 100 share short on TC.
Yeah, because you can't even ask if it's blocked.
Yeah, I'm going to go find out. And, I'm going to say 100.
Oh, it's going to be over $100.
Like, yeah, at least $100 per share. Okay, let's go back over the desk. I'm going to find out right now.
All right, guys, 694 on the dot. That's where we closed yesterday on the SPY. We're below that now, trying to hold on to 691, down a little bit less, Brendo, than 0.5%. If we really catch a bid, we're going to look to yesterday's area high. That's going to be 695. That's where we kind of projected off earlier today. We catch another bid, then we're looking at basically that 697 to 698 area. If we sell off for whatever reason, first thing, we're looking at that 690 area. If we lose that, we're looking at 687.5. Brendo, that's the overnight low.
What a week it's been. A lot to understand here this morning as well. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab this. Link is below in the description of this video. Top link will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. If you haven't done so yet, grab that. Sign up with your email, and you can just have that every single morning for free from us. Interesting comment here from Sharif and I were just chatting about this off camera. Bostic was on CNBC there talking a little bit about this Fed chair pick and the predictability of it, I think, essentially saying, you know, every Fed chair comes with their own view of global economic situation and the world in general. But at the end of the day, as the guys were saying, one vote.
One vote.
Still 12 people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's typically a Fed-centric chair or Fed-centric committee, I should say. Chair-centric committee, I'll get it right. But typically... Okay, AMD apparently is moving, guys, so we're going to have to pause for a second over here. Something's going on with AMD. Let's take a quick look. Dropping down here aggressively. I don't have anything on it yet, Brendo, but it's down 4 2/3%. To start over here, trying to break through that 240 area. Anything on your end with AMD?
There's a note on OpenAI here. OpenAI, Brockman, and A16Z contribute to. That's not going to affect AMD. We'll keep an eye out for anything AMD-wise. But yeah, I mean, interesting concept there as far as the Fed chair is concerned. Yeah. I mean, let's talk about Apple as well.
Absolutely. Let's talk about Apple. Great earnings report yesterday. Not really reflected, though, in the price action, at least not yet. Let's talk about what they did. Revenue up 16% year over year on the quarter to $143.76 billion. That easily beats the 138.5 expected by the street, with EPS coming in at 284, again well ahead of the 267 expected by analysts. iPhone revenue here, the real reason, surging 23% year over year on the back of a more aggressive iPhone cycle for the iPhone 17, much better received than the 16. Strong demand, as I mentioned, for the 17. Tim Cook called the iPhone demand staggering, with greater China revenue also up big, Brendo, 38% year over year, now bringing about $25.5 billion and materially above expectations. All-time records as well in China for upgraders on the mainland. Management emphasized the rebound was product-driven, not promotional. This is something we've been seeing with Apple to kind of move the needle in China, which has been weak locally. They've been doing a lot of promotions, whether with Alibaba, etc. That didn't happen this time. There are obviously not good signs here. Mac revenue falling, wearables revenue falling, iPad revenue, though, rebounding. My suspicion is the update to iPad OS. Now you can kind of use it as a Mac. I've been telling you about that for a while. Gross margins also topping expectations.
Yeah, services kind of in line with expectations as well. So Apple upside right now, Neil.
You've probably seen things like
anything on AMD. I don't see anything.
Literally
things like what just happened in AMD, where you're trading U.S. stocks, maybe you're in options or the futures, and you get blindsided. It's a big move, just like the $8 that was down on AMD in a matter of seconds, and you're sitting there wondering why. It's not always your fault. Sometimes large funds build huge positions in the option market before the name you're trading is even reacting. So to gain an edge in today's market, Spot Gamma's daily flow patrol report reveals where big money is positioned, so you can identify stocks building momentum ahead of major price moves. To get 2 free weeks of Spot Gamma's Flow Patrol, scan the QR code you see on screen and go behind the curtain to see what the professionals see. And obviously, app timing there for AMD. I'm probably not going to see Apple drop $8 out of nowhere. I would venture to say if they're both around $250 stocks. If Apple did that kind of a move, the market would feel it rather precipitously. It's obviously a larger holding inside of the market. When we were doing it, was a fantastic show in the afternoon. And as we were doing it, we're like, okay, well, that's good and that's great. And there wasn't much to point to. It wasn't like the Microsoft report where maybe you could nitpick some things here or there. But I thought it was pretty strong overall. But we needed to hold on to the gains. And we said our concern would be if we come in and Apple's right back to where it was at the end of yesterday. So if it's underneath 260, it just doesn't get me excited. That is a not good looking candle effectively, right? Because you include all that buy action that happened, in my opinion, right up to the 50 pre-moving average and rejecting it. So if we don't get back above the 260 level, and I think this is destined to hold this $5 range today, the 55 into 60. So I think you've got 2 days worth of support. You can make an argument about 3 there going back to the beginning of the week on Apple, and I'd play inside day for Apple. There's so much that has, like, it was mind-boggling numbers, like 2.5 billion combined devices worldwide. Just monster growth. You get small as expected on services if you want to be nitpicky about it, but it's flat. And when you're flat after earnings, it's not that exciting. We'll talk about SoFi, which is flying around. That's tradable today. Silver tradable. Bitcoin went ham yesterday. Tesla's going to be volatile. Apple, I don't think this is one that you're a day trader you're excited for, unless we can break away from 260, or maybe you get a dip by at 255. Like that at least gives you a level to work off of. So it'll be a pass for me for Apple, but great quarter. There's no question about that. It's not giving you a Microsoft moment. That's a positive.
Yeah, no, I think we've been on here many times and talked about whenever you are in between or in the middle of your implied move, which, was up 3 or 4%, then it was down a little bit there, I don't know if it was less than 2% overnight, and then, now you're starting to go back up to the upside. So the market can't even figure out what to do with Apple. So for me to sit here and be like, this is a screaming buy or sell, I don't know. I would actually favor the short only because of the reaction that we've seen to earnings so far. I mean, the Microsoft wasn't even that bad, and it got hit down 10%. And Apple has some, as Sharif had mentioned, there's some shoots of misses, right? I mean, the MacBook wasn't a great call there. The wearables, we'll have to see. Hopefully that can get going just a little bit more. The China number was fantastic. I mean, 25 billion versus 21 billion. So there's things that we can say that are great. I don't know if we got any resolution with Tim Cook and what his sort of plans were moving forward on that one. The dividend is nice, but yeah, no real talk. They said that some sort of a major product launch or update or something coming soon. We'll have to see what that is. People obviously suggesting maybe the AirPods, but yeah, look, there's nothing in our notes. I was waiting for the Gemini series sort of lock up and all that kind of stuff. And it's just, we know what Apple's doing. They're going to be here. This is going to be a stock that's probably going to be up 10% on the year or whatever. And it's a good stock. And I don't think it's, on the radar today with everything happening. So yeah, flat on the day for Apple, probably a flat trade. Like if we get down to the bottom of 256, then you can go long. But right now there's no major levels on the chart, and that's our job, is to sort of go over some of the levels that we think, and I don't really see that. I mean, iBit's bouncing right now, so, there's going to be crypto plays today. There's obviously the metal plays, there's the memory names. And, we haven't even looked at, like, the quantum or uranium plays, and there's, like, just so much happening.
Now that about quantum lately.
Yeah, and I think the luster for now is off of this mega cap behemoth, Apple, and we'll go over to mid-cap land now with SoFi.
Just keeping my eye out here for guys, AMD at the lows right now. So a little bit of a continuation move underway here for AMD. Still not seeing a thing as far as any kind of headline on why, but we'll still watch out for that. Yeah, SoFi, good report here. A little bit of a pullback as well, back to 25.50, 25.75 here after just straight to the upside initially on these numbers.
This is an amazing profitability fix here. I know 13 pennies per share, but that's 160% year-over-year increase for that profitability. So 13 pennies per share. The street was looking for 12, but a marked change year-over-year. Adjusted revenue rose 40% as well, a little over $1 billion, and they added over 1 million new users in Q4, bringing total membership to 13.7. We'll talk about that one more in a second as a possible, a leading indicator for future revenue. Member growth does remain kind of that leading indicator, as I mentioned, for future revenue. SoFi guided as well, 2026 EPS of 60 pennies ahead of the 59 expected by analysts, with revenue expected to come in at 4.65 billion, also exceeding 4.5. And that's for the full year, by the way. Originally known just student loan refinancing, they've really expanded their moat. We're talking personal loans, mortgages, investment accounts, and the company holds on to a banking license, which they may use, obviously, to expand their moat a little bit more. 70% last year.
Yeah, impressive so far. Talking about Robinhood as well, guys, after the close on that government note with the Trump accounts. Back downside here this morning for Hood. Just hearing it coming back to 150 as well. So basically 50% of that move back. Here's SoFi, though, on a pullback.
We're still at the point with them where, look, it's terrific quarter, but 1 million, 13.7. That's what we're most about here with SoFi. My only issue with SoFi, I think 26.4 and 27. It's more like 27. Right now, there's a couple of spots to look for mean reversion. One of them already had a bit of a pullback. Look, like your support level's kind of like down here at 25. It's already had a bit of a pullback, but you're holding the bull flag. So I'm kind of looking for kind of a reverse on SoFi. And if we don't, again, like it's already happened at 26.4. If we break out the top, it would be this area, 27 to 27.20. If it breaks out here, there could be like a quick little long play. I don't typically like breakout longs on a Friday. I feel like those are low percentage. typically, and then take a second shot to break on a Friday in the first. We will get that to 27 level for the day because SoFi has history of making the top on that earnings day, pulling back, and then you get like a secondary move.
Yeah, look, I have, first of all, you know, just joking around here, but like, we had AMD yesterday short. It was all day, and we had it like at 9:35. And then today, you know, we added AMD to the sticky note here, feeling like this is before this even happens. You know, put this out an hour ago. Feeling short early, 250 key level, but we hit a short yesterday. Looking, you know, we have AMD written on here as a short. It's just unfortunately now we may wind up missing that play. We'll see if it comes back upside. So I don't know what was going on there. We hit short yesterday. It was so good, man. We had it was $16 winner or something yesterday on that short actually, right? But we have 25 written down as a long now. You know, strong earnings, good. Bank stocks have faded early pops this season, right? So we've seen that happen over again. Sorry, I was looking at it on eSignal. Let me just call it up over here on our platform. Yeah, so not doing too much here early. We saw the NASDAQ make a move down. We saw the whole market kind of make a little bit of a move down on that PPI number at 8:30. Or sorry, PM. Was it PMI or PPI? What am I thinking about? PP, okay, good. So PPI. But yeah, so this did make a move as well, but nothing too dramatic. You're at VWAP right now. It's trending about where it was expected move was. I think it was about 7%. So, you know, happy with where we are now. I don't know about that statistic that Neil mentioned about breakouts maybe on Fridays, but on this one, I'm not looking for anything on a breakout. I mean, there's really no key levels. Where are you breaking out to? Breaking out to 27, which is kind of just in this loop. I think that's what you want to look for is the 50-period moving average today. I think we can easily get to $27. I mean, I don't think that's anything in question with that. So when we have this gap, we always tend to play 2 VWAP, which we just bounced off of right now. That's 25.50. Obviously, that's going to be way too light because on earnings, you don't want to sit around and catch falling knives. You want to wait for it to make a bottom. And right now, I wrote down $25. That's where we went to on that pop. We went up to 26, back down into 25, and have held that level. So someone was down here thinking about 25. So I'll join them. I'll think about that trade. You know, we'll look at it when it comes through. We won't necessarily take it immediately, but when it hits 25, it'll show up on the scanner. Bang, we'll note it, and we'll trade it. So 25 for SoFi is sort of the price that gets me excited. We're going to be looking at that one very, very early today. I promise you that. That is SoFi. We don't have AMD on the board, but like I'm the same way as Brendan. Like, I mean, maybe Adara's over there working, but I don't see anything on Advanced Micro Devices, really. I mean, I haven't really looked through Twitter, but on our major news sources, there's really nothing
there. Well, there's
the
Kramer quote that's positive.
Oh, well, yeah, that's Kramer sending that down 5%. But NVIDIA not doing anything. Broadcom was getting hit a little earlier today, I noticed. I thought it was anyways. Yeah, well, now it's all the way up. So there was Broadcom when we were looking at it a minute ago, 327. So this has actually gone up $8, and AMD has fallen down. So there might be some sort of
we are missing something
correlation between Broadcom move up and AMD's move down, because this was down 2% or something. Like this was at 326, right? We closed at 331. So this was down $4, now up 8 against AMD.
I've now seen 2 or 3 tweets, people speculating about some kind of delayed chip shipment. I've seen no reputable source say that. I've just seen a couple of random accounts. I'm just searching for AMD on it.
Oh, you're reading Mike Peter Ryder's Twitter account?
Nah, it's not Mike. I know if it was Mike. No, but in seriousness, like it smells like there is something obviously afoot, because you have, especially with Broadcom's also moving the other way, and it's very specific. It's like NVIDIA's not moving and Intel's not moving, but AMD is and Broadcom is. A chip name that is.
AMD is also like one of the more overvalued. Yeah, like, well, as far as the PE, whether or not, whatever your opinion is, but the pricing of it.
Compared to NVIDIA, it's not even close.
Yeah.
Another thing which.
Something that's definitely not overpriced, the next one.
It's not
for sure not SNDK.
Definitely not.
Suggesting that there could be even more positivity coming AMD's way. And they were talking specifically about Google Genie 3, which is pointing to an AI world where compute is ongoing and constant, meaning, you know, more demand for chips, more demand for memory specifically. We'll get to SNDK here in a second, but I mean, if you think about it right now, the way people use AI, it's bursty. You know, there's queries and then lulls and then queries and then lulls. If we get to a point where it's just on your body in some way as a wearable constantly, it's just going to be ongoing, or in your car, in your home. It's just going to be, you know, the compute demand there is just going to be
just don't see it winding down, to be quite honest with you. And battery technology is going to have to improve for that, because it's going to be on all the time.
100%.
As we talked about the Apple 100%. AirPods with cameras, got to increase the battery.
Buy rare minerals today. SNDK, just absolute monster. Took out 670 there. We're on our way back up right now. Barely a pullback here so far this morning.
Well, this is a fantastic report, guys. Top line number for Q3 revenue coming in over $3 billion and a 31% year-over-year increase on the top line number, well ahead of the $2.3 billion expected by analysts, with non-GAAP gross margins 51.1%, up 21.2 points. And if you know, you know, gross margins on a physical product above 50%, check mark right there. Excellent. Adjusted EPS $2.12 compared with $1.23 a year ago, so a marked change there. Their data center segment revenue jumped 76%, Brendo, becoming the primary growth engine. Surprise, surprise there. Management highlighted accelerating enterprise deployments for RAM as well as AI-driven storage, and they're guiding quite well as well. So Q3 revenue guidance set for 4.4 to 4.8, well ahead of the street's expectations, and the non-GAAP EPS for full year, 12 to 24 bucks.
Winner of the chart of the day goes to SNDK on the weekly time frame. This is going back to, what is this, August of last year. 50 bucks. 50 bucks.
That's fantastic.
August of last year for SNDK, guys. Unreal.
Best weekly chart of, I can't remember a time that I've seen something like this, but yeah, the IPO break, this breakout trade would have been pretty nice. No, it's obviously at the point now with SNDK. It had the last night was one of those NVIDIA-like reports where they blew it out of the water so big that what are you going to do? Anybody that was trying to short it got rinsed, and it's so far up here. It's so hard for any trader to want to be long up top. And I do, my first gut is, man, after what we saw yesterday, is no one ringing the register when we get another 22%, as unbelievable as it is no one ringing the register. So my gut tells me that there would be some profit taking today. But in the absence of, I don't have a strict plan for it. I'd rather trade silver and Bitcoin than try to find the best short in SNDK. Because my attitude has been, I keep thinking it's at some kind of a top, at least I haven't found a good short setup, which is saving you a bunch of money. That's the other side of it. And I can't chase it up here. The 3-day rule still applies, and I usually think when we're up this much, you're going to get some profit taking when it's been this ridiculous into earnings. So that's where my brain's going to be at. I don't think it has an SMCI moment, but I do think at least some kind of a heavy dip at some point today is going to happen. Just got to be able to find it on the 15-minute, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. We were watching this yesterday, and it was like the 630 was good, and we said that, you want to go short. I was saying to go short there, and it did print out. It got down to $600, and then, so if you're going to go short, you don't hold it through these levels. This is up 1,000%. Brendan just showed that weekly chart there, the IPO breakout level, and again, it was just a spin-off, so it wasn't a true IPO or anything. But what a name, what a monster! Just congratulations to everybody. I would obviously sell this if it was me, but if it was me, I probably would have been out at $500. So yeah, just keep doing what you guys have been doing on this stock. The traders here seem to be in full control. Short float is existent, but doesn't really matter in this situation. A slight little pullback, I would think, would be acceptable in this. There's really no levels to look at for me. So I think you just try to let it settle down if that's even possible for SNDK. I mean, this is what it did all afternoon waiting for earnings. So it's not like it doesn't always have to move around. But yeah, violent moves, it will follow the market. Yesterday you had a pretty good dip down early on. And then just I don't know if there's an ETF specifically for memory names, but Micron and Western Digital. Western Digital sort of going the other way today off of their report. but Micron could also pull back just a little bit. I mean, but yeah, this is also getting that sort of SanDisk bump. So yeah, I don't really have too much to say about these names because I've traded them before, and I just remember trading Micron like double digits, you know, and now it's $500. So like these names just continue to fly high, and just reminds me a little bit honestly of like well, it doesn't remind me, it's exactly the same as like these nuclear quantum plays, and they've all come back to earth just a little bit.
Randy, thank you, brother.
Thank you, Randy.
Friday.
Any plans this weekend there?
Stay warm.
No ice fishing or anything? No. Too cold.
It's easily too cold for that.
Is it too cold for ice fishing? I don't even know. If you guys,
Well, first of all, I always think it's too cold for ice fishing. So I'm the wrong person to ask.
I've been getting, I feel like a lot of chills lately. Like honestly, it's like
I can't get.
I'm not even getting sick. It's just like I can't get the feeling. Went into the car today. It was minus 24. You said minus 24.
With the wind chill,
I had minus 22. Yeah. So heated seats. Yeah. The best part is I just have my car scheduled, so like every day at a certain time it just starts to heats up, and then but it takes like it's not plugged in, so it drains like 10% of the battery warming up and everything, and then just come in here and plug it in. Thanks for hooking up the electricity downstairs. All right.
Then nobody uses it but you. Speaking of
literally nobody uses it but me.
And electric cars, that was an entirely intentional segue to Tesla.
I just want to say that you might be onto something here. Christmas 10/21. Randy's hands in pockets, sell signal. We're gonna try to remember that. So if Randy comes with his hands in his pocket, let's figure out what the market. We're trying to get any edge we can get. Any edge we can get. Silver moving around, boy, again. Oh, what? Randy just left, man. It's Tesla time. Okay, 4 minutes left, Brandon. Let's talk about Tesla, then something about Microsoft.
Wild yesterday, downside initially, and then the big pop after the close. Will he or won't he do a low-key merger here before we go public for SpaceX?
You gotta love this. So 2 different variables here. Let's talk about the first one. SpaceX possibly in discussions to merge with XAI. And that, you know, SpaceX IPO later this year. We were talking about that yesterday. Possibly $1.5 trillion. That would kind of bring rockets, Starlink, social media, Grok, all under one umbrella, creating that vertical integration he's coveted for so long. The deal's value, timing, and structure do remain uncertain. And then, if that wasn't enough, Tesla has also been floated as a possible merger partner with either SpaceX or XAI, or even both. And then the market odds and these prediction markets, they got to chime in, Brenda. I mean, of course, this is a great opportunity. They're predicting, Polymarket that is assigning a 48% probability of SpaceX and AI merging by mid-year, and only a 16% probability for Tesla and XAI to kind of merge. So we'll have to see how this all goes.
I mean, if you think about what we've been talking about for the past couple of months here, like the narrative shifting more and more in that direction, you know, towards robotics, towards the rockets, towards AI, this makes perfect sense.
Absolutely.
And then you leave Tesla, you know, on the curb for a later date where he can just walk away entirely, potentially.
Exactly. And I want to mention one thing. I mean, he said this kind of off the cuff, but you got to take him at his word, maybe not timeline-wise, but with intent-wise. He wants to put these data centers in space. So if he wants to do that, it would make more sense, likely, that XAI and SpaceX team up so that he can get free energy and no cooling.
I'm buying it. I'm definitely buying it. Here we go, guys. Back higher right now for Tesla. What do we do today?
Definitely buying the robot. Is that what it was,
Brendan?
Oh, the IPO. Oh, okay, yeah. I wasn't sure if we were talking about.
Oh, no, I still think Brendan will be the first person to have an Optimus here. I'll say it till the cows come home. That's like absolute guarantee. I'm talking about in our office. Tesla, look, it may not be exactly 420, but it's that area. 418, we closed just underneath that, but the 418 to 420 level. I was looking like dip and rip on Tesla. I do like the story. I think we were talking about this with Destiny. It's just a good way for people to maybe now consider ways to buy into the SpaceX effect. And it's not a guarantee that it happens, but as I said, you're already paying a premium to be in Destiny if you want to get SpaceX. So it's no different from in some ways investing here. So yeah, I think I like Tesla to the long side. We didn't get a chance to talk about either, but very briefly, Bitcoin stinks. Bitcoin's in trouble. And until proven otherwise, like it's like one of these days, Bitcoin short's going to lose. Fair enough. But until that day, I'm shorting pops. First spot 47.8 on IBIT is where I'm looking.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say sort of the same thing there about Tesla and buying that IPO and checking it out. I really think it's going to be interesting to get that merge. So we only have 1 minute left before we don't. necessarily have to go over the Microsoft story. Do you want to talk about it quickly there, Brendan, or? Okay, yeah, so just quickly here, Microsoft, the worst day in 6 years, like yesterday. This is what we're looking at early. There's not much going on here on the imbalance locator, so we'll puff pass on that one. Silver, almost right away, is going to be a look for me. There's that 88 level. I want to see if we break that low. Where do we go? So $88, looking at that, and if we do bump up, I'm going to use the 200 period 94. Have a quick look over there on SLV. I know, call me crazy going short on silver, but we'll try it through that 88, and then if it doesn't work, that is an easy out almost immediately. So here we go, man. Brought to you by PDS Biotechnology. Thank you so much to them. Make sure you do scan the QR code and check the link in description to find out more about PDS Bio. So yeah, I am gonna try that short. Breaking on silver, and if it happens, it happens. And honestly, if it doesn't, it doesn't. And that's what I'm going to be looking for. So here we go, right off the jump here. Silver, watch out to see where we go on SLV. And then other than that, man, SoFi just made a move down into 25 as well.
Bouncing.
Is Tesla? Okay, so that would be a good look too for Tesla. I said the 420 long. I don't know if we got down there though.
No, we didn't get down to 420. There was no dip. The dip was obviously not in the open market. It's in the pre-market, and now you're testing 427. You already mentioned SoFi, but remember AMD? The story is speculation that there could be a chip delay. I haven't seen anywhere to be able to confirm that, but that is the speculation online. It is bouncing off some of the lows that got made. Down 5% on the session. The other name, obviously, SNDK on earnings. That's not really flying around. The first move was initially down.
Well, the NASDAQ is ripping.
But the market's going higher. NVIDIA's going up. Tesla's going up. Looking like strength so far. I can tell you what didn't just go.
Is Apple going?
That's a huge reversal. I just saw this out of the corner of one of my charts. Intel went up to $49.
What?
Exactly $49, and just pulled back 80 pennies in one shot. So that's a pretty big false breakout on Intel. Usually, you do a false break on a Friday, it turns into an all-day short. 40, this wasn't even on my list. 40, 65 or so, this just pops back up. That's a false break. I think Intel is turning into a short. I kind of felt this would be what IBIT would do.
Yeah, well, IBIT actually is doing it a little bit. Yeah, IBIT, well, it didn't go all the way up.
It didn't go all the way up.
It is coming back in, trying to break through those lows. All right, man, I'm still trying to watch silver to see if I can get a little bit of a feel on how this thing is moving, and it's not, it hasn't really done much. It's done kind of silver-like things, but here it goes now, starting to go back up to the upside. So, like I said, if it broke that low, then we were trying to go with it, try to play that momentum that way. I wasn't really feeling down 15% that I really wanted to punch the long here in SLV. So, yeah, not much to see here. VWAP obviously 91.50. That could be a play to look a little short, but no, I don't want to. It's that whole thing again. Let's not sit here and try to figure out exactly what's happening. Let's wait for something to happen on silver, and if that does break that 88, then I'm interested. Top end side of 94 maybe somewhere gets me excited as well, but that's most likely the thing that's coming in. There's 94 and your 200 period moving average, so that would be something to look at. I don't think I'm quite ready to short it yet, but VWAP is an interesting level. So I'm going to just move off of that a little bit right now. This was down almost 6% at one point here, AMD, right? It just bounced nicely off of this 235, up $6 now for AMD as it gets right back into VWAP again. And we don't know the story here. I was looking for a short to begin with. We did well on the short yesterday. Doesn't necessarily mean that the short's going to come out today, but that's 242 there, an interesting level for advanced micro devices. We could potentially look there. Should have just shorted 240 on VWAP, but VWAP is 241, so I actually wind up missing that as well. So yeah, we're gonna have to give this a little bit of a moment to breathe. I still like that 242 if it can come in, 50 period moving average and the top. Whoa, yeah, I mean, as it was written, we had SoFi. I think both of us talked about what happens in bank stock land, and unfortunately,
they always sell the open.
It was up 6%, man, and we were like, yeah, SoFi. And then this happened, so I don't know now.
It was fine when this happened last quarter. Just keep that in mind. It fell for a few days, and then we were right back to the highs a week later.
I'm going to try it.
So you just have to be patient with SoFi. So Intel actually broke 48. So we went $1.20 to the downside after that big breakout. I'm still sitting originally at the $0.50 to play it in front of this high. If it doesn't get here, I might just take the lower high somewhere around the volume weighted average price of the quarters. I like each each quarter level is kind of a good area on Intel. But I'm trying to let it get to me.
There we go.
Back into the upside. And then the other thing is Bitcoin is now trying to go higher, but it's like 70 pennies away on IBIT from where I wanted to short.
All right, we finally have first position taken at SoFi. We just talked about it. It got into our level. We take some out at O's. We'll take another piece out right now at O's. Well, it's 99s, and we'll see if it falls down in, man. I'm just going to try to use basically this low as our out. So if we break through 24, let's call it 24 quarter, then we will dumpity dump on SoFi. What's up, Adara?
I have to address the AMD of it all. I looked into it, and I know you guys mentioned this earlier, but I should make it very clear. The only thing I'm seeing, and I'm seeing a lot of it, is people either jokingly or seriously saying that this is dropping because of the Jim Cramer long call, saying that they keep winning. So again, very likely not the truth, but the fact that that's the only thing I'm seeing makes me think that no one else has any idea why this is moving either. So I just wanted to address there with AMD. We do have some economic data at 9:45 a.m., namely Chicago PMI. So in 10 minutes, or maybe earlier, you will see me again here at that Chicago PMI. Back to you.
Yeah, I kind of saw the same.
Here goes SoFi. Yeah, you had mentioned that right away, and I sort of like pushed it to the side, but I mean, Adara's searching for it. Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. Thanks, Adara. If she finds anything else, obviously, now you know.
It's a weird thing because I always feel way better if something's popping parabolically on news and you're like, oh, but there's nothing happening on the stock. It's so much psychologically easier to short something when there's no news and it's popping than to just buy the dip when there is no news.
AMD's ripping back up.
But again, if you think about it, stocks usually go up. It shouldn't be that way psychologically, but it is.
I still like, so the only position obviously that, you're in Intel, but the only position that I've been looking at is SoFi so far. And like, it fell in. It almost got us out again of this trade. Like just trying to, like we're long at 66 here. We shouldn't, probably took a little too many shares maybe at 70, but I'm happy with where we got it at 50. Like that was for me the level right into here. So if we wind up losing this bid here on SoFi, then we'll just chalk it up to a try and not a good one. I honestly, the more members, the more people involved with SoFi, the banking charter, just everything that they reported, I really like the stock. I don't know what's going on with Robinhood. We sort of was looking over there as well today. The fact that they were being considered for all of those Trump accounts, that's something for SoFi and Robinhood. I mean, it'd be nice if SoFi was being considered there as well. Maybe they are, but that's what Robinhood's doing. And then there's AMD kind of doing its thing, bouncing back upside right now. So good on you, AMD. It looks like you might be the one there. I was talking about shorting that 242, but again, with momentum now hitting the market, AMD looks like it wants to get upside, so we might as well just wait. There, see, I can't get my mouse again. Up to 247, 248. So we'll have to wait to see if there's anything there. Yeah, I wonder if there's a way that we can like make it not go back to our back monitors in the middle of the day.
I would like that, to be able to turn it off. So anyway. It's just, if you're wondering what the heck Sean and I are talking about, when we do the aftermarket show, like our PCs get mirrored to these screens. And so, of course, it's like the same screens over there. And then you lose your mouse configuration.
I'm about to lose SoFi here.
So Intel, too early, picking that $0.50. Waited till it made a topping tail candle up at the prior high, which is what I should have been going off of. But just because I had a bad initial entry, I can't change the way I'm getting out of it, which is to pull back into VWAP. So I got to take some out in front of VWAP because that's the structure of the trade. IBIT is still going, Bitcoin is still going higher, I should say, not IBIT. IBIT's what I'm looking at. But it hasn't really broken out yet. So there's been nothing parabolic. I'm waiting for it to get somewhere into this 47.75. Spot prices are at 83, so it'll be more like 84. I think it needs to get to about 84, 84 change, something along those lines.
SMCI.
And then Tesla, there might not be a dip to be had here on Tesla. It's still gliding higher and kind of framing towards a breakout, which I don't want to break out today. I don't want to take any even dollar breakouts on Friday. I think any big optionable level usually false breaks the first time. So if it holds trend, I'll probably go for like some kind of trend dip buy. And then silver is the other thing we got to pay close attention to. I'm just waiting for an obvious trend on the 15 to revert, just like the last 3 days. That's what's worked for me. It's not there yet because I don't really include the pre-market. Because again, the best ones have been after it's settled down, 15, 30 minutes in sometimes on SLV. We got a super chat about JP Morgan. But I haven't looked at the banks. You know, we didn't even talk about Chevron and XOM either.
Oh, yeah, we didn't even. Why was that not on our board there? We did not talk any oil
XOM
whatsoever. We had the two major oil names reported, but
I own one, too.
So much going on there. Yeah. Well, I own them all with XLE, but
Oh yeah, well that.
XLE's been an absolute breaker.
So Control Alt Escape. We love JPM. Still going, lads. Bosch.
I love some JPM.
Okay.
Oh. It's not really going.
Okay,
up 0.6.
I mean, it's kind of flat right now. No, I like we like the dip buy in the banks. I like Morgan Stanley a little bit better. That's also doing nothing here today. Well, the market's going up. Maybe it's more tech related because wow, we're absolutely blasting. Thank goodness we had that stop on Intel. It's back to 49.
Is it? Okay.
Back to 49. Like, if you give it to the high, sometimes it's just not even worth giving something to the high of day. That's a new thing. A lot of times, if I'm reverting short on the way back up, the high of the day is almost like a trap. Like have a tighter stop, and then if it fails the high, then you can get back in. So now that's up 1%. And what's AMD doing? And AMD's almost back to where it started.
Yep.
I mean, one of those days, huh, AMD?
Sure is. All right, so SNDK made a move to 640. Now it's 655. So it's just moving upside right now for SNDK. It does make a downside play, and now nothing but love. See you. Wow. This is like, that was just 250. I just talked about it 250. Now it's 258. Now it's 259. Or sorry, 259. Now it's 660, 659. This just keeps, sorry I put a 2 in front of it. That was last week. But here we go, 660 now for SNDK. It was just at 640. So that's just a huge move on this move up on the market. And same kind of way about how you feel about Intel, I feel about SoFi. Like, good thing we got out of it. Like, there it goes. You know, sold a little bit there at 25 when it first, oh, come on, cursor. When it first bumped up there into 25, then there's the move down. There goes SoFi, nice downside push again, all the way to that. So we're going to figure out now what's going on with SoFi, of course. And yeah, leave it alone now. You know, if you guys are looking for the long here on SoFi, this is just a 1-minute chart. You know, yesterday's bottom we've already breached. And like, that was a bad move yesterday in the market. So you know, pick it up, man. You're getting to that $22 mark. That's the 50 period, or sorry, the 200 period moving average. All right, Tesla making moves as well. Here, another name that, you know, sort of we had talked about today on that sort of, you know, it's day 2 earnings play, so it's not, you know, necessarily the be all end all here, but a nice move down up to 430, down to 424 goes Tesla right now. But yeah, just trying to play a little calm right now. The market is taking out near highs. Probably was a good buy, the 200 period moving average right there on Tesla. So we'll have to wait to see what happens now. If it comes back into that 420, let's call it 423 flat, maybe would be your out. But buy some dips at 424 using 423. I think I'm going to try that there on Tesla. But it's 942 right now, so getting a better feel for what this market wants to do. Yeah, Tesla down there at 423 isn't a horrible spot.
You've got USAR bouncing huge right now. Shout out to Yatube37, was just checking MP. So anybody, yeah, if you tell me USAR is up, the first place I'm going to look is MP Materials because I have it. But that is, it's a nice reverse. This is a perfect reversal area right at 23, not because of the GOAT, Michael, but just because it's where the support was before. Like, it's been a bad week for these stocks in the entire group. There was some concern that minimum price level was not going to get upheld by the government on rare earths. It kind of got walked back. Like it wasn't entirely true, but there might be some truth to it. So you're getting a nice relief rally. I don't know why I have 25. I do remember why I have 25.5. It was this little gap in here. So I think if this gets to 25.5, that's been a good resistance level. I don't know why I wasn't paying attention on this day to it. That's a good reversal level, but you got room to get there for sure. But the way the market started out today, I just feel like the lowest fruit for myself is going to be Bitcoin if I'm looking for a pop and fade. It's short. I feel like this is the one that's been worth it. And as we're starting to get higher, waiting for this 477 here as we're now at 83.5. Okay. I'm
style. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm never gonna stop showing this cat. This cat is something else, man. Like, honestly, now it's hanging out in the carry bag here. Like, I don't know. Just this has been amazing. She comes on her name and everything now. It's just been an amazing journey there as the cat is back. All right, I'm going long right now at 24. So 424, we should be able to get we may be able to get a fill down here at 424. I'm just going to use 423. There it is, 423 as the out. So $1 worth of risk here to see if Tesla can climb, right? I mean, First target for the out will be VWAP, and then, well, or whatever, the 21 period. 24, okay, nice move back up here. 425, let's take something out. I said first out. See, this is the problem when I trade. I said first out would be 425.50, and I'm already at 425. But that little top, yeah, 425.50, not bad. Okay, well, now I'm involved in the stock ahead of numbers. So let's see. Maybe we can get one piece out here on Tesla. If we can get that at 425, we'll do it. We'll take $1, but we'll only try to get out of a little bit and then see if we can run from there. Over to Adara for some nummies.
Obviously, we had that harder than expected PPI earlier today. This number not going to be as closely watched, but U.S. Chicago PMI 43.7 is the forecast. Previous print 43.5. We have 10 seconds until we get this number. So again, we are expecting a slight uptick here, 43.7 versus the prior print of 43.5. In 2 and 1, we're going to get this number, just waiting for it to populate here. That Chicago PMI coming in at 54, so well above estimates here. Again, consensus here was around that 43.5 is what I'm seeing. We actually get it at 54, and the market not reacting too much. I'll switch to a 3-minute chart for you guys here, but market not reacting too much to that stronger than expected Chicago PMI, 54 versus the prior print of 43.5. Back to you.
Well, let's see if the market reacts well to that number. I mean, a higher PMI, not necessarily great for the market, but we'll see what winds up happening right here. We did get a piece out, obviously, as we talked about that, at that 424.80 level or so, but we're still into 70% of this one. So here we go. Looks like this one will lose the bid as well as the market's getting a little weaker. I'm only in this for $1, so here we go. If it does break 423s, make sure my order's there, yes, then we're gonna get out. So here it comes again. Not too much luck on that number there. And we always say, like, if you're into, there it goes. If you're into a spot in a number, maybe just like give it a little bit of a room there, because you don't want that number to be horrible and then bang, tank to the downside. So just before that number came out, we were able to get out a little bit there. And there's the break of 423 out on Tesla. So not great rate there, but I think it was worth a shot for TSLA on day 2 earnings. So a little dangerous there. SoFi still at $24, but I kind of think I like the long on SoFi at some point here today. It was a good report. It has gotten beat up just a little bit there. Let's see if SoFi can't get going. Maybe a break of this 21 period to change momentum a little bit for SoFi, but of course Tesla's right back upside now, so maybe we tuck the bottom wick there. Let's wait to see the market trying to bounce as well.
Yeah, the market doing not a heck of a lot. It's individual names that are going to be the story. So topping tail and IBIT here, so trying to get the short in the 30s, the low 30s. But look at the NASDAQ. So false break of the highs. It's kind of the reason, whatever, it was part of the reason I wasn't a huge fan of chasing anything up to the long side. And now you're starting to come back in. What's Intel doing? Intel's too far to the downside. But Apple, unfortunately, yeah, Apple loses the bid. That 255, it's now resistance on Apple that we're talking about on the 15-minute. So there was your support level, muted bounce there initially, but now it's turning into resistance, which is going to be trouble if the stock is going to hold us down here. 2% down on, it's not like they're not having a Microsoft moment, but anybody show me what in that report would suggest that it should be weak. And yes, silver is now turning. This is what happens, man. Intel wasn't even on the list. I got to move one chart to Intel. When I traded, of course, it was a silver chart, and silver is breaking higher on the trend line. But you know what? If I come in bearish, so if my thought is bearish, then my preferred reversion is let it trend up and then short. And I'm bearish on silver. So yes, this obviously would have worked, and I probably should have it because that's what I said. But on a 15-minute chart, I'd like to go in the direction that I'm favoring, and I am favoring short on this. So now you're getting an uptrend. Not yet, but you're starting a potential one. Like, you would have to hold this, give me 3 points, and then we've got one. I'm only in IBIT, that's the only position we're in, but silver is starting to look at least a little bit interesting on that 15-minute.
All right, if you are a savvy Canadian trader and you're looking to boost your exposure, you can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily levered ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish
that's right,
or potentially bearish, these ETFs are built for you, the active day trader. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca. before investing. So thank you to Beta Pro for that.
By the way, we're working on the position board.
Okay.
Apologies. I didn't notice that it wasn't working. Sometimes we're looking at our own stuff. So it is not working right now because it
definitely not working.
No, because there was a moment when I think we just both gotten out of something. I just kind of figured we weren't in position. But if it didn't show, like I'm into IBIT, I'm actually about to reload it. So if they get a fill here,
Tesla's going back up.
Okay, yeah, it's obviously not working because I just took another fill. I got the other fill in the 30s here, so 47. I got 33 short. Larry Bird action.
Good.
There was a GOAT debate happening in the chat, by the way, and I liked one thing. One thing I agree with wholeheartedly. There is way too much GOAT talk. People keep throwing around like greatest of all time.
Yeah, because it's Scotty Barnes, right? Why is everybody talking about somebody else?
Like way too easily. Like the whole point is there should only be like a few names, because someone said like Steph Curry in basketball.
No, well, his name doesn't come up in that conversation.
Like it's arguable. I make an argument. Best point guard of all time. I think I could put him number 2 after Magic. That's reasonable. But the best player of all time is kind of ridiculous. And I don't think he'd even say it himself. But even Michael Jordan didn't want to be called a GOAT. He's like, I don't think I'm a GOAT. He literally said that. He's like, you can't compare eras. It's like, what's the greatest stock of all time?
NVIDIA.
What's the greatest company of all time? Could be Standard Chartered. Like there's like old companies from like 100 years ago that probably statistically you can make the argument for.
Yeah.
And it's hard to make
No.
that
I mean that's the only thing that you can for sure say is Wayne Gretzky is the GOAT.
It's he's probably the only one where it's so ridiculous. There's no comparison.
There's nobody there.
He was
but then I mean, look, LeBron has accomplished unbelievable. So both of those guys, like if you're ever gonna have greatest players, I think that's something to be considered there for those two. Okay. All right. Yeah. Muhammad Ali. Actually, that might be another one.
But if you're a hardcore boxing fan,
which I don't
in
think
the ring,
is here, but.
Sugar Ray Robinson was probably pound for pound a better boxer than Muhammad Ali. I love Muhammad Ali, my dad's favorite boxer of all time. But Sugar Ray Robinson was unreal.
Yeah, I think Muhammad Ali would probably be consensus GOAT though on that one. All right, SoFi just still moving down. Like I said, this is why earnings, man, cannot be overlooked on any day, right? It's like you never know where your positioning is going to be once this market opens up, right? Like real money eventually flows in. And what I mean by real money is like these are the speculative buyers, right? That think that SoFi had a good report, which they did. There's no question about the numbers. But what does that leave the stock as a whole, right? Does it match up with the PEs that people have as their forward expectations for SoFi, right? I mean, I don't know, but they sold this off. I don't know if there was a big hedge on here or something, but I was not expecting this. SoFi's down 10% now. Like it was up 7% at its highs when we first talked about it, and now it's down 2.5. So you're almost breaching the 10% intraday. And it's not intraday really, it's from the pre-market, but $26 is where we opened. We're at $23.50 right now. Yuck for you, SoFi. I really like this stock, and I think if there's one name that I may be buying off out of all these things so far would probably be SoFi. Let it settle down. We talked about Microsoft maybe with a nice buy, generational move yesterday on Microsoft. All right, so you were in Intel, but
I am still are in it. I actually I took another fill and
I haven't taken it.
Still not working. So apologies. We are restarting it right now. Get a refill at 37.34, but at 32, average price 33. That's why it's for the gold. But then in the prior high, and then volume weighted average price. Looking for some continuation on IBIT, but we don't want to sleep on SLV because it's right into. I'm not trusting my VWAP. I'm just gonna work with the trend lines. One of the reasons why I like this early in the day, I don't like my volume weighted average price because it's reacting to some of those crazy dark pool wicks. Still moved a lot overnight, so the VWAP shifted. It didn't actually trade up there, so that might not be VWAP. I just want to see it break the trend, confirm that we're underneath, and then jump into the short. So IBIT's going, Intel, who cares? And SNK, I know this The profit taking is starting to come in. Here's your false break. It's holding underneath VWAP. Nothing crazy. It's still 17.5%, obviously. But yeah, there's some profit taking. While the market is holding out some strength, SanDisk is trying to pull back and looking at super debt. Which
I'm taking shares, by the way. Definitely not working.
This is about the Mac.
I'm not
TSLA, Tiger Woods.
I really like Tiger Woods. I mean, there's many names. So,
Not trading movie for me. We said it was a rogue trader.
yeah. For me, I really like watching Wolf of Wall Street just because I feel like there's some sort of comedic aspect there, and there's some girl in that's
Never heard of her.
never seen something else. I can't remember. There it is, 428. Nice move to the upside here. Here we go. Let's go. 427.20. Can't see this, but we're $2 in right now. We know we got dumped out there. I'm trying to focus on like specific names, and we will run over. I think we've covered many names for you here today, but sometimes you look left and you miss it. So I do want to make sure that we have this for sure. The Go Charlie Sheen, that's a good one. Okay, nice move there. 427 and change. Maybe for Ray Howard Stern. I don't know. I'm spitballing now. We have moments here. All right, let's look at silver just real quick. Again, move right to view up. I think this was honestly very, very close for me pushing that button. I was waiting for this move right here in the 200 period just to see the action around it. We didn't wind up pushing it there, but if it does come back up to the 83 level, I think that's a decent area. And I still mind this 88 short, by the way, for silver if it does come back in. We are battling through VWAP right now. It doesn't seem to want to break that. So yeah, we understand that, guys. The position move right here on SMCI, this breakdown to see if we get back into 29. So that's something to consider again for SMCI. I don't know if that's where I really want to look though right now. It's just there's not as much happening. Like that would have been a good short, but this is written on the note. So I did have a 30 short. If you like it, I could say that now you have a nice top there, give yourself 30 cents. I think it works, but there's just not enough action in the name right now for me to like go over there and say, let's focus on SMCI. So not going to do that right now, but that is something to look at because it was on the list. I always like going back to the list because I made it for a reason, and that was that these were names that I wanted to look.
I'm hating my list right now.
Yeah, and I hate my list most days, but
no, it's because I usually listen to it.
Yeah, and oh well, we might get a look at this here for Neil's list there. But there it is, man. There's the push down. Yeah, man, it's so frustrating because like I had the other day 190 written on Tesla or on NVIDIA. It went to like 189.80 and then ripped back up and we missed it. But yeah, SoFi is just really sad. Like I thought we had a good winner on this.
It always does.
I don't know, man.
I think
guess,
we'll be fine. What's going to happen is
Santa
we'll look
Claus
back
won't be
next
coming
week.
this year.
We do this every time on SoFi earnings, and then we come back a week later, and we usually feel pretty good about the stock. We'll go to Palantir in a second. The only reason I'm usually pretty good about this, but I said 49.25. Neither of these transactions are anywhere near that price on Intel. And then the breakout is if it's 15, it's over on the 15-minute. Well, did I look at the 15-minute chart? No, I didn't. I traded without going to the higher time frame, which is always a bad idea. On the higher time frame, there's that top. There's the wick at the 15-minute when it breaks trend. So that's the only place worth being short is up here. And now if I'm trying to catch the bounce back higher, I can try a lower high here at like 49. That could make a little bit of sense. But as far as Palantir goes, remember, Palantir reports on Monday. Okay, so like your pre-earnings report here, and on the weekly chart of Palantir, it's about this 146, 147 that's support on the weekly, not the daily. It's a huge and monstrous level, but it doesn't matter whether if it's that high of a time frame, it's irrelevant whether it breaks it for a half an hour in the morning. It's what happens tonight in the afternoon. Like I'll care more about that level in the close than I will the open because it's on such a high time frame. So I'm not calling that level a bounce spot at all at that low because I don't think it matters too much when you're looking at the weekly chart. So again, the only thing I'm in is IBIT. It's now consolidating off of VWAP. Still looking for the opening range low, but I haven't found a way to reload this position just yet. Oh, and guess what? Feed is still going right back up to the highs. That $5 break still potentially in play. It's trending up. It's above VWAP. Look, this stock has broken VWAP before and then just not cared. So it seems to even break that rule. Like you can trade under VWAP and still make a new high. And it did so earlier. This one's just asking for a $5 break, but for now, it hasn't done it yet. It's already time for Happening Now. Let's go to Adara.
Quite a lot happening now. We had a pretty massive day when it comes to earnings, either after the bell yesterday or before the bell today. We'll get into that in a second, but in the meantime, I just want to show you guys this market here, that 15-minute chart. As you can see, we get this top right off the open. Right now, not really able to eclipse that level, but certainly not a weak start to the day to the S&P 500, especially compared to the bloodbath we had yesterday morning. Now, one of the biggest things we had announced this morning just before 7 a.m., U.S. President Donald Trump coming out and naming Kevin Warsh as his pick or nominee here for the new Fed chair position to replace Fed Chair Powell. So interesting look, of course, for Kevin Warsh. It's going to be a story to watch going forward here. We also had PPI hotter than expected across the board, and Chicago PMI actually higher than expected as well. Let's talk here about AAPL, probably the biggest earnings name after the bell here today. They did beat expectations in their China revenue, notably ending a trend of year-over-year decline specifically for fiscal Q1 in China for Apple. So nice look for AAPL, the company. The stock, though, not reacting quite as rosily as you might expect with these numbers, though right now trying to bounce off of lows. We also had SNDK, definitely one to watch here. We gapped up and actually reached intraday high just below 680. Currently trading around 610s for SanDisk. They did have, of course, a double beat and guiding better than expected. They're still up 13% on the day, guys. So this isn't by any means a total mess, but certainly below these highs. We'll take a look here at AMD. This one was popping earlier. Catalyst was unclear, though. Some people were speculating it could have been one of those joking revert Jim Cramer plays because he called this one a long. Other tech names on watch include Microsoft and Tesla. Both on watch here after earnings had kind of rough earnings day ones, though Microsoft, of course, recovering into the close. Let's see how these tech names fare. Please make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Adara, for that one. So again, we're working on the position board. That is for sure. So I'm in a new position, so we'll just hit this. Well, SoFi's been flushing, but this is what I meant to hit. We finally, and I thought, again, not a big amount of shares or anything like that. I was thinking like this is the 21 period moving average. I have it on here for a reason. Generally speaking, like a trend change kind of a situation. We haven't broke through it yet. I'll give you an example right here. Here's Apple. I wasn't looking at it, but probably should have. There's the move down on Apple. Serenity now. Where's my cursor? There it is. There's the move down on Apple. There's the break of the 21 period. There's the move back up, right? AMD again, same kind of a thing. There's the move down. There's the break higher, right? And so I don't, if it works on SoFi, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We're going to use the low right there to get out, and we'll take it. Where's my stop? The stop is at 60s. So it'll be a 25-cent hit or so, exactly a 25-cent hit. If it does break below its low. Right now, I'm not going to average in. If the move doesn't work, the move simply doesn't work. So right now, I'm long on Tesla, which Tesla's a good one, man. It's $1. And, we lost 50 or 60 cents initially on Tesla on that first break of the 200 period. And we didn't have a bottom area there. So I was playing on that wick. Now we're just going to play basically on this wick, 22.50 or so, right back into here. If we break, I don't even want to hold it all the way to 421.80. I'm just going to play a break of this momentum to the downside. Here comes 427. I'm actually sitting at 427. So maybe we get that kind of a fill, and then we can, okay, go. Maybe we can get that, and then upside since off of that play. So right now I'm in two positions. It's long Tesla, 24.80s. There it is. We get that fill, so that's a $2 winner. So we'll go like that, and then now here goes. All right, let's take a little piece out here. For this, we'll take out 10% at 93s. Did we get it? Yes, we did. So there it is. Trying to make a little bit of this money back here on SoFi. Let's see if we can. Let's let it mature up a little bit. Maybe it gets back to some of these. Maybe get back to some of these levels. Honestly, 24.20 right there. I need some anger management classes, man. All right, 24.20. We're going to wait to see where that goes from here. But Tesla's moving, SoFi's moving. Those are my two positions that I'm in. Let us know in the chat, guys, if anything's going on for you, because Neil and I are obviously a little busy with what we're doing, and we are working. Of course, I want to thank Fabian and everybody that's working on the position board. We understand that it's down. So if you are joining us for the first time, normally we'll have all of our positions up there. So Neil and I will do our best to give you. So people asking, what am I long SoFi? I mean, it's right here, 23.80. Sorry, 23.80, 450, probably 23.85. So just that break right there. We took it on this 21 period, breaking higher. There it goes, now through 24. I'm out of 12% so far. So I did a 5, I did a 10, and then a 2.5. So I get 2.5 at 24, the 10 for the first move, and then here we go. I do have an offer for another piece here, another 10% at 09, which we just got missed. So hopefully that will fill it. There it is. That will fill up, and now we wait for a bigger move here. And by the way, we are now $5 in the money right now on Tesla. So let's put an offer there and see if we can get that out. Yeah, buddy. Here we go, man. We're back, baby. It's Tesla, nice move to the high side there. SoFi, nice move. Double barrel longs over on this side. I don't know if you want to let people know what you're at. I can't even see what you're at.
I got out break even of my IBIT the last quarter, so we got all the way to VWAP. Look for the low of the day, obviously. So 1 for 2, we'll be flat on the day, up 1, down on the other is what it is. But silver is starting to come back into the upside. That's the one I got to watch out for here, because it did give you the mean reversion all the way to effectively the low of the day, and now it's trying to trend back up. So if it gets into VWAP again, that's where I'd look to put on the sell position if we're even able to get it there. I know that feed stock has broken that $5 level, but it's having some trouble with it initially. So that small cap gapper, this has been obviously all week long, and we'll probably talk more about them here. Feed did literally just break the $5 level as we speak. Super, super strong one. Unfortunately, the market's going, and the missed opportunity was Apple back through that support level of 255. So it looks like it is going to hold that one out. But if we're doing a reversion, the only thing that's giving you a reversion right now is Palantir. Like in this moment, Palantir just broke the trend line, which I will have to redraw, because every time I save a trend line, my chart decides it doesn't like me. So you'll probably see me redrawing a lot of my trend lines. But Palantir just broke the trend on the 3-minute, so it ends up holding that double bottom. And again, because on the higher time frame, it's a weekly chart level, I don't think that's like a traditional support that you just buy out in front of. So the entry for me has to be something structured, like there's the break of the trend line, and there is the long. The prior bar is way down here, so the prior bar high is where the out's going to be at 148.14. The long's at about the half, just underneath the half.
Yeah, good look there on
Gotta see the price because you guys don't see.
Yeah, so we just got we got a 430, we got a 427, 429.70 right there as we try to get a little lighter on Tesla. Okay, we'll figure out where it's going though. And this was a fail. So this got to 24. We got out at 9s. That's good. It does go to 13s or 14s there on SoFi. I'm still in this for this play. So if it does break down below, I'm not going to average into it. We thought this could be a momentum changer there for SoFi. Hopefully it still is. But that's still up in the
up in the air.
Sort of up in the air on good one. Up to debate whether or not SoFi wants to get going or not. Before I I just tried to get. I just did get out another piece there, by the way.
I missed another one because I
Tesla's wild. SNDK here. Huge move down. You know, we haven't said this that much. I don't want to say huge. I mean, you're still at 15%. Sure, it's down 10% or so from 675 high. It did just crack try to get cracked through 600. That was a nice bid. And look, there it is again. So this would be, the position board is not correct yet, but I'm going to take a fill. Here, let me take a fill right now and see if we are able to load up my positions. There it is. Yes. The position board is is wrong.
It's registering
it's reversed.
The fill. No, it's registering the last
hold on,
fill. No, that's better than nothing because at least the last fill is correct. But it's not right. I'll show you because
it's the other way around.
No, here it is.
I'm long SoFi.
No, it's giving you the last fill.
Yeah, it's giving us the last fill.
I just sold Palantir.
See, I don't know if Randy's real there or if he's like a. There, it's moving. Okay, good. Okay. Sometimes we get.
Okay, this is.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll take another coffee.
Yes.
This is arguably in some ways worse though.
Put some Kahlua in there.
Because that's the opposite of what we had.
What was that?
Oh.
Okay.
Just very quickly, because that was literally the opposite. I had a trend break on. I've taken trend breaks every single day on Warner Brothers Discovery, so it also broke trend. Like here's this little, what's this called, a wedge pattern? I think it's supposed to be. If you're a charter market technician, this is a wedge, right? So it broke the wedge, held on to VWAP, and then revert back into the high. But it showed the sell of the long instead of the actual long position.
Right.
So that's even. By the way. They are working on the position board.
Obviously. Yeah, it's not
and
right.
But if there was a new version of the software, which I logged into today, and I don't know if that has something to do with it, that would be on whatever. So it
shouldn't be because we have had so many updates.
Because we've had upgrades to the software before, and there was minor changes. It's an evolving platform. Like they're always adapting it and putting new features in. And I went into the new one today. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. We'll find out. But I am in that WBD to the long side. And silver. Just to go back to what's happening, silver's not at VWAP yet, so I'm not short this. I am looking short on the next time it gives me a mean reversion, which if it gets into 91 to 91.80 or so, that would kind of be the spot.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we're fine here. All right. Let's just keep on looking for some other names for everybody until we get the position board going. So it doesn't really affect our trading at all. So, all right. No.
Is this?
I already said yes to the chat. Check the chat, man. I already told you my positions are correct in the chat. All right. So here's Decker's right now.
That's right.
Yeah, it's still not right for me, but that's okay. Decker's had a big number, man. I mean, it was a great, we had better than expected sales on Hoka shoes. They have Uggs as well, but Decker's Outdoor also taking out some levels today as well, up 14.5%. Okay, so I'm still long Tesla. Here it goes, man. Tesla's now trying to break through 430. That looks like a good one, man. We're long at 425, man. There's a $5 winner right now for Tesla, trying to get higher. There it goes, TSLA, higher. Let's take out another piece here. Watch, now it's gonna say me short Tesla. So let's just see. I'm gonna try to get out here at 429.75. That's me sitting there on NASDAQ. Yes, it's right. For me.
It's correct.
Okay, good. So the position board, Fabian, I believe, is now correct. So there's my SoFi trade there. plus the Tesla trade. So good. Thank you, Fabian, for your patience and your help on that one. Yeah, so there's SoFi. So we got another out there at 24 when it just went to that upside there. So it's going to be like a 15-cent win. We have a little more than half right now. So, you know, if it does break that low, then we will wind up, I mean, trying to be honest here, like we'll wind up down on this trade if it does break through. So we still have that stop there. We're going to be very, very specific with what we're doing. A break lower there, and we're out of SoFi. I already have the order in. And I think that's one thing that you can learn from most. Yes. Thank you. Randy.
Randy just keeping us
salute.
fed.
Ooh, yeah, is that a comment on the feed stock? Randy, how did you like the egg sandwiches today? Bacon was, yeah, okay. I thought you were gonna go like that. They're a little greasy, I find nowadays, but yeah.
Greasy isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's not. It may not be the healthiest for you, but it is certainly incredibly tasty. Anytime, by the way, Andre. No, IBIT. So.
IBIT Wagwan.
I always have rules for entry, which is I'm looking for the topping. Oh no. I think the position board just went again. I always look for topping candles or solid entries. This time, had the break-even stop. It didn't really give a clean reload here, but obviously the same spot on IBIT is continuously working. The other thing I can now clue into, so here's the open, kind of hard to see, and there's the higher low. So it has a chance to break under VWAP and then be a short from there. As well on IBIT. So I still prefer to be short that name. A name that is probably dangerous to be short today in the last couple of days is Enview Medical, and the ticker is FEED, F-E-E-D. The company designs and markets guided feeding tube platform to hospitals across the USA today, and the majority of hospitals do this procedure blindly, and that leads to avoidable injuries from misplacements. Think of this platform as a GPS for feeding tube placement, which can streamline how care teams are able to work. And what stands out is the growing appetite for this platform throughout the US. Hospitals now, it'll have their tech fit right into their clinical needs. And today, they're already in 38 hospitals nationwide. As hospitals push for safer, more efficient solutions, Enview looks like a company building scalable technology with real-world demand behind it. Definitely one to watch. And speaking of feed, it is now, it just tagged $5.50. So another day, another rally. It is now completely broken out. Well, I mean, it probably has to close above $5, but yeah. And it's done this in 3 days. 3 sessions. We talked about it 3 days. It's gone up for 3 days in a row. And another fresh high just got made today. And the good thing about this one for small cap traders, I don't think it's done this with any halts. I'm pretty sure Feed has been doing this in an orderly fashion. I don't think there's been a single halt in this stock the last 3 days.
No, we did get stopped out there on our SoFi, but we'll go back in just a little bit now on that trade. But yeah, not a good one. Stopped out at 75% of SoFi as it's still trying to figure itself out. But what's going upside, man, is this Tesla seems to be a rocket ship today. We did have that one. We have both of these stocks that we traded on were marked down. We had SoFi initially at 25, so I think we're starting to learn a little bit now is like why once we break some of the levels that we had liked initially, we probably shouldn't make the move back into those names. So, you know, lesson learned on that. XOM just coming in quickly here as well. Hot today, obviously off earnings, but down 1.3%. And, you know, if you guys are wondering like why we're not sort of looking at some of these oil names, this is pretty much why. It's pretty flat into the day. So, yeah, not much. Apparently Hassett is like saying right now that he is not upset at all that he got overpassed. What a surprise. I mean, imagine he was like, yeah, man, I'm really pissed off at Donald. I mean, you know, you don't want to do that anymore. So that's for sure. But he's really happy with Warsh. He's talking about how he can speak to exactly the right policies for, so anyways, just letting you know that that's the kind of talk right now. We can go over, and I did actually look at the dollar. I had it up there a couple days ago, and even yesterday, the DXY when we were looking at silver, and so we can do that again. Let me just go over to a 1 minute chart just to see what is going on. So it's a nice move higher right here for the US dollar today. Maybe this is something, I think this is about when it was announced, around 7 to 7:30 this morning, I believe, was the pick, and then there it goes straight to the upside. So
It's like around 6:50 a.m., between 6:50 and 6:55.
Exactly. So that's the exact move right there to the upside for the U.S. dollar. So there we go on the U.S. dollar. Let's just wait to see where that winds up going. But nice upside move there. And yeah, so that's nice. Finally, the U.S. dollar needs to get a little bouncy with it. So Hasid talking now, so we can review that at some point. Apple, just quickly, another earnings name. You know, we tried to buy SoFi near the lows. Obviously, you know, this was a better name. I can't tell what the difference is.
There's something
on that one. Yeah,
Roblox
I just heard in my ear too about Roblox.
Yeah, so Adara's probably going to be scouring
nicely
for the news right now if there is any, but Roblox just took a bit of a tilt down, $3, now 9% to the downside on Roblox. This is a flat bottom break on the daily as well on Roblox. You know, a lot of the story recently has, when it's been dropping, has been related to, I guess, child safety concerns. And, you know, not to rehash an old story, it could be that, just speculation. We're going to go to Adara in a quick little second, but there is support at that's all the way down at 62. That's like 10%.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to take this yet.
No, this is, I think there's going to be an opportunity in the stock. I'm just not sure we're there yet. We'll go to Adara once she has the story. Obviously, something going on negatively here for Roblox.
Well, it's not just Roblox, it's Unity as well. And so I'm seeing people on X attribute this move to the fact that apparently Google, as of yesterday, announced this Project Genie. I guess these demos are leading to a new worry for these gaming companies that if AI models can generate interactive worlds on an end-to-end basis, game engines could become less relevant over time. That is what I'm seeing here. And that's why Unity, and I'll show you guys Unity too. This is Roblox, but Unity certainly, actually, in some ways, looks more aggressive with the selling than Roblox and certainly more consistent. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing here. The only thing I'm seeing, and something I'm seeing a lot of on social media, again, are worries about what Project Genie from Google means for these companies going forward. Back to you.
It's like, you can't, honestly, you can't catch a break. Like when one of these multinational, multi-trillion-dollar names gets involved with your business, that is not a good look, man, at all. But I don't know, man. I don't know if Optimus is trading this Tesla stock or not and just hitting the buy key by accident, but it is just like, I don't know. It's off right now. We are almost $10. We're $7 right now in the money on this Tesla trade. It's a big one. So there it goes, man. We had a monster trade yesterday with AMD. We had $16 on that one. Now we have another 7 right here on Tesla as that just continues to absolutely rip north side up, rip faces off. Shout out to North Face, by the way, good brand. But there it goes. We'll see what happens now. 433 and change going upside now for Tesla. There we go.
Yeah, this market's doing absolutely nothing. And silver, which for all of the expectations with silver that it would be crazy today, it really hasn't. And it's actually holding out. Try to ignore the $8 at 8 o'clock. You have a lot of dark pool wicks. If you try to ignore those, which is all you can do, it has a very distinct from the pre-market 7 o'clock downward trend. And I hate to say it, I mean, obviously you can break in either direction at this point, but right now that would be an all-day trend break if it gets and closes above 91 on the next 15-minute candle for Tesla. But IBIT's still continuing to go down. I don't know if we'll get the reload at the top. But what I do have to look for now is there's your break, open, higher low, hold a VWAP or attempted hold, now the break of the trend line. So short under VWAP once this is confirmed to jump back into this bad boy. As the NASDAQ is giving you nothing. The ES is giving you nothing. The range, about 100 points on the NASDAQ. 25.8 on the NQ, 25.9 1/3 up at the top. So while we sit in a range-bound trade there, you got to be in things where they move. Like if you can grab top to bottom, fantastic. That's the best you can do, and then wait for the next opportunity. That's the kind of market we're in. So we're going to try to do that again on IBIT. Only this time not the top, looking to short it with a lower high. I think it's 10.20 already, which does mean we have to go to the small cap recap with Adara.
A little bit past 10:20, guys, where I was trying to find some of these small cap movers, and I looked at the ones you guys were looking at in the chat. So all of these are going to be names that I saw pull up in our chat screener. Of course, shout out to Fabian as always. Let's talk about FEED. We were lucky to have CEO Doran Besser yesterday on the show live at 12:45 p.m. You can check that out during the midday yesterday. But either way here, FEED, this is now a day 3 move on Wednesday morning. The company announces that they've signed a U.S. distribution agreement with UDeliver for over-the-counter reusable ENFit syringes. Then we've got USAR Obviously, a little bit of a larger market cap name, and certainly one that was on watch with U.S. government deals earlier this week. But they actually did have a catalyst today. Cantor Fitzgerald raising its price target to $35 for rare earths, or USA rare earths, from $28, maintaining that overweight rating. Now, this obviously moving lower. I did see it, though, in our screener, so I wanted to bring this up. Global Interactive Technologies, I could not find any news on this. They has been halted to the downside, as you can see a couple times here. A couple days ago, announcing they acquired the master and global distribution rights to the official theme song for The Legend of Mega Race. So there has been some eyes on GITS, though, again, no catalyst for today for this one. Again, stuff I saw in the chat screen that I did want to mention to you guys. Thank you very much for putting those names in there. And please make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the content. Back to you.
What's that the theme music of? I'm sorry. You know, I also don't know what that is. I was just curious because like it started with Legends. I'm like, oh, maybe I know this. It's some kind of like a fantasy or nerd thing, but I have no idea what that might be. Uh-oh. All right, I think we've jinxed it. I mean, you can't go up forever. We got to report it. Feed broke $6 and rejected the $6 break and is now halted to the downside. It's still above the 5 on the daily.
Here we go.
There's that $5 level. It's still above that, but it's halted at $5.09 on FEED, indicating a 506 tap.
All right, man. Wow, we're $8 in the money on Tesla. We put our first silver trade on. We're $1 in the money on that silver trade off of VWAP. So yeah, man, the trading is happening now on SLV. So let's wait to see if we do get finally a little bit of a flush. I'm only out at 20% there, but that is a nice move. Let me take out another 5% right here if we can get in. Now, of course we can. So much liquidity, man. If you push bid, enter, or offer, enter, you're getting filled on silver right now. So lots of liquidity. We'll see if we can take down that day's low. But right now, here we go, man. It's another dollar. It's another one. And we're pretty happy to get that on board for you guys right there. So shout out to DJ Khalid right there. I'll put up another bid at 89. And then we'll try to let the rest go, man. We've said that we are going to try to see if we can hold something a little bit more. But hey, you know, we took the hit on SoFi. We have $9 now on Tesla. And you could see, man, this is like trading pretty aggressive. Right now, we'll see if silver does wind up holding this 89 area. Let's put a bid out right there. And then there's that break that we had written down on the note of $88. We'll see if that can come through. Maybe we'll add to this position on an $88 break. I mean, hopefully I get that option to do that. I mean, that means that we would have obviously a $3 winner, but let's wait to see what winds up. There it is. Come on, give me that 89. We're at 89.19. There it is. So we get that fill now. And there it is, man. $1. We're in the money now, almost $10 in total right now. But we are getting a little bit of a fade here on Tesla. Let's go over to Tesla here and get out a little bit more if we can right now. Tesla, all right, offer here. Let's go 432.52. Good play on this one, man. $8 there, $1 on silver. So far, so good. So, yeah, thank you, Mike P. DeRider, in the chat right there. I mean, I just hope that you guys are trying to at least look at some of this. Yeah, there it is. DJ Reese as well. Thank you so much for your comments in there. And then there it is, you know, one of our favorites here, Mr. DeRider there. Yeah, thank you so much for all of that right there. Sean Booming. And then here we go. Mike, I can't, oh, there it is. Slaying as usual. Yeah, sometimes that's what happens. But there we go. Nice move down there. Thank you so much to everybody for supporting these positions and hopefully having a good time there with us. But I do have an offer at 434 on Tesla. So that'll give us $10. Hopefully that can hit. And almost, but we're almost out of this trade anyways, man. We have about 10% left or so. No, actually, yeah, about 10% left of our position. So far, so good there. Hassett's now done speaking. He was talking about strong dollar, which obviously has sort of helped the silver short. We can just quickly, we're going to go to Adara for the comment.
Anytime he says strong dollar, all you see is Bitcoin and the metals go down. Every time. Every time.
I was going to mention those comments on the dollar that Sean just alluded to. Yeah, basically just saying there's a lot of good reasons to want a strong dollar, and the strong dollar is the Treasury's policy. He also is mentioning here these legal issues with the Fed, which, by the way, are actually the reason that even certain Republicans said they're not going to be voting to confirm Kevin Warsh until these issues are resolved. Hassan's saying these issues should be resolved quickly, and that the Trump White House wants Warsh confirmed quickly. So again, for Warsh to be confirmed quickly, as I've mentioned, that depends, at least for some people, on there being a resolution to this probe. So we're going to have to wait and see, but interesting comments coming from Hassett with regards to the dollar and with regards to the Fed confirmation process. Back to you.
And back to the lows we go. So we didn't get the highs Obviously, it would be nice to have found the reload there, but the trend break on IBIT was right at the volume weighted average price. We're right back into the low of the day. This is obviously not, look, I'll go to a daily chart for you. This is obviously not looking good for Bitcoin, but there is still the November low at about 46 on IBIT, which I think is like, I don't know, 80 something. Here, I'll go to spot prices to give you, because some people might be actually looking at Bitcoin instead of IBIT. It's up to you. We're always looking at Bitcoin. That's spot 80,000. Yeah, it is 80K. So if we get to 80K, it's about 80 and a half. So if you drop beneath 81, that's an obvious exit point and a potential bounce spot in here today. But the second short, now I'm going to hold for the break of the low and then just go mean reversion. So the second it breaks the trend, I want to jump out. And that's just about having like a plan of action. I want to be short. You wait for your level. It was like WBD. Like it broke the trend line.
Board again?
So we jump in. It doesn't really go, like it goes halfway for the move. I elect not to reload at the volume weighted average price because it never shows me strength. And then we dip out just underneath the volume weighted average price. So we stay up on it, that kind of a thing. And I wait for the next opportunity in that stock. Maybe it comes like it did for IBIT. Maybe it doesn't. But you got to be willing to stick to your plan of action. So good start to the day. There's no question about that. And oh my goodness. SNDK could break 600.
No. Well, I mean, yes. I mean,
well,
I don't,
look, I'm not.
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I've been thinking it was going to sell for a very long time, and no, but I think this is still in the profit-taking realm because all you've done, you gapped up. It's now filled in the gap to the aftermarket levels, so it's still more in the hey, people are taking profits more than it's falling apart. It probably needs to lose even the 590 in here before you'd start thinking this is absolute doom and gloom. Like again, blowout quarter, but I don't care how good your earnings are. If you've literally I mean, it depends on where you start looking for them, but you're up, what, it was 230% or something since the beginning of January, whatever that works out to, 240 to over $600. It's completely insane. It does matter how far you've traveled going in, as big as the earnings were. And there's strong arguments, you had an upgrade today as well, that there's more growth potential here. Like if they do this, like NVIDIA did this for a few quarters in a row when they had this kind of a moment. If SNDK were to pull this off next quarter, then anybody that's thinking short is obviously wrong about it. But for today, profit taking on SNDK, and it seems wise to me.
Yeah, so we were able to get out at 434 on Tesla. The high looks like it's going to be 435. So we take another piece out, and now we have like under 5% left of this trade. So downside now for Tesla, just trying to break. I mean, that's that 21 period. So we've talked about, getting some out as we break that level. So I'll take a piece out right now and just hold the rest for 429. I mean, even a 429 break is still $5. So I think that we're doing pretty good on that one. So let's put that in right now. And look, if it breaks it, it breaks it. That to be exact, we can even go to VWAP. We have very little left. So let's go 427.99. And it would suck to lose it, obviously, as we get lower. But okay. We'll give it a second right there. But all right, so that's Tesla. SoFi, man, been a really like. We used to have a throw up emoji, but I don't know where. I mean, we already tried it on that break. I am like down to try that again. On this 21 period break. Like it's been a good indicator. Like I've back tested this. This is not just something that, that's why it's on my charts. It's not. And we always say, like, if you lose because something doesn't work, that's a lot different than just losing because you don't have any idea what you're doing. I feel comfortable, obviously on the desk. It's literally what I'm doing here. But for 23, I mean, trying to do my best to host, but hopefully we're doing a good job on that. But for me, trading is where it's at. 23.40 right there. So if we do break that level, let's try to go a little long, and then we can even just use, like I was thinking about, a prior bar 5 minute. So that would be sort of that same level of 23.20. So we'd have to take enough shares that understanding that we would lose about 10 cents again, like if that does break and does not continue to go on, then I think, a retest of the lows. So it's a little bit of a different strategy. I'd like to try to play the long back upside rather than try to catch falling knives, right? And so that's what we did right there. It worked a little bit until it didn't, and then we just eventually just in and out there for a couple pennies, even for a loss. And now we're going to try to see if it can break upside right now. That is 23.42 or so. I'm pretty comfortable. I think we're going to try that and give it about 20 cents or so and see what winds up happening on that play. But yeah, silver, good couple outs, man. Our best out was right there, 89.20, and now that it was Hassett or Warsh, I can't remember. That was just talking. I think it was Hassett. Now that he's done, maybe we could see this move back up to the upside because he was talking strong dollar. So that would be something to look for in that trade. And then yeah, SoFi, just until it breaks that level, I'm just going to keep on watching it. That might not be the right trade. We got it super. By the way, silver now down again, so it's still that dollar now. We had a super earlier about J.P. Morgan saying.
We got another one about.
Do we? Okay, we can throw it up.
If we, I'm not on the page. I'll get it up. It's fine.
Okay, there it is.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Oh, okay. So yeah, Adam. Yeah, I think you and I are alike on this talk, right? I mean, I think that we do need to see a hold here for SoFi. So. Yeah. Let's see if it does hold. And you're talking about a key level on the daily, maybe, Neil? I don't know.
It's the 200 period, but
right there.
It's not.
It's close.
It's close. We're not necessarily there yet, but
real close.
The distinction without a difference. Look, it is a level that needs to hold, but if we're just, my goodness, that stupid SNDK chart. I still have that weekly up here. That's just, it breaks your brain when you look at that one. If you look at it on the weekly, if we go another step further on SoFi, if we did dip down to 21 on a weekly chart, this is actually the next big level would be a little bit lower from here. Look at the consolidation on the weekly at about $21 to $22, and then you have like wick bottoms down here. So there's a stronger level, in my opinion, on the higher time frame, a little bit lower. And SoFi does this on earnings, where you get the dip. This is not uncommon for the stocks. I don't think we should be overreacting here. With SoFi, and I get it. It doesn't look very good for the day. It is a bit of a critical level. This is how. Let me look. Yeah, it's not very clean trend. Let me look at the 15. The 15 minutes not even giving me reversion vibes yet. That's pretty heavy. It's not even setting up on the 15 for a reversion that I would like. Absolutely nasty. But we just ran off the lows. I have to decide if I want to reload IBIT again. We just ran off the lows. It's been putting in lower highs the entire way through on the 15-minute like this. So it's either, oh, there we go, actually just got the fill on that same trend line on the 15. You guys just saw it live, so position board is working. Now that I'm literally double checking every single time.
Yeah, I'm long.
Like I get a fill just to make sure that it's actually showing up. So on the trend, we're back in. I did not take it this time on the 15-minute, but we're in for the third time. It'll be about the 20 mark that I jump out of IBIT. So yeah, the market's trying to bounce, but still an inside day for the market. Like all that's happening is we're making slightly lower highs and slightly lower lows. Bitcoin's doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah, we might have to slow down a little bit here because, you know, the market's heading to the upside right now. I'm trying to get a little bit more silver up here. Obviously, we've gotten out of a piece, so we can sort of try to maybe let's reload a little bit here at 58. Oh, we just missed. That was me that just put some offers at 58 there, and obviously, oh, it's being pushed. So this is being, right now, this is being pushed down. Look at this. There's definitely programs on here that are layering bids and offers. Like that just all of a sudden showed up at 58. They got it to go down a little bit. Now they're removing.
Doing it on Bitcoin too.
Yeah, so maybe some algos going off here a little bit. I'm not sure, but that was a little interesting there.
Was it like 80? It was like 8,800 on multiple gateways. Was that the number?
Yeah. Well, now it's like looks like it's 5,800, but these guys are getting filled. Like it's very difficult to see actually if the fills are coming through on this or not. I don't actually see any thousands of shares. See 55, 58, 56. You see what I'm saying? They're all right here, but they're not actually getting. Some of them are, I guess, are getting filled, and I just can't see it fast. And there's a bunch. They just wiped whoever that was out, man. Someone is short a shit ton of shares right now on SLV. That's about all I can tell you. Or it was bids getting out. I shouldn't say. I don't know if it's a short or I don't know what it is, but right there's a lot of size getting pushed around right now on SLV. That is for sure.
And for the record, you don't always like to see that. Like if you're in a short that's working, I don't want to see that person layering down in because what happens is they might push it down for a bit, but if they get filled, that's bad because then they're getting lit up and it could head back into the upside. So the second I saw that happening, it was the same moment. We got that trend coming in, so I short that top. Immediately at the even dollar, it stopped. It stopped right at the even dollar and now starts heading back up. So I'm not reloading it while there's games being played. But it also could, you're right, like if both these names are going to react to the dollar, and the index. So there's always a chance that you just have some algo, which is like pairs trading. And oftentimes how the pairs trading will happen with the algos is they'll be sitting trying to capture like outsized moves. So they might be away from the book on both Bitcoin and silver, and then doing something similar on like the Dixie or something.
Right.
Just waiting to get these outlier fills because they have some weird hedge thing that they're, or maybe it could even be some kind of an algo that's just trying to scalp inefficiencies. But it was simultaneous. The second you saw that push down silver, I saw exactly the same thing on BTC. Would be interesting to see if it was happening in the dollar as well. But I don't like it when they do it because it just mucks up the technicals. Like if you're trading on a trend line, that issue is irrelevant if someone's gaming the stock.
Yeah, no, that's why when we look at that, it's I like it. And you're not going to, honestly, man, you're not going to push around silver with any size. Anyways, it's not something that I don't think is very pushable.
I think it was an arbitrage thing.
Yeah, like I said, it could have, and also it could have been someone that was short, or long, getting out of their positioning. Who knows? But yeah, AMD downside play pretty aggressive there today. It looks like it's trying to get back up. I just heard something in my ear, Adara, about Wells Fargo and AMD. I think something about their RAM business.
Wells Fargo is just saying buy on weakness. That's all I'm seeing. Yeah.
Okay, so there it goes. Thanks, Adara, for that one. Buy on weakness. So I think that makes a little bit of sense. I mean, we've seen stocks like NVIDIA. It's already 1040, by the way. Like that is blowing my mind how fast today went, to be completely honest with you. We are, as you guys all heard, we're going to be going to Adara very shortly with Sector Watch. The newest position for me, Tesla's still working, man. Tesla's $10 in the money right now. Like that's the alert trade. Thanks, Sharif, for that one on the side there. I just heard Sharif go, oh. Like before, it was like, ooh. But there it goes. So that's a trade there. SoFi, now we're back into that one. Just going to use this. I was saying like prior bars and stuff. So if we break, I was going to use prior bar 5 minute, which would be 21 break. But we haven't done very well on SoFi here today. So yeah, let's just keep it pretty tight on this one. And if it does break, maybe even below this 21 period again, then we can maybe think about getting out. I do hear the crutches being worked on in the back, so Joe's getting ready to go. We have 20 more minutes before we hit it off right now on the midday show. We're excited for everything that we've been bringing you today, including Adara's update, which is happening right now.
Itself is not happening now, as we know this is actually going to be sector watch, and a lot of these sectors are pretty weak. Lots of weakness here in electronic technology. AMD down 3%, though. Again, as we mentioned, we do have Wells Fargo saying buy on weakness. KLAC down in a big way here on earnings day one. You've got Seagate likely moving lower here in sympathy with Western Digital, and SanDisk, which again has given up a lot of that earnings gap. Tech services, a lot of flat names, but then you've got Apple down 8%, Meta down 2%, PLTR down 1.5%. Retail trade has some weakness as well. Carvana down 4% again as people continue to digest that short report we had on Wednesday. Costco to the downside, consumer services right across the board. Health services weak, non-energy minerals weak, of course, with these miners, including Newmont Gold, these gold plays trading lower on some of this give back in the metal space. Industrial services, transportation. Producer manufacturing, with a notable exception of GEV on a day 3 earnings move to the upside. But guys, it's hard to find a really strong sector. The one notable exception, of course, would be communications. All of these names up at least 2% each. T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon after Verizon's earnings report. Back to you.
Yeah, remember I said I don't like when someone's pushing around the stock? So tighten up the stop, didn't reload. I'll wait for it to look normal on iBid and resume this downtrend. Maybe even get underneath the volume weighted average price, because there's no reason, I'm not going to go red when it doesn't make any sense. And if there's something going on that's fishy, then I'll just stay away from it. But on the other hand, when it comes to fishy, that Intel's trying to get back up. And I know my note, I said 49.25 for short, then proceeded to short it at yesterday's highs instead of the highs from Wednesday. It is trying to get back up there. So I think the next opportunity for me is going to be a test of that 49.25 zone over on Intel. So it's trying to get there now. It's pressing higher, looking pretty good. I mean, Palantir's bouncing. The market's back up at the highs. You want to take stock. This is a moment where we're right back up at the top. Well, what's not at the high? Apple's still kind of languishing on the lows. That makes a little bit of sense because Okay, well, it doesn't make sense relative to the report, but the reaction to the report was to sell it, so it kind of makes sense. NVIDIA is breaking out and leading the way to a certain extent, and then you look over at AMD. AMD gets a pass for being where it is. To me, this still means AMD is kind of up because it had that drop in the pre-market, but it's at the actual opening range high. So relative weakness still pretty much just in Apple, I would say, out of the Mag 7 names. Haven't really looked at Meta. I have a weird assumption that Meta was doing okay, but I guess it's not. Meta's down a couple of points. But more importantly, like SNDK, it's still more in the profit-taking range than dropping out. It has to lose $710, and then you get worried. The same way SNDK would have to lose $590 for you to be concerned that it's anything more than profit-taking on a gap, I feel the same way about Meta.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I'm just in the positions right now. So yeah, look, we've been, the number one stock for me today will be silver, just because we haven't taken an L on it yet. And you know, knock on wood, maybe we should, you know, but you know what, we're always, taking an L on something is fine. It's like we already know where we're getting out. This is a VWAP. We already just tagged our good friend Brian Shannon. There, go follow me on Twitter for all these plays. But you know, that's we're looking lower now. So I'm bidding 30s, no, I'm bidding 25s. Hopefully, of course, it just bounces off. There it is, so good. So now we'll see and then right back up to 40. So just trying to get out a little bit ahead of 90 there. That is that 21 period moving average. So we'll try to empty out a little bit. This is going to be obviously PL1 as we, you know, continue to talk about that for myself right now. But let's see if we can continue to go downside right now on silver. And yeah. Tesla, yesterday, 15, 16 on AMD. Today, 12 right here on Tesla. So that's going to be a good one, man. And it just continues to climb higher through 436 now. There goes Tesla, man. What goes boom? Tesla go boom. What goes down and bad for your boy today? SoFi. We've been trying to catch this one. And it's like, the report I feel like is good, man, and we just keep on breaking these levels. It goes up for me. Here it goes up. There it goes up, and then it just comes right back down. So absolutely no, let's go silver. No follow through at all here on SoFi. So out at the day's low, man, and then we hang up our gloves there and stop fighting with SoFi. All right, another bid out here. We'll bid 27s. There's another out on SLV. Let's see if this one can really bleed to the downside here. I'm still waiting for it to lose that 88 mark. And if we do that, then there we go. But yeah, man, Neil, this Tesla trade just like keeps on working. We had that optimist talk, and it's just working out there. Day 2 off earnings. There goes Tesla finally.
Yeah, Tesla, it's not about optimists today, I don't think. This is about...
No, it's about SpaceX.
Jinx. It is about SpaceX today because I still think Destiny should be going down. Like, why would you need to invest in Destiny and be, or let's just say, overvaluing?
Right.
It's just overvalued. It's priced like 2 times what it's worth based on book value. Every time there's another funding round that just gets reaffirmed. So I just feel like if there's another vehicle to have some kind of potential ownership in SpaceX, people are going to take it. And then if you already like Tesla, it's more reason to do so. So silver, it's on the 15. I said wait for a 15-minute reversion. It hasn't happened yet. But oddly enough, it will end up being, as I said a couple minutes ago, probably a long one. Because the downward trend from the high is here on SLV. Like the biggest candles are obviously off of the open. But once we get this trend break on the 15, I'll jump in. That's all I'm going to wait for on silver. I've only taken 1 trade in silver for the last 3 days. It's like one time. So I'm waiting for that 1 15-minute reversion. It hasn't failed yet. So being patient is what it's going to be about. It has to set up the way I like it. I feel like that's the path toward consistency, is to know what you're looking for and then just only execute when it does happen.
Yeah, and I'm your Huckleberry today on silver, guys. I'm taking a line from Neil there. We are now $1.20 in the money off such a clean trade on silver, man. There's VWAP. You know, I mean, we can't, you know, we literally talk about VWAP all the time. So there's the move down, nice move into 89.50. Big, huge move on silver. It is P&L number 1 today, like not even close. I wish I had more shares, obviously, on this Tesla trade because, like, this one should be the big one for me. It's now $14 now in the money over there. So yeah, man, we be wilding out. That is for sure right now. So thanks to everybody for all your support today. It's been a good one. Look at Tesla, man, 439 and just rip city right there. So right now we're sitting in $16. Right now, we're sitting in $1.30 on SLV, and we're sitting on 14 right there on Tesla. And then the garbage of the day for me is going to be SoFi, as that just keeps on bleeding down, 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 down. Yeah, exactly. Get it, Adara, but we just keep on going to the downside right there. So yeah, man, with only 10 minutes left, we'll get what's for lunch coming up very, very soon on a Friday. Hopefully it's something decent. Let's see if SoFi can really battle back, man. This could be a monster day if it can do it, but I don't know. We just keep on bleeding out our P&L here on SoFi. So yeah, it's driving me nuts right there. But silver's been really good. Continues to make that move. I'm still waiting for that 80. Well, I guess it's 88 break, but 89 break would be real nice. These bottom wicks, man, maybe let's get another piece out now, and then just wait to see what happens next. We'll bid some 75s here. Hopefully we get there it is. We get one more move down, and now we can be hands off. I have about half left, maybe a little less than half left now on this trade, so let's give it a second. But SoFi is going to break the lows again, and there it goes.
Before we go to Adara?
Yeah, sure.
Ari Pages just asked, first of all, T.416. 416. Why did I say 416? Obviously, you mean the 416. Shout out to you. You must be from Toronto. Saying Tesla levels, please. I don't know if you saw that, but they're asking me. I'm not trading Tesla right now. But I can say, Ari Pages, can we do a top 10 traders check for yesterday? Probably some silver prints. We'll find out. That'll be on the Amex. So I haven't looked today. This will be the first time. Oh, lo and behold. Shocker. Number one, top traders today by market. This, of course, is yesterday, not today.
Oh, man, that's my job.
42 on, well, Ari just asked.
Yeah.
142 is the top trader. TSX comes in number 2 at 30K. The CSE, so that's going to be Canada again at 7. And this is just by market. If you go and scroll down, there you go. Now it's the top individual traders. Amex, NASDAQ, Amex, NASDAQ, Amex, NASDAQ, Amex, NASDAQ, Amex, NASDAQ. All of these numbers. And it's just presumably silver because that's the Amex, right? Like, it's overwhelming chance that that's what they're trading and it's going to be nothing else. And then you have TSX. Someone did well on the TSX yesterday for 30. And then all of the other names, Amex. So 9 out of 10 were trading on the Amex, a little bit of NASDAQ in there, and then a lone trader in the TSX. No blue ocean.
Yeah, strange.
Yeah, it's, you know what, when we get big earnings, I usually expect to see, especially over
147,000.
No, I expect to see a little bit of like somebody on the blue ocean as well. But silver is where it obviously has been for traders.
Like, that would be a great year, 147,000. Some guy does it yesterday. Absolutely unbelievable. What a business we're in, man. I mean, you know, you could sit here and collect dimes and nickels, or you can collect dollars. That guy is, wow.
As long as you collect,
that guy is
that's what matters.
Yeah, yeah, to some extent. I mean, you want to make enough that you can have a living, obviously. And but there we go. Okay.
Build first and then grow, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But if you're going to be a successful trader, you need to, hopefully, if it's going to be your day job, that 147,000, like that's huge, man. Take a vacation, or just don't lose it all. That's the suggestion, right? I mean, because you can make money and then give it back very, well,
especially
very
if it's on a strategy. Like, silver has obviously been going crazy for a little bit, but it doesn't always trade like this.
Yeah, we don't know if that's an SL.
So it's one. Let's operate on the assumption that it is. So if it's something that's like it lasts for like a few weeks or a few months when it's going crazy, and then it's gone because it doesn't always trade that way, and then you float from trades like that to other opportunities that are like that, then you know there's going to be one little pocket where you make most of your year. We've had traders like that on the floor as well. I mean, I remember Arun was an example of that. And what he would do is he would bank some of it, not to call it Arun, but it's something he used to do. He would bank that profit. Like, he wouldn't spend it, he wouldn't celebrate it, he would bank that, knowing that whenever what he's doing is not going to work, he makes sure he saves on it. I think that's one thing that you want to be able to do. I know we were just going over tip because Ari Page is asked, but we are going to go to Adara, or I believe we already did Sector Watch, so it's got to be...
It's Money Talks.
Money Talks.
Let's talk about the U.S. dollar, and it's funny. I mean, obviously PPI on watch with that being hotter than expected across the board for December. That is every single print warmer than we were expecting, but that's not even really the biggest thing I think we've been discussing here with the U.S. dollar. It's pretty much been, I mean, some commentary, of course, from Hassett, but speaking of Hassett, the man that beat him for that Fed chair nomination from U.S. President Trump, Kevin Warsh. That's really been on watch today, guys. As I mentioned, this being posted by Trump on Truth Social around 6:50, 6:55 a.m. So pretty early on here in the day. And it's interesting, we didn't get too much of a change here with these Fed rates. We still have about 86% of participants expecting that rates will be held in place at the next meeting, 13.3% expecting a cut. Now, why is this going to be pretty significant? I think obviously we do have this expectation, and Trump has actually said this outright in his social post, that he wants someone on the Fed who's going to be more likely to cut rates. Now, Stanley Druckenmiller, after this pick was announced, actually addressed this in an interview, I believe, with the Financial Times, saying that Kevin Warsh is often viewed as a hawk, but that's not always the case. He does have a pretty conservative stance on monetary policy, but as Druckenmiller says, he's seen Warsh go both ways on the votes. So, I mean, I have this infographic as an ex at TTV Research. I reposted it this morning when the picks come out. I mean, Trump has been saying since 2020 that he wished he picked Warsh over Powell, so this should not be that shocking. I'm going to do a more in-depth infographic just on Warsh's history, but I mean, he was in investment banking. Prior to being a Federal Reserve governor, he was considered a close confidant to then Fed Chair Bernanke during the 2008 financial crisis, so he does have the bona fides. He also has international experience as well with banks, so nice look there for Kevin Warsh. There will be, again, a little resume for Kevin Warsh, a CV, if you will, posted on X and TTV Research later today. Back to you.
Something like that.
Always a friend.
I know nothing set up for my man over here on the right, but wow, Silver. Oh my. Monster trade here, man. I mean, now we're just like, look, SoFi is going to be a complete dumpster fire for me, but this is going to be the trade, man. And we had, all we've done is sort of just trade our spot, and it was just trying to figure this all out. But there goes Silver, now breaking 89. Sharif, it is an absolute monster right there for SLV today. As we, thank you, my guy, I really appreciate that one. As it is downside right now, bleed, bleed, bleed. We are now $2 in the money, and I feel, you know, I'm just cheering on the position. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You stopped? But yeah, I really appreciate that one as we're trying to add some energy here. But we do have lunchtime, Neil, so let's go over and figure out what is for lunch. I actually don't have it up right now, but we will get that going. What was it yesterday? It was... you didn't prefer it, I don't think, right?
It was like a beef, what was it called again? It was a
pot pie, beef pot pie. Okay, so now I've got it up right here.
Shepherd's pie.
It is Friday. I'm out of here. It is garlic Cajun tilapia. I almost gave it up there. With roasted seasoned, I'm on the salmon side.
The last time we had the tilapia was actually delicious. I'm just being real. It's
yeah, that's fine. But tilapia has been garbage.
25 times.
Yeah, exactly. And this time it's Cajun, and the Cajun's been a disaster.
It's the teriyaki that they do.
Yeah, the teriyaki sashimi was very bad. We had roasted seasoned vegetables today with vegetable couscous and chef's choice salad. But I am a salmon guy now. So hopefully, I don't think I can ever eat tilapia again from this place. Just honestly, it's been such a bad run of it, but it was good last time.
I think they might have heard the complaints last time, is my guess.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, nothing wrong with giving people a second chance. That is for sure. We're all about that, especially as fathers. But okay.
Well, that's a different story.
Nice move down there.
Twice as a parent.
Yeah. Nice move down there. A Silver, man, this is going to be the trade for me. I'm going to go to the gym. Hopefully when we come back, Silver is absolutely cranked through that $88 marker. I'm still going to go shorter if it does come back up here into 91, but we've got to get out a little bit here in case there is a bounce on SLV. I mean, down 16%, still pretty dangerous right there. That stock is so dangerous. All right, let me see, gold's not really doing anything. Let's check out the dollar quickly, and then we'll throw it back, and then we get out of here. The DXY right now, kind of just hovering around a little bit. You know, as this starts to go to the upside, we've seen a correlation between a strong dollar and potentially weak on silver. But right now, this has kind of just like basically been barcoding here for about an hour. So that's not doing its thing. It's silver that's doing its own damn thing right now, and it's a nice downside push. So there goes silver, there goes the DXY, and other than that, man, not much else going on right there. Yeah, the Canadian economy, that's funny, Jay Dizzle. Canadian economy not growing, and we get tilapia every day. Yeah, it's a rough one around here. All right, 437 breaking. You like that, eh, Sharif? 436. Let's get out of Tesla if it breaks this, right? So look, we'll get out maybe a 436 break or so. Small piece left there on TSLA. But hey, man, we'll leave you $16 in the money on these two trades. SL SLV is the big one for me today as it continues its march lower. It's silver. It's 10.58. Another piece out now. We'll get a piece out at 88. Hopefully it breaks, and then we can see where we go from there. SLV.
Yes, sir. The chat is absolutely hilarious.
It's always the best.
You guys are the best. It's not the end of the world. It's not the worst thing. You can do worse than getting a catered lunch every single day. You know, we just try to have fun with it. Certainly appreciative of the fact that we get a lunch, which it's consistent. We don't have to do anything. You don't have to go out and grab it. You don't have to bring anything in. So it's fantastic here. It's hilarious how much tilapia we're getting, because I promise you this, like, nobody here has probably even had tilapia until we started getting it once a month or once a week with the caterer. Is what it is, like I said.
Yeah,
we got another one. Oh, okay, this is super chat about tilapia.
Yeah, it's a gross
comment.
fish.
A comment. Yeah, I know, you guys have said this before. They eat the crap from the bottom, blah, blah, blah. And
fish, right? So shrimp is same similar thing.
The most expensive coffee in the world. What's that stuff where it's like, it's just, they feed it to the cats, and then the cats crap out the beans, and then, I forget.
Thailand.
But I forget the name of the coffee.
Yeah.
Whatever, it is from Thailand, but like people pay a ridiculous amount, and it's coming out the pooper of a cat, and that's what makes it cool. So to each their own. I forget what it's called. Kopi Luwak? I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's something.
I also do like Blue Mountain. Clover Solo, you must be Jamaican. Blue Mountain coffee from Jamaica is absolutely delicious.
Yeah, that's great. All right, man. Only 30 seconds left. It's hopefully going to be something special there. The midday show is going to be an absolute great one. We didn't talk too much about SNDK, but that one has been a downside play today. Although it's only down 10% from its highs, it's still up 13 on the day. This is going to be a good break, man. What about 600? Like, we just held 600 on SNDK, so hopefully the boys will definitely have a look over there. They'll be going over some small cap runners as well. So, get ready, man. It is the midday show. It should be a good one with Sharif and Joe. Seconds left. Thank you, everybody. We'll give you an update on what the tilapia tastes and looks like very, very soon. So get ready for that one. It's 11 o'clock. We're getting ready to go. SLV, wait for that 88 break.
Let's go.
Midday. Now.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday. He scored a banger the other day. Yeah. If we wouldn't get banned for replay, I'd play it.
I love this.
Scored an absolute banger.
I think that's the coolest thing.
My man, Yokeresh. Welcome to the midday show. That's your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and those were the big boys, Neil and Sean. Welcome to everybody. Let's bring in the chat. Say hello to everyone weaseling on in. All right, if you're new, throw your name in the chat. I want to call out new names, baby. We got Rika. Who else? We got Dalmir Lima. That's what I'm talking about. I want to see new names. Doobs McPhee. It is Friday, Joseph, so you know. Gagan the Realtor. Guggen. I'm sure I probably killed that. Chris Mills. We got Dogo. Shout out to Booted Red Sport. Yes, I want to see new names. Alfie. We got H-Star. All right, let's see. Hakuna Matata. There we go. Robert Lewis. I don't know if that's new, but I don't immediately remember it. Shout out to who else, man? We got Monica. All right, shout out to J-Dog, King Clutch, Crystal Castle. We're going to say hello to more people when we get back from Adair.
I want to mention Eli Lilly here. LLY just announced here at 11 a.m. they're going to be building a $3.5 billion Pennsylvania plant to make injectable weight loss drugs, including Retratitude. So keep an eye there in LLY. Apparently they're expecting at least 850 jobs in Lehigh Valley. Construction set for this year, 2026. So LLY pushing a little bit higher here on this update. Again, announced, not a report. The company announced it themselves. Going to be building that $3.5 billion Pennsylvania plant. Back to you.
Shout out to Eric Patty. We got Naveed. We got Byron. Shout out Lear for Life. Janky Stock. Oslam. We got Steve Earn. And then Fafa Mata. Angry Rob Entertainment. And shout out to Arif Shah. Zen Zombie. And Michael Ormas. Joey, good morning.
Good morning, man. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's having a solid start to their Friday. Yeah, I mean, Leafs dropping 6 in a row, a lot going on. I mean, I told you, brother, I just look at the stats. I don't watch or anything along those lines. Just strictly in the fight game now. That's all I'm all about. But anyways, aside from that, guys, let's get into these overall markets. TSLA up almost 10%. Your boy's finally back in this one. Always smooth. Hakuna Matata. But no, in all seriousness, guys, 2 trades today, one of them being a loss, the other one rocking and rolling here on TSLA. As we get in around 1673, you'll see we'll do a transaction here momentarily, and then you guys can get the average price up there. But a nice ride to the top side. I was talking about it earlier in the morning when Sean and Neil were on. I was like, hey, watch out for the supply zone around 430. We break through that, then we head into that next zone around 435. We surpass that, and then now we head up into 440, where we're sitting around 16,600 contracts. And that's going to be third most from a volume standpoint, but the highest open interest, second highest open interest as I'm looking up and down the chain here on Tesla on today's session. So maybe we get the nice continuation, obviously the potential merger of SpaceX and Tesla. That would be absolutely massive. But aside from that, guys, let's take a look at what we got going on here today. SLV, SoFi. Unfortunately, SoFi didn't set up how we wanted it to. That's okay. We'll keep our eyes on it, but it looks like the continuation to the downside is going to be the narrative of today's session. Now, as for the TQQs, I was saying to everybody, man, this stuff is a hot mess. And if you head over to the daily on the QQs, not the TQQs, I think it's just time to avoid this unless you're willing to play the chop. I haven't traded in quite some time, neither NVIDIA, and I was trying to stay away from a lot of the mega cap names. So SPY, SLV, Tesla, and SoFi on my radar for today's session.
All right, we're involved. ORKT, yes, in at 59, wet the beak, best print 69, waiting for 77s, up 88%. I mean, there's more that are up on the day, but this one's setting up the best. I got the higher lows, the higher highs, the respect for the volume weighted average price, the move into the high of the day. So we're giving this one the old college try. Let's see what this one has to offer. My plan is as follows. We're looking for a defend of that mid-30s, mid to high 30s. Why? Well, that's where the volume weighted average price is, and this one is shown its propensity to respect that volume weighted average price on the day. If that is going to be the case, I'm going to base my trades off that. There it goes back into 69, not continuing through that level. 69 is the high of the day. Currently looking for a move into the 70s. I'm waiting into the high 70s. I'm speaking, of course, about 77s. I don't want to see a double top at 69. That will concern me. There it goes into 71. Let's see if we can continue moving into the mid-70s, what kind of resistance we're going to get. My plan is to add possibly into the dip at the 50s, and here it comes. I'm going to look for a possible mid-50s hold here for small share size, just to get a little bit more and possibly take out some into that $2 move, up 90.5% off the highs. So watching for continuation. I've got more on the side chart here that I want to talk about, but I want this trade to resolve. We get the mid-50s print there. Not bad, not bad. Let's see if we can get something now in the mid-60s off that refresh on ORKT. So what's my move? So I'm going to look to defend into the volume weighted average price, which I said was 37. Of course, that's changed. The price action continues to evolve. It is now at 39. Prior bar low, 37. Current bar low, the one we're at right now, 51. Current bar low is 51. Back, it goes into 58. Looking for continuation now into the mid-60s for that print after the refresh into the mid-50s. So watching, there it goes. It takes out my order into the low 60s. Now waiting high 60s over here on ORKT. Can it catch another bid? It's got higher lows and higher highs on this current candle. So we're still holding trend despite the fact that it's manifesting currently into a doji candle. 62 seller. Can't shake the 62 seller. No size really posted here. 63. Moving up 64. 65. There's the print into 65. Can we get another 69? We're going to wait at 69. Seller at 65 again. Can't shake that seller. So packing the patience over here on these bad boys. Looking for more. We're going to take dip trades with a view to possibly squeezing into $2. I want to give you more information with respect to the float and the short float and all that good stuff, but got to let this trade resolve. There it goes back into 68. Looking for a 69 print now. No continuation into 69. And don't forget, we're waiting at 77s as well. So an aggressive price spike up likely gets me filled. 69, there it is again, 72, 73. Looking for the move into 77 now. No continuation though into the high 70s, over 100% in the Ville of Green. But can't really shake that mid to low 70s seller there, 74, 75. Boom, Joey into 77s. We're setting up at 88s now. Let's go. Let's see what ORKT has to offer over here. Let's see if we can get possibly $2 on this monster. It's a very good stair step up, good liquidity, about 20.5 million shares traded on the day. Joseph, what do you got?
All right, man, good stuff. Yeah, so I mean, here it is. We got this one trade here, one name on. Yeah, exactly. Get him, Joy, says Ryan. Yeah, we have some big fights this weekend in the boxing and the UFC world. But aside from that, guys, SLV, maybe the short's starting to come into play. This is what I was talking about, guys, for quite some time. Keep an eye out on this, right? Like, we had this volume print, this outstanding volume print. You do surpass it, but then it's followed by another, like, just inverted, or not, like a hammer candle at the highs. And then you have this massive gap down. So just be cautious of what's going on here. There might be some continuation to the downside, and you can see from a daily standpoint that print's looking pretty bearish, if you ask me. So I want to look to get involved to the downside here once again in SLV. And I was saying it earlier in the week as well. It's just like, hey, I'm looking short silver on multiple occasions. Now, if we break through the support level, I'll pull it up one more time, which we currently are, any form of a pullback, because I think buyers will step in, and I don't necessarily want to chase it, but there could be a move down into the, I mean, that's pretty hectic. I'm not going to say 80s today, but maybe 84. This could be a potential target of 86 as well, too, as you're now cracking through that $88 mark. Failed to establish multiple new highs, so keep an eye on SLV to the downside. We'll head over, because I know a lot of people have been talking about this, and I've noticed it as well, too. So let's head over to Tesla, right? You guys see what I'm getting at? Hey, Joe, 3-day expiration cycles. This is pretty cool, right? Like, we can head over to Tesla, AAPL, same thing. I'm pretty sure it's the Mag 7 that are having these 3-day expiration cycles. So again, another 3 days, 5 days. Yeah, it's relatively new. Yeah.
5, right?
Yeah, you can only get weeklies on some of them.
Interesting.
So there it is, right? Like, again, Amazon, and then we'll go over to Microsoft. So yeah, more closer dated expiration. That's pretty cool stuff. I was talking with MF Dangerous earlier this morning on the fact, I'm like, hey, he's like, Joe, I just write a lot. And I'm like, you know what, dude, there's something to be had in writing further dated, extremely out of the money contracts, because you're going to be receiving a lot of premium, but over time, they just almost all become worthless. And we go over this stuff in the morning. So there's a system that needs to be made. I don't know necessarily how from a data collection standpoint on what I'm going to do, but we'll look into it. And you got to start somewhere, right? So that's going to go with pen to paper. And then it's like, keep documenting, and then hopefully we can come up with a sustainable system. I remember I used to write in my earlier days, I used to write a lot of options, and then I took some big hits, and I kind of swayed from it. But if I go back into history, and when I used to document my options writing, my equity curve was actually really, really good. Like, it was nice and sustained, a nice steady uptrend, but it's just those big, massive hits. It would draw down the majority of it, and then eventually I'm like, hey, this is just too stressful. What am I doing with it? But maybe we head back into a little bit of options writing, and it's not necessarily the same when you form everything into a spread. You're not going to be collecting the same amount of premium. You're going to be protecting that downside. So you need to be cautious and wary of what you're doing. But at the end of the day, writing, and if you have the capital, then you can write naked and you can gain a lot. So I want to marry you, says Hangry Wave. Aren't you married? But anyways, hey, it is what it is. But no, thank you, Hangry Wave, much appreciated. But yeah, there goes silver to the downside, now running into $88.
All right, continuing to watch ORKT. I'm looking for a dip trade now into about 145, 140. The 10 EMA is actually a little bit below the volume weighted average price because the price action developed so quickly. So I'm looking for a dip trade now, knowing full well that prior candle ended up being a topping tail red candle, and the current candle has lower highs and lower lows. So how do I square that circle? Well, the way I do that is by looking to the lower technical area where it's found support in the past. Again, I'm talking about the volume weighted average price and the 10 EMA, which are essentially overlapping. However, it still hasn't given up the $0.50 quite yet. And both of these candles have either a 51 or 50 penny low. So I'm really unsure kind of whether I want to get in here or whether I want to wait for the money fills south of 50, right into the 10 EMA and volume weighted average price. Another defend there on the 1 minute candle at the $1.50 area, but no continuation south of that level. So we'll pack the patience. We'll see whether or not this candle ends up closing green and whether or not the prior candle, or sorry, the subsequent candle will take out the 5 minute high of this current candle. That's how I end up getting in. We have another 3 minutes or so for this current candle to close. Both of them are ended up being bottoming tail. I'm talking about the 11.05 and the 11.10 candle. Both of them are bottoming tail candles stepping into that 1.5. So now we know that there is a staunchy 1.5 buyer. Whether or not we can kind of continue, I'm going to get in small shares over here for a possible move back into the high to mid 60s. And then we're going to post into the high 70s as well. So got in at 62. And then my plan stays the same, though. If it loses the $0.50, I stop out. And then I get back in the mid 40s. So let's go ahead and just do right that. Because I don't want to be DCing into this, right? So we'll get into that, and we'll give this one a try. 2 bottoming tail candles right now on ORKT. That's what has me jumping in ahead of this, ahead of the level that I just spoke about. So keeping an eye on that. There are others, but let me tell you, the look is not great today. There's a lot of them fading away, right? Like you have a lot of big gappers, Fat Bastard, FATBB, and then you have TCGL, ELPW. They're all triple-digit winners, and they all look like hot garbage in terms of chart. That's ELPW halted down below the volume-weighted average price. Fat Bastard is well below that $2 area, as well as TCGL. I'm not touching that, right? So a lot of triple-digit winners, but few that are setting up nicely. So that's kind of my look there. Keeping an eye, though, on YCBD. This one was good. It lost the volume-weighted average price. It lost the dollar as well. RPGL kind of trying to dilly-dally here above the $1 area. It's got some higher lows, so some positives to this, but still substantially below that pre-market high, which I think got into about 2 high single digits, 208, 207, something like that. It's got a multi-day run over here. I'm talking about RPGL, but still, you know, not really looking all that great. So as a result, you know, we're going to have to trade sparsely today until something breaks out midday. Now, I want to mention, I set up a new couple of chart organization here. So I'm setting up a multi-time frame look. So this is going to be my multi-time frame look. I had the opportunity to set that up today. So on the top left, we're going to have the 1. Top right is going to be the 5. Bottom left is going to be the 15. And then bottom right is going to be the hour. And then we're going to kind of be able to switch these bad boys, ORKT. And then we'll be able to have that kind of multi-time frame analysis, which will certainly help our game a little bit by giving us the broader and more narrower picture, right? So I want to mention that separately. I also want to mention that I set up some new tools on my screener. So I've got this spread column on my screener, which shows me immediately what the spread is on the stock that I'm looking at, as well as the range. Top right there of the actual screener. It'll show you the green rectangle will be like, if it's all the way to the end, the green rectangles, that means it's a lot closer to its highs. If it's the red rectangle means it's a lot closer to its lows. So hopefully we'll be able to use those with some success there to help our trading. I just want to mention that because I'm going to be using these new indicators, and I want you guys to be able to follow along. ELPW looks like it might be breaking out now above the volume weighted average price. So let's take a quick look at that. EPLW it's not on the NQ, is it on the NYSE? The answer is no, so it's on the Amex. ELPW, I think it's on the NASDAQ, yeah. Halted to the upside at 153. Halt time, 11:15:49. Earliest this will be open, 11:20:49. So we'll keep an eye out on that, as that just reclaimed the volume weighted average price and looking quite good. Now it's a multiple halter, so you need to be careful with that. It's had a hard time staying open all day, essentially. And here's the look. So let's flip to the 1 so we can see exactly how many times this monster is halted. We got 1, 2, 3. 3 up, 1 down, another 1 up, 4. So we're at, what are we at? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th. This is the 10th halt. Most of them have been 10 minutes. Some of them have been 5, but the majority, I would say, just cursory view here, is 10. So ELPW, you got to be ready for that illiquidity and that kind of halting style of trade. that's not your cup of tea, probably stay away from it. There, ORKT goes into 69 after the re-entry here. I didn't get a dip trade, sadly, into 45. That's why I jumped in when I saw the two bottoming tail candles into the $0.50. It means immediately to me that someone's looking to defend the $0.50. That's why I jumped in there. Next profit taker, Joey, we're going to wait at 82.
Yeah, good stuff there. Where's my friend out there saying, get in my belly? Yeah, I know. How much for the baby? But no, if you know what that is, right?
That bastard, obviously.
I love it.
How much for the baby? He's like, I want the baby.
I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back.
Yeah, good poor guy. All right, yeah, I mean, here.
Advertising there, my boy.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't. But anyways, aside from that, guys, 50 cents, a little bit more than that here in the short on SLV. Obi, awesome on Circle. Is Obi in the chat? Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, that's why. Dude, do you have the thing? How come? Do you have the link for the picks or no?
I don't have, no.
How does Obi get that then?
I don't know.
Fabian, can you send me that?
How much
send
I
that to
care
me,
about
please.
that, right?
You don't really. All right.
Show me the real money, bro. Where the money at?
No, it's where the money at. $1 as quick as you like, almost on SLV, as this thing is really starting to bleed profusely there. We're hitting the artery on silver as it's continuing to the downside. We catch $1 on TSLA. So we're just having a good time, just relaxing. But full disclosure, man, I have like 10% of the size that I had, not even less than 10% on what I have on TSLL, right? Like this full bulk of the position, a single entry, I have 10% of that on SLV. I'll pull it up for you guys right now. It's just like really, really small size. Just looking to get involved at that $88 break, and then you get to move down into 87 bucks. So let's see if we can ride this wave, maybe into 85. We'll take a couple of dollars into that, maybe even a little bit more, man, because we've been on such a monster run. This thing can really start to bleed. It's continuously bleed its own blood, and then we put the blood bag in, and then it's bleeding other people's blood as well too. So a lot going on, man, and it's not a good time. So a lot of people talking a lot of people talking about their calls and stuff getting destroyed here on silver. $85 is going to be a solid mark. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. No, I'm not, but check out Dracula. It's a pretty good series on Netflix. But aside from that, guys, we're rocking and rolling. I'm not going to piece anything out. It's Diamond Hands, Deontay Wilder right here. Also, we got Shakur Stevenson, a.k.a. Devin Haney, 1.5 versus Teofimo this weekend, which is going to be fun. And then Volk versus Diego Lopez. I think I have Lopez this week, so a lot going on in the fight world, if you guys were curious about it.
Yeah, man, I'm all for Teofimo. I don't even know how to say it. Lopez.
Yeah.
Let's just go. I'm not a big fan of Shakur Stevenson. I don't like that style. It's boring and too defensive. All right, here's the deal. We added like a psycho into this ORKT, into the highs, added at 66, wet the beak at 75. I'm looking to continue to ride this higher low, higher high trend until it breaks. Simple as that. We're looking for a move into the 80s, the high of the day, 77. We have 66s on right now, prior bar low, off which I'll base a lot of my entries and exits, mid-50s, I think 56, 57, showing 69. We're definitely getting selling into the low to mid-70s, and we're really unable to clear that quite decisively with that topping tail candle going into 77 earlier, and that still, end up being a problem here because we can't really shake that third $0.75. Still up 100%, not looking all that bad, but yeah, a bit of a, I don't want to say a choppy trade. It's continuing to put in higher lows and higher highs, but there have been times where, it's breached prior bar low only to retrace it quite aggressively subsequently. So you have to be ready for that. You may get wicked in and wicked out at times, and that's kind of just part and parcel of trading these monsters, right? So let's watch here. 66 buyer, 65 now. So I'm out of the penny by out of the money by a penny. Sorry. And so let's see what this one does. As I mentioned, 56 penny low on this. So there's a huge buyer here at 65. Okay, we're going to take it out there, and we're going to see if we can set up a little bit better. And I want to say closer to that 60 penny level so that we can kind of hold that higher low. If I'm gauging 57, 56 to be prior bar low, let's go ahead and set up somewhere there so we can get a bit of a better entry. So that's what I'm going to do, set up at 59. But that 65 buyer is still there, man. That's a thick buyer at 65. Okay. And is he adding to the position there? Because there's more size coming in at 65. Very flat line now. Yeah, that buyer at 65 is, okay, so there we go. We'll take that and we'll post it up into that level. That 65 buyer is going to get clipped though. Yeah, he got clipped. So this one's coming down. Let's see if it breaks prior bar low. Here it is. What did we get? We got 63 and we got 59. Right back into 64 we go. Let's see if we can post up a little bit higher. We did hold prior bar low. Prior bar low, as I mentioned, 56, moving back into the 60s, but this candle is kind of an engulfed red candle. Yeah, it feels like it's going to lose it here, Joey. But we would still be above the $0.50. I don't want to DCA, though, into the $0.50. Yeah, we're going to get out here. So we'll give back a little bit there. We'll give back a little bit there on that initial entry, but we'll make money on this dip trade. So ORKT, zigging, zagging, about to lose prior bar low. Let's go ahead and set up now at the $0.50 because we were pontificating about how there was a buyer in and around that $0.50. Let's go ahead and wait there, see if we can get something in and around that level. Maybe I got shaken out of that, but eh. Abhishek, yeah, he got clipped. Poor soul. This one as well, YCBD started its life south of $1, and it's trying its darndest right now to get it back above that. Let's give you this one over here. What I don't like is all these topping tail candles north of $1, which means the shorts are getting super aggressive with where they want to get in, or the profit takers. What's up?
No, I'm talking to myself.
Yeah, no worries. So that's kind of what I'm concerned about with YCBD over here, is that it keeps putting these umpteen amount of topping tail candles where I know sellers are stepping in. So that is that's definitely a bit of a headwind that I don't really want to be fighting, but. That's what I'm going to keep looking at, Joe. We're going to look at YCBD. We're going to look at ORKT. And as always, guys, if there are any other good small cap gappers I neglected to mention that are doing volume, that are above the volume weighted average price, or above the pre-market high, I'd love to know about them.
All right, good stuff. I mean, I'm trying to get it onto the bigger screen for you guys. For some reason, I just can't change it. We'll take a little bit off there. Okay, so now we're starting to get a bit of a bounce. I thought we were going to get some waterfall type price action here in silver. We'll post up there and we'll main. I mean, you almost catch $2 as quick as you'd like, from $88 down to 86. So we'll front run that a little bit on SLV, but a nice little move to the downside here in SLV. And there you go. You catch the fill just like that. Obviously, when the trade works like that, you're like, oh, I wish I had more size. But we're going to live with what we got right now. Took off 33% right there, guys, with a remaining of 66%. You must be printing money on. I wouldn't call it that. TSLA has definitely been my better trade on the day here. I told you guys I have 10% of the size, like literally 10% of the amount of size that I had here on TSLA that I do have on SLV, and it's continuing to just move lower, and it could get really aggressive to the downside. Like, you break through that support level in which we were talking about, so that neckline snap. Same thing going on in the NASDAQ and here in the SPY. Neckline snap, bang, and moving to the downside here. So maybe you can run into $86, and who knows, even maybe 84 if things can get really, really ugly considering the run that we were just previously on. Let's go, Mr. Worldwide. Okay, yeah, anyways, long to the side is like song rhyming. Okay, I don't know what that really means, my friend. But yeah, there it is. I mean, two for three today. Not going to complain about it whatsoever. It's been a solid start. The NASDAQ looked like it wants to continue southeast. Let's pull up our mags and see what we got going on over there and see who's the weakest and what's really dragging us down. My bet is it's going to definitely head into the world of this name right here, and it starts with an N and ends with an A. Yes, you got it right here. Oh, it's not too bad, actually, right? Like, if it's holding up around 192, we pump into 194.50. That's not bad whatsoever. Okay, so we're performing pretty good. Who is it? Is it AAPL that's really weak? No. Could it be Microsoft? Are we going to have to... Yeah, Microsoft is pretty weak down here, guys. But a nice indecision print on the 5-minute right off of those lows. How's my good friend CrowdStrike doing? Not too bad. Adara, what do you have for us?
What I have here are some comments from Fed's Myron. He said, and he comes out strong here, saying that apparently it was not difficult for him to dissent at the FOMC meeting. He says that he likes the pick of Warsh here. Warsh has a long history of being innovative, and he also assumes that Kevin Warsh will take his seat on the Fed board. That means Stephen Myron is assuming that he's not going to have that position renewed. Again, his time at the Fed does expire tomorrow, January 31st, 2026. He says that a lot of Warsh's views are quote-unquote right, and he thinks Warsh will be persuasive, also saying the Fed's projections could be modernized. So not a lot of great things about the Fed here from Fed Governor Myron. Last but not least, just adding now that apparently there are no inflation problems at the moment. Back to you.
Right on. What do you got going on there, brother?
Nothing. Just keeping an eye here on ORKT. It's kind of a no man's land. Feels like it might be rounding off that 170-ish rejection, dropping back down into the 150s. I'm looking for a dip trade into 150, but I'm not super convicted behind it, because now we've got basically an unbroken lower high chain ever since that 11:05 candle that made 177, then the 115 candle lower, 120 candle lower, 125 sorry, 11:25 I meant, lower than all of those, and now they're starting to put lower lows as well. So it could be a consolidative area on ORKT, so I'm not really sure how to feel about this one, but we'll certainly keep an eye on it. There's not really much else, guys. I do apologize. There's not much in the world of small cap gappers today. I see you guys talking about feed, but that's below the volume weighted average price. In fact, there was a clean rejection of the volume weighted average price. It's really ELPW. That's the other one. And this one, it's halting to no end, and that's not my style of trading. And I don't want to be forced into something that I'm not comfortable with. ELPW rocketing up. It's up 341%. Just got into the day high at 391. Does it breach prior area high? It does. That 1040 area was $1.90. That was the high. Now it's $1.91 halt time. So that one will be interesting to me. There we go. So we did get a dip trade now on ORKT into that volume weighted average price. It's going to have to hold here. Let's go ahead and put the L just below 140. So we're going to give it not much room at all. So there we go. Let's see if it holds up there or what the situation is. It loses at 140, I'm out. And that basically is the end of the trade right there. It lost it very, very quickly. So ORKT, unless it can get back above 148 or so, it's on Uncle Sheriff shit list now because it's below the volume weighted average price. And there's really nothing else, guys. Yeah, let me have a look at the scanner, see if there's anything moving up top over here. There is not. And there hasn't been all day. It's been a light bunch. With the IWM, maybe that's why. Worst off, 1.7% in negative territory. So maybe it's not the small cap per day. A lot of people making the case that Kevin Warsh has some views on the Fed's balance sheet. He wants to make it fundamentally smaller. And that isn't really conducive to some of the more speculative assets. Included in that bag of speculative assets would be small caps. So I am kind of concerned that, the new Fed chair kind of puts a damper on how the smaller caps have been doing. A lot of people were blaming him as well for the sell-off in crypto or his appointment for the sell-off in crypto, whether you kind of believe that or not. His statements are the data that we have to go by. Yeah. So, yeah, that's a little bit of a concern for me. At least, as a small cap trader, and seeing it at least locally on the day, seeing Bitcoin get clipped, seeing the metals get clipped, the IWM, the Russell 2000, by far the worst move, major average of the day, down 1 2/3. So there is that kind of, macro headwind possibly that we have to contend with if you're trading some of these speculative assets.
Good stuff. All right, yeah, so this is what we were looking at and talking about earlier. Your boy sliding a little bit of a spot here. Obi being in that first place percentage change, up a staggering 20% is Obi. So, yeah, I mean, he's running away with this one so far, but a lot of time left in the year. I'm positioned exactly where I want to be. We're only down about 3.65%. Small potatoes at that point. So Adara still holding on to some nice positivity there. Only 3 traders essentially remain sitting in that third place spot, up almost 0.0, almost 0.1% there, Sharif. So there it is. Not too bad. Sharif, you're not doing too bad either. You're only down about 0.7%. Fabian, he's up there as well too, guys. But the champions, the first and second place boys, sitting in last and second last there. Neil down a staggering 10%, Neil. But lots of time left in the year, obviously. A lot of fun with that stuff. But yeah, as for Tesla, guys, we're going to piece them out at 1790. We've just been rocking and rolling. Look how long we held this for. And I should have held it a little bit longer because I'm like, hey, if we break through this previous high of the day, and I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I'm not going to classify it as a bad out, right? Like, if you're going to get that test and break of the high of the day, you may as well take a little bit of profit. And then this was about 20%, and then the rest were like 10% of the remaining. So the pieces out get a little bit smaller. But this is where I took half of my remaining position off, and I'm going to break it down to you on the 5-minute on why exactly I did that. was because of this, right? Like the market wasn't doing too much overall. So we have this nice move. We break through that previous pivot high of around $430, in which I was referring to the supply zone there. And then we put that inverted hammer candle. And I'm like, oh no, I'm still holding a decent chunk of my position. Let's take a bit of it off. And once we crack to the downside, but considering it's really strong today, we blow past that signal and then we continue to climb. And it looks like the trajectory on Tesla right now is it wants to head right back into that 440 supply zone and potentially break that previous HOD. So, and this is what I was looking at as well from a daily perspective. It's just that this was an inside day where we open up, but we can break past that previous like wick high of 448, and then who knows where that next level could be. I think this is some big time news, and investors are kind of getting antsy on the fact, hey, if SpaceX does merge with Tesla, this could be massive, and you want to be in early and position yourself relatively well. So we'll head over to the options chain and see what we got going on Tesla and look at that supply zone at that 440 mark to see if is it going to continue to grow? Is it slowly starting to dwindle, or what do we got going on? So we're now at 1779 there on TSLA, the 2x daily leverage. This has been working really, really good for us. 440 mark now at the money. You can see the volume drastically increasing here. Size coming in 95,100 contracts there with 16,600 still currently open. If we can break through, what is that next step? And that may not be even until 450 where we have the most amount of open interest sitting on today's expiration tree.
All right, I just want to show one thing, and then we're going to go to the big desk. AXTI was one that I had a trade on today successfully through 20, but it certainly had resistance at 20. And the reason I haven't worked back into it is it's still unbroken below this lower trend line, this lower high trend line. So I'm waiting for a decisive break of that because it does look quite good. It's got volume, it's up on the day, and it held VWAP, and it's trying to rocket back up now. I don't know if I'm going to wait for a clearing of 20. Because that was a doji candle there, that reversal candle, or I'm just going to wait for a decisive clearing of this lower high trend line, maybe through 19 3/4 for a squeeze into 20. But AXTI, one I've had my eye on. ZSL as well, obviously an inverse leveraged. Is it leveraged? Yeah, 200%. Short silver at the day high, 221. Obviously not a small cap gapper, but we can trade it like one momentum wise. So I'll keep my eye on that because kind of the pickings are slim a little bit today. We're going to the big desk.
It's crypto time. I'm going to be pretty brief here with this crypto segment, but I do want to talk about the weekly on Bitcoin because we're poised for our second straight week of selling here on BTC, down 7.5% last week. As of today, down 4% this week. It is worth noting here too, we're coming into prior support just above that 81,000 level. That was, I guess just above 80,000 rather. This came in on November 17th, that week of November 17th rather, of 2025. So again, we're at 83,000 right now. That 80,000-ish level of support certainly incoming. Let's take a look at Ethereum. Ethereum, again, continuing to look similar to BTC. Ethereum, though, that support we're coming into from the week of November 17th is going to be at 2,600. Before we send you back to the guys, I want to mention more comments from Fed's Myron, who, as we mentioned earlier, said there really wasn't an inflation problem. He said that he's not even worried about the stronger than expected or hotter than expected PPI print we got this morning because he says it probably didn't move the, quote, broader inflation reality and likely didn't impact PCE. Furthermore, also commenting here on tariffs, he does not see tariff inflation as a huge issue. Also, reportedly, this order that Trump's going to be signing today, executive order, is going to be on the IndyCar race in D.C., as reported by NBC. Back to you.
You always kill me, bro. Yeah. That computer likes you, Joe.
Yeah.
It treats you well. It treats Obi well. It treats everybody well. Yeah. Shout out to that computer.
I'm trying to get it up on my big screen for you guys, but it's not working for some reason.
Get it, Joe.
But we'll just show you guys right here on SLV. We take a little bit off there, just a little bit before 86, and then you get another dollar dump there in SLV. I'll take another 33% off. I mean, I told you I have minuscule shares on this, so it's nothing to write home about or anything along those lines. So we'll take some off. Let's see if we can catch that fill. Yeah, we did right there at 85.20. So a nice little short to the downside on SLV, and it looks like it wants to continue bleeding. $84 is going to be that next mark, and we'll call that a $4 ITM if we are fortunate enough to get that. So, Joe, will you ever go to my super chat? GTA, okay, yeah, let's go. Sorry, brother. Hey, man, don't shoot the messenger there. Oops, that's live chat. We'll go over to, we don't want to show
ELPW is going to halt up again, guys, 481%.
All right, cool. Dumbo things. Sorry. Thoughts on picking Take-Two Interactive long term? They're making what's that game called? GTA, right? Are you gonna get PS5 for GTA, Shreve? Or
yeah, I'm gonna get PS5, bro. Come on, bro. No, man, I'm not.
I know, man. It's the ultimate video game. What do I think about it? Let's head over to the daily once again.
I wouldn't mind getting it if on the computer, though. I'm not gonna lie.
The
I have a nice computer.
I think you could probably get it for PC.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Right? Maybe get it for PC. There's a couple other super chats. Short all day. Did we go over all of these, Shreve? Dan the Man, the Myth, Zombie, Trader, or Zen Zombie, CT, or GCTS is dead in the water. Thank you, $2 for that one, our friend. Great team, great show. App down 11%. Any news? We'll get to that momentarily. Short all day. Warsh is considered super hawkish. Says B99 venture capitalist. I think VC says. Obviously, that may not what it means. Thoughts on picking up Take-Two long term with 2-day dip? Okay, so we went over this yesterday. This is ugly, right? Like, we don't want to complicate our lives any more than what it may be when you're trading. Wait until things start to turn around, right? You don't want to get involved and try to catch a falling knife here on Take-Two Interactive. That is an aggressive, and the volume's starting to pick up a little bit there. So keep an eye out on that. I wouldn't be grabbing any just yet. Even though there is blood in the streets, if you do want to grab some, slowly allocate it, like 5% here, 5% there, until you get into your full position, Shreve.
All right, brother. AXTI, I don't know if it's exactly breaking trend. It's got a good looking chart right now off the volume weighted average price and off that 19. It's broken through my trend line, but it's certainly not above prior area high. That would make it, that would require a 20 break. So we're going to give this one the old college try. We're going to give it a little bit of room. AXTI is what I'm talking about, up 20%. I've had successful trades on this. My last trade on it, like before the one that I just got into right now, was a break-even trade. I didn't make or lose any money. We're in at 67. It's showing me 73s. I'm looking for continuation into the 80s. Let's see what this one has to offer. It's a 3-penny spread and not looking all that bad. But I also wanted to mention ZSL. So I did talk about this one very briefly. It's it's not really down my alley, but it's trading well today. So I can try to gauge the technicals here and see kind of what this one has been respecting in terms of chart pattern, indicators, etc. It does seem to be putting in those higher lows, so you can certainly try to pick it up off an area low. But I'm gunning now for that 215. Yeah, I want to say 2 mid-teens to 2 high teens because the 10 EMA is at 17.18. The reason I say that is because look at that pre-market high early on at 4 a.m. and then again right at 9 o'clock, 8:55. That 215 level was a hard level of break. Now last we took it out recently here into 225. It's up 41.6%. So in case you don't know what this is, it's an inverse silver ETF. It's leveraged, so it's 2 times 200% the daily move of the actual silver. I'm not sure which one it's pegged to, but so I'm going to try to put a dip trade here for 215, maybe a little bit higher than that. Keeping an eye here on AXTI, doesn't seem to be running up. And now kind of coming back down into the mid-60s. It's got a topping tail candle, mind you, the one that closed at 1135 into 75. So I'm not going to allow this to go against me all that much. So we're going to give it to prior bar low. Prior bar low takes us to 53. So let's go ahead and put that stop in now. Now, if it's at 53, you might as well give it to south of the $0.50, right? Because if there's going to be a buyer at the $0.50, well, then you want to take advantage of them stepping in there. So let's see. I'm going to do that. I put it at 49, and then we're going to kind of wait a little bit higher into the mid-90s here. Nice bounce back up into the low 70s, but the spread now opening up to 13 pennies, and that is likely a product of the lack of volume. The volume has been dropping off. It has been a lower high kind of pattern on the volume bar, so that does concern me as well. Moving back now to ZSL, I'm going to go ahead and put the dip trade exactly where I said I'd put it. I'm going to put it towards the higher end. Let's go ahead 17. and see if we can get something in and around there for a dip trade off that key area of 15 resistance. Let's see if it now acts as support. We have about, I think, maybe, what time is this? Oh, there we go. About a 5 to 6 minute consolidation here above that 22 penny area. There has been a buyer, for whatever reason, stepping in at 22s, and they've been doing that essentially since 11:35. So there's a buyer here at 22. You can see that reflected on the price action, but it's not exactly rocketing up through 25 either. Very thickly traded, as you can see. Like there's a zillion. Look at Joey. Look at this. Have you seen something like this? Look at the size of these lots. Those are lots. That's not size. I'm pretty sure I have it as lots because like look, everything else is lots. Right? Yeah.
What is this movie? I've never seen that before.
Don't disrespect my VWAP.
I'm not disrespecting. I'm just saying I've never seen it. I've never seen it like that.
My VWAP doesn't have feelings. No, I'm kidding. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Threw in the dip trade. All right, back to AXTI. Popping right back up into that $0.75. It's an unbroken green candle setup since 11:10. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're on the 7th green candle in a row. I perceive us to have broken above the downtrend, but you never really know how these things are going to act. That is just a line that I drew, but it's been quite accurate as of late. Let's see if we can get through that $0.75, not immediately apparent if we can. YCBD is taking out highs. It's into that 107, 111. It's breaking out. Be careful with this one. This is an MX stock, so it can rip your face off. New high a day on YCBD into 111. Is there continuation? We're going to give it a try here, Joey. Let's see if we can kind of pop off, maybe into 17s, something like that. There we go. We got 11s, showing me 13 now. 14, 15. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher now. Come on, let's see. Come on, YCBD, where is the buying at? Seller at 14, back into 15 we go. We'll take the print there, cancel the 17. 16s now, we're looking at 19s, and we're looking at 25s. Watch out for the drop, though. There could be a buyer at 6s and 7s. Because can you know that like that was a British expression before it was like
what is
like to say you're at 6s and 7s or you're 6s, it means you were up, like you were screwed up. Yeah, it's like if you say the defense was in 6s and 7s, it means they know what they're doing, right?
Yeah.
So it was like an English expression way before we started using it.
You know, it's completely off topic, but like one of my favorite English comedy shows, People Just Do Nothing, came out with a movie. Oh man, I just think it's absolutely hilarious. Shout out to everyone in the UK. People Just Do Nothing, the absolute funniest show on the planet.
I've never heard of it.
Dude, these guys have this nothing radio station called Corrupt FM, and they have like, it's like they have like 2 songs, man, and they just play it all day essentially. Yeah, it's absolutely.
I love it.
Corrupt FM, the best radio station.
All right, Joey, hold on. 121 high now on YCBD, dipping down now into 114 and change. The best print, we've got 20s. I'm waiting at 19s, waiting at 22, then 27. Looking for a hold though. I'm gauging here 107 to about 111. Reason is the closing prints on the 1050, the 1055. And 11 candle, either the closing or the opening prints all at 106. It does topping till though into 110, so it's a zone for me. I'm looking for that dip trade to come in. I'll probably put in, I'm gonna go ahead and put that. Let's just go towards the higher end of the range. Let's go 109s, see if we can pick up something in and around there. How's my trade on AXTI doing? Well, it's not printing because that seller at 75 that we can't shake. So AXTI, a little bit tough here. It does feel like it got above the prior trend high, but it's not really finding buyers, and that staunchy seller at 65 is keeping us down. So that is a bit of a problem for me. Joey, what do you got?
All right, guys. Whenever we're ready there, Assassino will fire it up. Feed, here's a medical device company to keep an eye on. Enview Medical, ticker Feed. The company designs and markets a guided feeding tube platform to hospitals across the U.S. today. The majority of hospitals do the procedure blindly, leading to unavoidable injuries from misplacements. Think of this platform as a GPS for feeding tube placement, which can improve patient safety and streamline how care teams work. What stands out to me is the growing appetite for this platform through U.S. hospitals and how their tech fits right into clinical needs. Today, there are already in 38 hospitals as hospitals push for safer, more efficient solutions. Enview looks like a company building scalable technology with real-world demand behind it. Definitely one to watch. All right, is it my turn here? All right, let's go over and see what we got going on. Hey, listen, I'm thinking we're going to continue to move lower in SLV. I know someone said get out. Hey, relax, Will. Relax, Will. So, yeah, there it is. I mean, you're down to, wow, 20%. 20% in SLV, so this one has not been good for the longs or people still holding on to some silver because this pullback has been absolutely insane. And the same thing with gold as well. This is what I was looking at Los Polos. You're like, hey, that's it. It's done for physical gold. Digital gold starting to put in an inverted hammer candle right off of these key support levels. So not too bad of a look there. I like that idea that we got going on with Bitcoin. A nice sustained bounce would be ideal here. But let's head over to GLD's daily. Ouch, ouch, yope me mama. That is not fun. You're down 10%. Nothing crazy, but silver taking a much larger hit here, guys, with a high of approximately around $110, now trading around $84. That's a 22% pullback in the span of 2 days. That's not fun. Like, I mean, it doesn't matter what you're holding, where you're holding it from. Just that elimination and that destroyer of essentially your funds is not too good to be involved in. But, I mean, aside from that, guys, you got to take into consideration it doesn't matter what it is or how strong it is. I'm going to stand by this. And what I've learned for quite some time, I mean, my trading tenure, is that eventually things will start to come back in. And where do I usually refer to? And that's going back towards Microsoft. This was all fun and games until it wasn't, right? Like, you know how when you're horsing around with your siblings and it's like, oh, it's all fun until somebody gets hurt. Well, here it is, bang, people are starting to get hurt right now, Sharif. So this was all fun and stuff, but it can come to an abrupt end really quick, and then people start crying and they're like, oh, what's going on with this and with that? And then I'm going to lead to the next name. No, regardless of how strong it is, like, I mean, enjoy the ride, right? You do that, but just be prepared and don't get overly greedy. You know, I think they say bears and bulls can both obviously feed and make money, but it's the hogs and the pigs that get slaughtered. So just be prepared. We're up 139% in a mega cap name from those April lows. We're going to use that April 7th benchmark, and then sure enough, anything can happen. We're going to be reporting on Google's soon, so keep an eye out on this one. I'm not saying it's going to tank, but be prepared to take a little bit of a profit just in case you do get an additional gap up here.
All right, got the ad at 109 on YCBD, scalped up into 15s and almost got 18s, didn't quite cross. This candle is a candle of indecision. It's higher lows and lower highs. High of this candle, I believe, is 16s. The low, I believe, is 8s or 7s. Can't tell because the mouse over is not working, but that's fine. Looking for a hold, though, of, as I mentioned, that range that we spoke about, 111 to 106, 107, 106. That's kind of the range that I perceive to be initial area of resistance between 10:50 to 11 o'clock. So I'm looking for this area to hold generally, but we are getting some lower highs on the 1, but the 5 is still setting up okay. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on there. I didn't get my dip trade on ZSL, and now it's really going without me into 227. Very thickly traded, but still a great looking chart pattern on ZSL. And I also want to mention APRE. Shout out to, I want to give them their credit. JL822 mentioning APRE. This one's up almost 67%. NASDAQ, let's find out. Yes, it is. South of $1. Trying to work its way above the dollar right now. It's been above. It's gotten into 106, I believe. That's the high of the day. Dilly-dallying right now at 98 pennies, but it is accumulating for a dollar break, at least on the 1. This looks like a bull flag here breaking out right around 1126. So if that's going to be the case, well, then we want to set up something over here. Now, let me give you some technicals. High a day, I mentioned 106. Prior bar high, 102. Prior bar low, 93 pennies. Volume weighted average price, 93 pennies as well. I would base my out at 93 pennies. If it loses VWAP, which it hasn't, I'd get out. Let's see if we can pick it up maybe at around 95 for a possible break. I'm just going to go, I'm going to give it a little bit above 95. Let's go 95.5. Let's see if we can pick it up in and around there. And then if it loses that 93 penny area, which is the volume weighted average price, we're out. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. How's YCBD doing? Okay, so popped up into 15s, but still not doing anything. And this current candle, which opened right now, 1150, still has higher lows, but also lower highs. So no decision as to kind of how this is going to act at the moment. Packing the patience. Also, Bovin was mentioning RPGL. I did have that one on watch already. Bovin, shout out to you for calling it out. It's been a multi-day runner, as you can see. When it makes intraday highs, it's very aggressive to pull back, sometimes losing key areas of technical support. Case in point, that 310 move into what was at the high of the day into 140, and then it lost it into 57 pennies before going back into 190 in the aftermarket. So very up and down swings, and then you got more of that this morning as well. So this seems to be characteristic for RPGL, but it is kind of taken out into that 150 high. It's got a 170 technical high, but the pre-market high, you need to keep your eye on that as well. It's 208. So I was telling Bub in 1 second, into 170, if it takes out 170, I'm definitely looking for a squeeze into 2. What's up?
Yeah, silver, man. This is like we're all out of silver at $84 right there, and I mean this thing is continuing to bleed. Shreve, I don't want to interrupt you, but 21% now on silver to the down. 21, yeah, 20 straight. Hey, I mean, hey, man, you know what 21 represents? That's exactly what we got over here. A whole lot of red. Shout out to Playboy Cardi as well too. There, I know you like that one. 83.20, and it's looking to continue to move a little bit more. 22% incoming on. So shout out to 22 Savage, the other guy of that team, even though he's not. But yeah, I mean, it's not looking too good in silver here, Sharif. And that's what I was talking about earlier, guys, is just that the waterfall type price action, right? You just got to be careful with this stuff. I'm not saying that you won't get somewhat of a rebound. 22% may be a little bit overdone, and probably if you're looking at your RSI or something along those lines from an intraday standpoint, you're going to say we're oversold right now. But yeah, it's getting really, really ugly here in silver as you're down to $83, brother. Sorry.
All right, no worries, man. We got right back into we added into YCBD, dipped in perfectly into the volume weighted average price. I was lucky to catch that. Added into 111, looking for now a high day break there. It goes into the high of the day of 123. We get the print there, but we're still waiting north of 25. I believe we're waiting at 27s. Let's watch to see if there's going to be a nice kind of tailwind here into 24 as we go. That's another high a day, looking for continuation. 25s now just showed up momentarily, waiting at 27s. Happy I was able to get more shares into this one, and we'll have many more outs should this one take out area high. Huge seller at 24. Can't shake the seller at 24. 25's now showing up. Can we get a little bit higher? Let's see now. 25 seller. Can we see some 26s here on the ask on the level 2? Not quite yet, but we are taking out size. 26 is showing up. Can we see some 27s? We're going to wet the beak here. Move up the order from 27 into 29. We're going to leave that other order that was at 33. We're going to move it up to 35. Good strength here on YCBD. Very parabolic into the high of the day and a clean hold of the volume weighted average price. 27s now. A little bit higher. No, seller coming in, dipping into 21. Be ready for the retracement on this one. Let me give you technicals. Current bar low, 105. Current bar high day, 127. Prior bar low. None of the mouse overs are working. Why does this happen? Prior bar low, I should say, 108. Prior bar high, 116. Keep your eye out on that one. Definitely interested in getting a little bit more to see if this one has the juice kind of maybe to make it into that 150. So
Dude.
good. What's up?
No, sorry. I'm just talking to myself, man.
All right, so looking for that move possibly into that 1.5, but obviously we're looking for beak wetters along the way. We're going to wait next at that 1 1/3. Scott Tomlinson, are you okay if I make a shirt that says habitual beak wetter? I would actually
send it in.
Yeah. I'll wear that on the show, man. Absolutely. I'm going to make that myself. Thank you.
Man. There's a t-shirt printing shop literally right around the corner.
I know. I've visited it before.
Like, Darius, dude, what are you talking about? I'm like, how much is that contract?
Get it, Joey.
Yeah, and he's like, about 5 days of lunch. But what do you get? I don't know where you're from, my boy Darius, but we ain't getting much for 5 days for $1.25 around here. You're lucky to get a coffee. That thing's $6. 5 days on 5 days at lunch, brother. What? No, obviously, I mean, rock and roll, man. That thing's gonna cost you nothing. If you think that we're gonna slide past that zone, then by all means, look to get involved on that. But Tesla's starting to come back in here. So this is a lottery ticket, right? 0 DT. The chance of it expiring worthless are pretty high. So yeah, take a look at it. If you want to have that put, then by all means, it's not gonna cost you much. $6 if that's what that is there. Yeah, nice little bounce in silver. There's some signals, some bottoming signals here, guys. Look at this on the volume. Even on the lower time frame here, so VPA really starting to come into play. You have that isolated volume print hammer candle right at the extreme low after sliding 22%, and then now you're starting to get somewhat of a bounce. You can see that Tesla's heading towards a neckline as well, but SoFi continuing to bleed there, so not too good of a look. I was thinking about putting a short in the NASDAQ, but I'm like, what am I doing? I was talking to, I think it was somebody in the chat. Was it MF? I think it was MF Dangerous in the chat. I'm like, it's just like, for me, I'm not trading it very well. And then where we're positioned on the cues, I just don't think it's the time, really, from an intraday standpoint. Unless you're really comfortable with playing this chop, selling the highs, buying the lows, or whatever you may be doing, and just chilling, or just trading this consolidation. If we head over to the daily, you can see what I'm getting at here. And that's why I'm saying this is Condor land. I would love to have a question and talk to Brent there and see what he's thinking about what the overall market is. Is it credit time? Is it net credit time? Or what we got going on here with some of these names. Now, this is the NASDAQ. We've just been trading within this range for quite some time. You can go back to October and we're still within it. So that's why I'm saying Condor World, Iron, Condor World. And then sure enough, there it is. You can base that spread. And as long as you stay within that in a span of X amount of days, however you long to right, then you can start making some cash on that. But I do believe that we're going to head a little bit to the downside here in the NASDAQ. So we'll wait for a pullback, maybe look to get involved with it. It's been a pretty good day so far. I mean, we're nicely green. We had that trade on SLV. We're all out of that one here. 33% all out right there, from $88 to $84. And then sure enough, we have the Tesla, where we had the most majority of our position here, from 1673 all the way to a high of around 1781. So you catch a little bit more than $1 on TSLA, which isn't bad whatsoever.
YCBD into a new high, day 128, 129. Let's see if it can pop up. There's the fill at 129. We're waiting at 135 next, guys. Great strength on this one, continuing to hold higher highs and higher lows, now up about 65%. Great look on YCBD. I was trying to find you forced liquidations on silver because everybody's yelling margin calls probably for silver longs. So I was trying to get you that data, but I'll give it to you in a second. Yeah. 131 now on YCBD. Another high day. 32 showing up momentarily. Let's see. Looks like the seller at 32 or at 31 just got rocked. We did move up to 32. That's the high of the day. Profit taking though, and or short selling into this level. Current bar low. Let's see if the mouse over works. Why would the mouse over work, Joey? 116. Prior bar low 105. Dipping back down now into 122. So we're 10 pennies off the high. Volume weighted average price 112. 10 EMA on the 5 108. I still like that prior area that we spoke about from 106 into 110, 111, because that is a prior area of resistance. And to me, it's acting as a level of support. And I'm going to continue to trade it that way until it's not. ELPW is open. It's up again in the 352. It's up 648%. It looked like it was going to down halt. It faked it right back up into the up halt now parameter, 718%. 352. This thing is crazy, man. Yo, when they come like that TCBD thing, and there's a quadruple digit winner, isn't it funny how the next day there's also one that kind of keeps the ball rolling with that kind of crazy ass momentum, and this is the one that I'm talking about right now, ELPW. It's only done 7.3 million shares on the day, but it's up. 718%. So keep your eye out on this one. If this is your cup of tea, I was talking to Tisha in the chat. It's just, this is not my my style of trading. I mean, if I was sitting at home and I could just sit in a position, put in stops, put a limit on or a market on open order and just walk away and let it kind of do its thing, maybe, but I'm not going to be doing this one when I got to do a show. So we'll leave that one to be, and we'll focus on YCBD. Bovin RPGL is starting to curl here. Where is that RPGL? Oh, I don't have one. We'll take off AXTI. We'll put RPGL. This one is starting to curl, and it's looking a lot better. And now, I think it's only 2 or 3 pennies off the day high, the official day high, which is 170. But I really want to bring your attention to that pre-market high, which goes into 208. That was the 810 candle on the 5-minute chart. Be on the lookout for bag holders, and that was on volume, mind you. That 8:10 a.m. candle had about 2.1 million shares of volume. Just to give you a by way of comparison, prior bar on RPG on the 5 has 238,000 shares. So plenty of volume was exchanging hands here in the pre-market. Into 166 now. 167 it goes. So RPGL, Bovin, could be on the move up here. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. And I think if it clears 170, it's going to have a trader in me. But it's got to clear it, quite decisively so that I can kind of use that 170 to 160 area as my area of support. We'll have to see what RPGL does when we get back from Happening Now and Neil's Lesson of the Day.
This market does not want 694, at least not now. A couple rejections of this level. Now we're coming into not only intraday lows, but that pre-market level we used as support at 8:30 a.m. on the PPI number. Now we're actually going to talk about the PPI number here because that was coming out here hotter than expected across the board. This infographic not yet released on X at TTV Research, but just previewing it for you guys. Sorry, we did get hotter than expected. Core and non-core month-over-month and year-over-year producer price indices prints or index prints, though it is worth noting that Fed's Myron has already said that he's not concerned this will actually impact the PCE readings. So take that how you will. I'm also just now seeing comments coming from the CEO of SoFi, Anthony Noto, saying that the company is, quote, uniquely positioned to benefit from crypto. Also, Trump apparently signing executive orders live, so lots happening right now. I believe that's the IndyCar executive order, but I'll be watching that. A couple other things to mention before we head over to Neil's Lesson of the Day. Eli Lilly is, as we saw that market really weak, Eli Lilly, the exact opposite here, stronger, announcing that $3.5 billion facility in Pennsylvania to produce the injectable GLP drug that apparently is going to go into production, or the facility rather, this year. But what's not strong here, I'll go back to that in a second, is SanDisk. SNDK languishing here below that 600 level and near intraday lows after the earnings report. Now, a lot of this is being attributed to likely profit taking. We are down roughly $90 now from the intraday high just today. But again, better than expected earnings across the board here for this quarter, and operating income and net income growing by 505 and 617% respectively. So massive look there for SNDK. Earnings great. Right now, the stock not doing so well, though. Again, kind of hard to say it's doing badly when it's still up 10%. Before we go over to the lesson of the day, I just want to make sure, subscribe if you enjoy the content. Always let us know what you want to see and hear from this show and from our social media accounts. If you have any ideas, always for X at TTV Research, tag us right there. One of the benefits of this show in the chat. But another benefit is Neil and his lessons. So you get some Neilage right now. Neil, what lesson do you have for everyone watching?
Well, Dara, I'm going to do things a little bit differently this time, but it starts with, if you were watching the aftermarket show last night, which you all should be, I mean, come on, SNDK earnings, Apple earnings live, Western Digital, you had Deckers, which was going crazy. All four of us were there, myself, Sean Brendan, and Dara at the desk with the spin around. It's a great look, it's great information. But there was a quote that got made. And it actually caused me to react because it was something that I feel pretty strongly about. But I want to start by doing this. I'm going to tell you I'm going to say the quote, and here's what I want everyone to do. Hop into the chat, and if you agree with this quote, I want you to type 1. And if you disagree with this quote, type 2. If you have no strong feelings about it, feel free to abstain. You don't have to have an opinion on this. So here's the quote. A scared trader is a deficient trader. I'm going to wait for people to opine. I know that YouTube has a little bit of I don't know, sometimes it's 3-second delay, 5-second delay, 10-second delay. So I'm going to let it trickle in here because I have a strong suspicion as ELPD comes in that it's more mixed than I thought. Now, I thought 1, absolutely 1, only a few 2s in here over and over and over again. And so here it comes. Now I was expecting about 80 to 90% on the 1 saying they agree. And I think it's fair to ballpark it. Maybe it's like 75 to 80%. So it sounds really good, doesn't it? A scared trader is a deficient trader. Now, what is risk-taking in a general sense, right? What's the downside when you lose money in a trade? Losing a lot of money, blowing up an account, that's pretty bad, right? Is it as bad as, losing your life? Of course it's not, right? So let's ask a question. I'm sure most people here, a lot of people might know somebody who maybe they're a police officer, maybe they're a firefighter, maybe they serve their country. Now, I'm not going to pretend that I'm one of those people. I had a cousin who was in the Navy, the Canadian Navy, and flew for the Navy, and then he then flew helicopters for the police department where he is in Canada, at least until he retired. And if you've ever talked to one of those people or discussed with somebody when they run into a burning building or run towards something crazy, have you ever heard one of them say that they're not afraid? You ever heard them say, oh no, I wasn't afraid when I did that? Or is it literally the opposite, where they tell you, of course I was. Oh, I don't trust anybody that isn't afraid in a situation like that. I don't trust the guy that's going to tell me they're not afraid to go run into fire or run into a dangerous situation. Yeah, there's a reason people who risk their lives don't do that. Because it's kind of nonsensical when you think about it. Human beings have been wired and built with certain reactions which have literally saved us and allowed us to survive. And one of them is fear. Now, what you find among people like that who do that for a living, and it's not the same as trading because they're actually risking something a little bit more, is it's how they react to fear. It's the fact that if you're an elite soldier, they train and are driven to be perfect, to trust the orders, to follow the person next to you, and trust that that is going to allow them to overcome. And that's how you get past it. You overcompensate for that by being obscenely prepared, absurdly ready, absurdly focused. That's what that level of fear gets you. Now, you might have that like weird thing in your brain where you don't feel fear at all. That's like what percentage of the population. It's like some infinitesimal number, whatever it might be. That could be a different story. That's not anybody we're talking to. But if we're talking about a regular person, you want it to sharpen you. Because if you are not, let's just imagine, let's put it back to trading for a split second. If you're not afraid of blowing up your account, or if you're not afraid of losing money, that can make you very reckless. A person who's afraid to lose their account but is driven to trade is going to be somebody who does things to not blow up their account and takes actions to not have that happen for them. Simply not being afraid of the downside. And the weird thing about it is it came up with a discussion about SNDK. There's a difference between saying I'm not going to short it because I'm afraid, or you should be afraid to short the stock. I short stocks all the time. But there are certain ones like ELPW. I've traded stuff like this before. And when it came down to it, this is a scary thing for a day trader. And the problem with this one for myself, why I don't try these anymore, is couldn't figure out something that made sense risk-wise to make these kinds of things work. But in other strategies, that's not the case. So you prepare yourself so that you are in a situation when you are faced with a trade that can blow you out, or that is dangerous, or that could lose a lot of money. Your level of preparation has gotten you past that level of fear. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what we do in life every single day. We set ourselves up in a situation, the world sucks, there's danger all over the place. We set ourselves up in a situation that we are prepared to face it every single day. But do I tell myself that when I get into a car, there's literally nothing to be afraid of? What am I even talking about? Have you seen drivers in Toronto? You better believe there's something to be afraid of. It doesn't cripple you. We still do it every single day. Why? But I'm a good driver. That's why I ain't got nothing to worry about. So again, I have nothing against anybody that believes that's a good saying. It's a good catchphrase. I hear rappers say it all the time too. No scared money, don't make no money. Yeah, that's great. I don't care. And I hope you don't care about sayings either. What should matter to you is that you understand that a regular human being that blows up an account is going to be afraid to do so. And it has nothing to do with whether you get that feeling or not. You're a human, you will get it. Your level of preparation, your ability to actually find a trade and a strategy and then execute that strategy is what allows you to overcome it. When I look at traders, like we had a conversation about this morning, the biggest trader yesterday put on, 140K at real trading in a silver trade. I will tell you this right now. I've seen a dude who sat next to me, his name's Arun. I'm just being straight. It would be in trades kind of like that, and you wouldn't even know brother's in it. Why? Because he's not afraid? I know, trust, this is like a brother, man. I know this dude. Not because he's not afraid, but he's just so insanely prepared and has his strategy that that's not gonna faze him because he's just executing a strategy, and that's what it's all about. You better believe he doesn't want to lose money. I told you, like, he does really smart things to make sure he doesn't blow up his account. So again, I know it's a bit of a long-winded lesson, and I'm not going over charts or anything like that. Sometimes it is about the charts today, and I was thinking about this on the way home. I have to have this discussion because you know what? This show, Trader TV Live, has always been about the community. It's always been about the fact that we would exist on a trading floor talking to other traders all the time and giving other people the benefit of that knowledge and what that community is all about. And one of the things that's really important is a quote that I love to repeat over and over again. If you care about somebody, then you will tell them what you really think. If you care about yourself, you will tell them what they want to hear. It makes you more money to tell people what they want to hear. And telling people what you think, whether they agree or not, at a bare minimum allows them to think about something which is important. So hopefully, whether you agree with that quote or not, you're at least thinking about it, and maybe it helps your risk approach going forward. Because at the end of the day, I don't want to see people lose money. I dislike it. I seriously, I really do. I hope everyone can make money, but I know that most people don't in a reality of trading. So good luck, everybody. If you happen to be trading ELPW, Godspeed. Like I said, if you short this thing, you better be afraid of that nonsense. I don't care what anybody says. Go get it. I haven't had the tilapia yet. I would tell you guys how it is, but I haven't even opened it. So. But for the record, I have a bad feeling about it to this time. It was good the last time. I'm not sure this time.
I don't know. I get tilapia gets a bad rap on the show, and I respect everybody's opinions, especially yours and Neil's and everybody's, but I kind of like it, bro. I told you on the show yesterday, I can be pescatarian, easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
I mean, what, we all supposed to like the same thing?
No,
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
absolutely not.
So.
There goes ZSL, your boy Joey Options is silver. I'm
out of silver.
Oh, my bad.
I was out at 84. We're down to 82.30s there on silver.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm kind of doing the same thing. I know you were shorting SLV. I'm taking ZSL long, which is the inverse leveraged ETF for silver. We're doing it live. We're taking prints over here. What do we got? 24s. It's showing me 34s. I'm waiting next at 35. Let's see what this one has to offer. It is into the high of the day. Currently, as we speak, there is 34. Let's wet the beak. No, I'm not going to wet the beak here. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher and see what we can get at 35. Then I'm going to wait at 39 as well. Seller at 34. It's a thick trade anywhere you look, and that's kind of normal given the share size and the volume. This thing's done almost 500 million shares on the day. We are a little bit below that, 493,000. So keep your eye out on this one. I'm looking for continuation. Obviously not a small cap gapper, but as I made very clear today, the small cap gapper is just not doing well today. And the IWM is absolutely getting clipped. It's down almost 2%, 1.84%. By the way, gold, 9.15% in the Ville of Red. Silver, SLV, down 22%. Where's crap coin over here? Let's see. Down 1 3/4, but crap coin's already been getting clipped. So, yeah, probably maybe more downside there. I didn't add, by the way, into IBIT yesterday. Yeah. I added into a couple of positions yesterday at night on Blue Ocean.
Okay.
By the way, excellent spreads on Blue Ocean. I got no beef with that at all.
Great.
Especially if you're buying a stock that's a couple of $100. You're talking about 15, 20 penny spreads.
I'm not going to complain
That's a joke. That's
man.
a joke.
And the transaction fees too, nada, pretty much.
Nada. Well, you know you have options with our platform about what kind of fee structure you get,
it's
right?
tiered.
You
It's
know
tiered. Yeah. You have essentially.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the look there. So I did do some adding yesterday, strategic adding. We'll see, kind of how they pan out. But yeah. Well,
sorry to interrupt you, but TD is garbage. Like my long term is in TD. It's so hot trash.
But if you're buying ETFs, so like what I do is when I get paid with this job,
you just buy a little bit
right away.
Yeah.
So you know all your TD app,
you with TD?
your savings
You
account, your
long-term
checking,
thing?
all your investment accounts, your credit cards, everything's consolidated into one app, right? So I literally just transfer the money
into your
exactly,
investment.
and then I buy.
Yeah,
Who cares?
but you know,
You don't
yeah,
need
but see, the thing is, though, Sharif, you can't. There's no overnight, right? Like you don't get any in the pre or the post market. There's none of that.
No.
And $11 tickets. Like, come on, brother.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, yeah.
But it's long term. You're not like you may. But even so, over time, it adds up. You know what I mean?
100%. You're not wrong. And in addition to the fees that you're paying on the Qs, on the SPY, whatever the hell you're buying. Can I say one thing though?
Yeah.
So do you have a strategy how to add ETFs? Do you wait for like the first red day? So I'm talking about like long term because there's.
I don't own any ETFs.
You don't buy Qs?
I'm straight equity, man.
You're straight equity. So what I was talking to some people about is because like that's kind of
maybe
my thing now.
IBIT, I guess.
I don't even mean those ETFs. I just kind of mean
like
index ETFs.
I
Exactly. So it was like I'd like to hear some people's opinions in the chat. Like, do you guys, for your long-term accounts, to build up the portfolio, do you guys have a strategy about where you buy the Qs or the SPY? Are you waiting for like the first red day on the week, or are you waiting perhaps for a certain percentage down in order to buy? Like, I'm assuming a lot of people don't want to buy on green days because they don't want to buy when it's expensive. I'd love to hear your specific strategy for your long-term account at how to buy the index. Guys do? Is there an employable kind of quantifiable strategy that you can explain to me? I'd love to hear it.
Dude, I think in my opinion, like if I were to go that route, it's just like paid buy. It doesn't even really matter. Like just keep buying.
I want to have some sort of
you
strategy.
That would be my strategy. Is just who cares, punch and pray. I think like, at the end of the day, I mean, over a span, like I mean, look at the history of things, right? Like at 10 years, are you gonna really look back and be like, oh man,
you just finished telling me $11 right now. You're complaining about $11 buys going to add over time. I mean, if I'm buying at $3.50 a share,
that's positioning.
Rather than $3.20 a share.
You're gonna be like back in like 2015. You're gonna be, or like 10 years from now, 2035, and be like, oh man, I'm pissed that I didn't get that 30 cents better.
Not 30 cents, my boy. I'm talking about dollars here. Like you know what the Qs move. Where are the Qs at? They're $622.
All right.
You know what I mean? Like, all right. So let's just take a quick look. Let's do it live. Let's bring in. I see the tags. I really want to get to them in a second, but let's just take a look at what the range on the Qs has been this week. This is the monthly, sorry, so let's flip to the daily. Let's flip to the 30-minute to kind of get, okay, Joe, like if I had bought on the 21st, 605, and then it got to 637. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a big difference. Yeah, that's a big difference.
And that's what I'm talking about. Like, you wait on the first red day, right? So that's kind of what I mean by that. I'm not trying to nickel and dime the portfolio. I'm trying to be strategic. Mr. Loveshack, I wait until the implied volatility rank is 25 or higher. That's kind of the strategy that I want to hear. That's excellent. Thank you for telling me that. I'm going to take a picture of that, and then I'm going to have a look to see if it fits it within my own kind of strategy. Buy at every 10% dips, basically, says 3 others. I love that as well. Another tactical approach. No strategy ever, says Charlie Taff. I love it. Busted says, if I have cash in the reserves, I buy when there's a big pullback. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. And add to the positions I already own. Like to hear that. Deutsch says, I dollar cost average, make it simple. Fair. Simple sometimes the best option, as Joey Options was trying to make that point a second ago. Let's see what else you guys said there. Palantir, all right, I'm not kind of looking at that at the moment. I buy, sell on Friday. And shout out to James Dell. I was actually talking to Brendo about this. I buy, sell on Friday, end of day, market order for the long-term account, no motion. So I'm assuming you're just putting a market on close order, a mock, right? Or whatever other kind of strategy you're doing. Shout out to Carlos Lopez. Every Friday, I buy BTS no matter what the price is, okay? Carolina, I buy 10 US dollars every day, and in red days, I buy 100 US dollars. See, this is the kind of strategies that I want to hear, man. All these different kind of looks at it. And you know, you get a little bit from here, you get a little bit from there, and then all of a sudden you've got your own strategy. Let me just looking over here to see what else. Happy all the time. I only sell my index holdings when a death cross happens. I like that, but that's not kind of what I'm asking, but that's actually sound. When it dips to the 50 EMA, says Kai Soren. I like these, man. These are all sound, different strategies. Shout out to D. D. Westermeyer, baby. Sharif, Warren Buffett strategy. Would I hold 10 years, just buy then, double position if down 10%? Yeah, I do like that. A specific percentage down, that's kind of what I was thinking. You know, the Qs end up closing like 1% down, 1 1/3, something like that. You hit the buy button and you do it without emotion. But the question is, do you put like a mock, or do you put midday, or you know, a moo or market on open, whatever. That's kind of what I'm trying to get at here, Joe, because that's going to be the
that's the game plan.
That's the game plan moving forward. Like I feel I'm going to add into the equities,
yeah,
but not nearly with the same aggression that I'm going to be buying these.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a little less stressful, to be honest with you, than owning flat out equity.
And you want to know why?
Why is that?
You want to show them?
Show them.
Should we show them?
Show them, man.
I think we're going to show them.
Zoom out.
We're going to show them.
Go. What are you good?
Hold on. It's going to embarrass me. Yeah. This is it. This is the Qs. Okay, from the GFC 2007. And now we're up 1,200%, man, and that's not even including the dividends that you roll back into the position. So this is it,
dude,
right?
Let me say this.
So if you're not doing this, Joe, for your retirement,
what are you doing?
Doing?
Yeah.
It shouldn't be real estate.
No.
You're not getting 1,200%.
Like, listen, I think one of the smartest things, and I don't think that it's talked about enough, is that the $1,000 plan for, what is it, every born child now is getting $1,000. You know how brilliant that is? You know how, like, you know how much
but it's
more
going to get crapped on because of who is mentioning it.
Yeah, well, I mean, at the end of the day, you know how brilliant it is? That is like, come on, like, that is proven. The system, even though we're looking at everything under a microscope, the system is proven over how long that it works, and you just continuously buy it. And if you have the ability, imagine starting when you were born. As soon as you were born, imagine you had exposure to the overall market. What's it going to do? What's like?
If your parents did that for you, like, you know what I mean?
Oh my God, it's just like. We hit where's the face slapper? That's what, if your parents, like, I wish I could do that to mine. It's like, come on, man. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, it seems, again, it's obviously a lot more difficult and easier said than done, whatever it may be. But is it really, though? Like, think about going back.
Are you not paying your bills every month?
Dude,
are you not? Like, isn't this kind of the same thing?
Think about when you started working at 14. Like, before I even graduated high school, look what the NASDAQ, the triple Qs has done from 2010 to now. Right? You know how much drastically life would be? It's like, shit, if you're not doing that for your family members, then I don't know, man.
I completely agree. And that's something my parents weren't really involved in at all.
Yeah.
They were never really involved in the market. My old man,
well, my grandma's the same way. She's not really risk on. Like, she's like, but you know what Achilles said? He said, man, no one's gonna remember your name if you don't do bold things, essentially, right? Like, so you gotta take those steps. I remember I was sitting on a little bit of cash just when I was in my earlier 20s, and I wanted to put every dime that I had into Canopy Growth Corp, right? Like, all eggs in one basket. And my grandma's like, no, don't do it, don't do it. Yeah. But I was fortunate enough to ride that wave to the point where I bought pretty much almost, like, my old Beamer, bought that cash, and helped put a down payment on a place right now. Man. You have to be bold. Yes, that's hindsight. We did lose a lot of that, but ignorance is bliss sometimes, and you have to take those bold moves, but you also have to be willing to lose it as well, too.
100%. But, like, what we just showed there with the Qs,
the bold, man.
You saw the Qs, man. I mean, yeah, we can go even further with the SPY. Let me see what the SPY has to offer over here, because I think the SPY goes back a little bit further on my charts. Just one sec, Assassino. Let's just take a quick look here at the monthly of the SPY. Okay, Joey. We're going to do it live on this one, where it's just hopefully it doesn't embarrass me. Okay, so this one goes to 1993, beginning of 93. Joey, freaking options. Not as much, man, as I thought. So from 93, the SPY is definitely a less parabolic than the Qs. 1,460% from 93. But I'm assuming the Q is definitely a lot more parabolic than that. But tell them.
Yeah, I mean, the growth within tech, right? Like, a little bit different. All right, guys, PDS, biotechnology, NASDAQ, PDSB is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in a few years. Yeah. Yeah, I think about it all the time, man. If I wasn't at house parties and stuff in high school, imagine if I knew about Bitcoin back then. If I knew about all that stuff, I didn't until I was in my early 20s. I didn't know a thing about essentially what was going on. Yeah, so there it is. Darius, I wanted to pull up your contract here, brother. This is what I wanted to talk a little bit about. I mean, we were down to a low around $6 when we were talking about that. But hey, at the end of the day, man, at one point you did get that move over like 100% return. So nice. Let's see if you can get that 30. The NASDAQ is starting to rebound. It's choppy, right, guys? Tesla heading right back up as well, too. So keep that in mind. But the shorts might be in place. Silver really taking it on the chin. You're down 23% at one point. So keep an eye out on that, guys. All right, $5 super chat. I DCA monthly and choose my day when 3-day SMA is less than 8 SMA, and then close it less than and the close is less than the open. And yesterday's close, you guys rock. Much appreciated, Jeff Jones. Love hearing your strategy as well, too, man. Just keep buying it hand over fist if you have the ability to do so. I request you to please look at him, says Pranette. Okay, we'll take a look at HIMS momentarily. Let's go Palantir. Caught that 3-minute candle off of the lows. Congratulations there. Forever, my friend. Yeah, and there goes Tesla right back to the top side. The position board currently not working. Sharif is a synthetically short SLV via the inverse vehicle right there. We're all out of SLV. We're still sitting in TSLL here, up 10%, so 5% here on Tesla. Let's see if we can breach that high of the day.
All right, APRE, pardon me, is starting to move up again, trying to work through that dollar area. It's been several failed attempts of the dollar area, and full disclosure, this is my biggest L on the day, this piece of crap 98 penny stock, and that's on me. I got distracted with something and I didn't put a stop, and when I looked over, I was 15 pennies out of the money. So that is on me, but doesn't mean that it's not setting up for a finally decisive break of a dollar. Now, mind you, it's a $1.06 high. It did topping tail multiple times earlier at around 11.40, 11.45, 11.50 through that dollar, only to fail all the way down to 2/3 of a dollar. So I'm not going to be quick to jump in just because it took out the dollar by a couple of pennies here and there. I'm going to actually insist that it clear the dollar. I'm not really sure by how much. I want to see a couple of closing prints above that dollar area, and then we're going to get involved with this one if it's going to use the dollar as its area of support, currently obviously resistance. So APRE back in focus, up 63%, trying to do it live, but not quite good yet. EPLW is bleeding its own blood. It is halted down now, 357 high. It is halted down at 239. It's still up 455%, but it was a prolonged halt, I want to say, from 12 o'clock, and then it opened up about 12:20, so a 20-minute halt on that, and now we are down into local area lows. I do perceive, though, there to be some support at around $2. And let me make my case as to why. EPLW, let me bring in the black charts over here. EPLW certainly has an area crest, which was an obvious area of resistance into that 190, right? And that 190 is kind of close to that $2 psychological support. Moreover, the volume weighted average price mid 180s, right? So that's showing you that this zone here, I don't have a rectangle to, oh, the Katina Man's back from the gym. I'm along with you, Katina Man. I took the inverse ETF. There we go. Shout out to the Katina Man coming back from the gym. He's all amped. So this $1.90 to $2 area here on EPLW could be a dip buy. Now, it is kind of contingent upon. Yeah, you coming back? You find the. Short 91. The Katina Man is short $91 on silver. As you can see, it's $82.18. But to digress back to EPLW, this is a buy zone for me. So I'm going to be looking to see if I can get that. Of course, it will have to, be liquid at that level, not halted at that level. That's not gonna cut it for me. But we'll continue to watch APRE here as well, Joseph Options, because I'm looking for a decisive break of a dollar, and then we're going to weasel in.
All right, yeah, good look there, man. I mean, here's the Nasdaq, right? Like here's the SPY as well too, starting to get a little bit of a rebound. But there's no bid being established here in silver. It's just continuing to move lower here, guys. Tesla going to go and test that high of the day here momentarily. It looks like we're starting to pick up volume on the lower time frames as well. So take a look at this here on the 1 minute time frame. Boom, increase in volume, and we're starting to stair step up, and I like that. So as soon as we breach, we'll piece a little bit more out. Position board not up yet. We'll get that working for you momentarily, but SoFi still can't find any form of a bottom. Let's run through our scan and see what we got going on that front. Because, I mean, other than that, guys, like less trading yesterday. Wasn't too good of a day for me. Like I was getting frustrated trading gold, and I should have just stopped at one point. And that's the big, I tell myself all the time. I tell myself this for 5 years: is just stop trading. Not every day is going to be a green day. That's just the nature of the beast in which we work in. And if you think that's going to be the case, then you're in the wrong industry. And someone was saying, yeah, the markets will destroy you mentally. Yeah, it's tough, man. If you don't follow your rules, the rules will break you eventually, and then you're just like, this stuff it doesn't make any sense to do. But there it is. 192.89 on NVDA. Microsoft starting to find somewhat of a bounce here, guys. See if you can run into the volume weighted average price there. I don't think it's going to breach it today, but we'll keep our eyes on the Nasdaq. See, when you're trading the TQQs, you have to keep an eye on so many different vehicles, right? Like mainly the Mag 7 to see what they're doing. And if they're all not moving kind of in tandem, then you might run into a little bit of trouble. It's like, hey, what's going on here? So starting to see a bounce in some of these big boys. And with that being said, with NVDA moving higher, guess what? If you're thinking you're going to short the Qs, well, have a blessed day because you're going to have a bad time on that one, right? Cisco starting to get a little bit of a bounce. Oracle not doing too good. IBM, it's a face slap for Sean as you head into 81.92. So nice look there. AMD down to 241. Still with the inability to breach the volume weighted average price. A steady downtrend. Even though we're now currently sitting on the back side of this one, keep an eye out on AMD. We can run through IBIT as well. Chop fest over here in IBIT, a lot of eastward price action. Once again, if you're a range trader, you just want to buy the lows, sell the highs. And I think that might be the narrative over here in the Nasdaq. But again, considering I'm looking to play a basket of stocks, maybe it's not that the answer is not in the TQs right now. Just look for an individual equity and try to go with the flow on that one. But other than that, 2 for 3 on the day. I really don't need to trade anymore, regardless of what the P&L is looking like. We're not going to complain whatsoever. It's been a pretty good one. A nice low off of Alibaba. And there it is. You might get a little bit of a bounce there. Oh, I think silver's going to keep going here, man.
It's
like
insane.
22.5%.
It's insane.
There it goes.
Katina Man keeps getting lit up, bro.
23, man.
Katina Man keeps getting lit.
Yeah.
Show Katina Man's chart there, because it's littered with prints. If we are able to, Assassino, there we go. Good look there, brother. Good look. There you go. And that's a couple of ads, by the way, there. That's not just one ad. Those purple triangles, those are shorts, and then the green triangles, those are profit takers. Shout out to the Katina Man. Excellent trade, brother. Yeah, hope you print up multiple storms on your side. There we go. We're going to hit the storm thing. There we go. All right, ZSL, we're long, guys, at 24. It's showing 34. I've been waiting at 35 for a while. So 235 on ZSL is certainly a flat top that we can't shake right now. So I'm in 3 positions at the moment. I weaseled into RPGL. I'm also in APRE. I'm looking for continuation. That's YCBD. Give me a second here. RPGL, we're in at 58s. It's showing me 60s. I'm looking for a top break here into 170. Is that real?
Yeah, bro.
Is that real?
I think so.
What's the matter with him?
I don't know, man.
Oh my God. You gotta be, I know we don't have a president, but you gotta be presidential. That's not presidential. Anyway.
That's your tax dollars, buddy.
Tell me how you really feel about him, Joey.
Yeah, well.
All right, so we're continuing to watch over here, APRE. We're looking for continuation through the high of the day. It's still 106. A loss of $1 gets me out. It's really that simple. We're in at 102. It loses $1 I'm out. But we're going to continue to watch here ZSL as this one does continue to accumulate at that 235. That 235 seller on ZSL, an inverse, 2 times inverse leveraged ETF for silver. We're looking for that 235 flat top break. We're not immediately able to get it. But there goes RPGL. Bovin, you better be in this, Bovin, because you're the one that was calling it out to me. There it goes through 170. What do we got on RPGL? 158. Looking now for continuation into the $0.75, not immediately taking that out. But guess what, guys? Even though that 170 area has been a really, really annoying area, it is putting in higher lows. You need to be alive to the higher lows because that will allow you to get more in. And here it comes. So I'm going to be adding some here in the low 50s. It didn't even give me an opportunity to get it. It just bounced right back up. So I didn't even get an opportunity to add. So we're going to have to pack the patience there. Shout out to Bovin. He's been in for 42 cents. Shout out to the OG Bovin. David, the red, check out the volume on the 30-minute chart for SLV. I'll do that in a second, but we got to pause. Okay, we're not. Okay, no worries. We'll wait for that to come up. Shout out to Nira. Any thoughts on feed? Well, I saw everybody yelling about this one, that it was a short. I think Farm Trader was telling me the short is on feed. I don't have locates. Let's flip to the 5. Let me see exactly what the look is here on the hungry one. Yeah, excellent volume, weighted average price rejection at 11.15, 11.20. Clean VWAP hold. Here it comes, though. That 383 area, that is yesterday's closing print, and that is likely where there may be an area of support. I also like the chart pattern that we're putting on, looking like a head and shoulders pattern if we give up the neckline that I perceive to be at around yesterday's closing print into the 380s. This could be a big boy drop, possibly into that area high that we had from a couple of days ago, which is about $2.75 to $3. Okay, so look for continuation there. You also have other levels that may come in before that 275 to 80. I'm talking about the aftermarket low and the pre-market consolidation area from this morning. That's around 3.25 on feed. So feed, it does look like the short is on. It's bleeding its own blood. It's losing the neckline right there, and it's about to go red on the day if it loses 383. Assassino. All right, we have to pause for a second, guys. We got a very special guest with Adara at the big desk.
I was just about to say there are not one, but two CEOs today on the show. We have Sheldon Ewantash right here, CEO of 3D Capital. Then to my far left, we have Paul Duffy, CEO of AAPL. You were on the show recently, of course. So thank you both for being here today. How are you guys doing today?
Good. It's great to be here on this brisk morning.
Yeah, Adara, thank you once again for having us. It's wonderful.
Yeah, so excited to talk to you guys today. So let's get into it. I'll start with a couple questions for Sheldon. You run a risk-diversified basket of high beta tech names, everything from quantum and Internet of AI to wearables, gold, copper, other resource plays. So with that in mind, can you give us a one-line snapshot of those names that you're most excited about right now?
Yes. So to remind people, we have approximately 60 companies. So we're very deep in the resource sector, looking for major discoveries. We like Forte Minerals as an example. We have a number of privates that are going to come public. 1 Bullion just came public. It's probably the largest landholder in the country of Botswana for minerals, 3 grass, roots and greenfield plays. So it's quite unique. We're deep in AI. We have a company, you mentioned Internet of AI, called Hypercycle, and another company called TotaQ for micropayments. We're extremely positive on imminent milestones, and that's really like to report on. And then there's Dynex, our quantum company. So, and then we're here with Paul, probably our top, in terms of public company, AIML, a company we're the largest shareholder in, and extremely positive about.
Well, let's get into that here. Let's talk about your track record of billion-dollar exits and multi-bagger wins. So how confident are you that AIML and Paul Duffy here fit this criteria, and what specifically gave you this confidence for this play?
So I've done a lot in the space of biotech. We had a company called Visible Genetics years ago. We financed it at 20 cents. It went to $120 on NASDAQ. It's in pharmacogenomics, which was personalized medicine. We went through the FDA. So I've been in many companies from beginning to exit. And with AIML, we think they've made a major disruptive invention, perhaps the most disruptive in 60 years in medical diagnostics around the heart. And it's all based on AI. So we're extremely positive. They've made a lot of progress and announcements. And That's why we wanted Paul here with us today.
Yeah, of course. And I actually want to mention that 60-year number that you just brought up here, Sheldon, because Paul, can you tell us what AIML Innovation's 60-year breakthrough invention is?
Yeah, sure, I'd love to. So give me a minute or two to kind of go through it. So very, very top level, to be frank, what we ended up inventing and then patenting was a novel way to measure a heartbeat. And I know that sounds somewhat, I'll just call it superficial or naive, but the truth of it is it allows us with our neural net technology to go into an actual recording of your heartbeat, typically through an ECG, an electrocardiogram device. And inside that signal, we're able to identify not just the pulse, but in fact, the start of what they call the P wave, so the start and stop of that wave, the start and stop of the QRS complex, and then the start and stop of the T wave. Now, a little bit science here, but if you think about taking those data points and putting them into a glorified Excel spreadsheet, now imagine that you do that for 2 or more heartbeats. But over the course of a day, you now have 100,000 heartbeats. So with that quantum of data, we then set up another table, believe it or not, that looks at the differences between how those data points are changing. And then we can even do this in real time, but let's just pretend it's a recording. Now we've got a time series database with a hard data wall of labels of your heart. This has not been done before in the entire 60 years that this industry has been around. And the ECG is the fulcrum point. It's the high point of leverage for all cardiovascular diagnostics. You come in to see your doctor, your healthcare provider, you're short of breath, probably the first thing they're going to do is ask you to take an ECG, understand what's going on in your heart. Now, with that data table and that time series table, we're able to produce a third table, which is all the anomalies that we identify happening within the context of that recording on your heart. That's the breakthrough, because we're device agnostic, so there's hundreds of different devices on the market today that we can apply our technology to. And then there are dozens of incumbent systems that are in place, both in regulatory and in what we call unregulated, which is the wellness market. So we've got this broad opportunity, this aperture of market availability right now that we're just entering. And to date, to Sheldon's point, the traction is just getting bigger and bigger for us. So we're very, very excited about this. Huge breakthrough.
Thank you so much for going over that with us.
Little lengthy.
So they can kind of understand, right, exactly what you guys do. So now let's get a little bit more into what differentiates you guys. What's technically different about max yield and cardio yield versus other AI ECG tools made by companies like Apple, Samsung, et cetera?
Yeah, it's a great question. So foundationally, those systems, those tools or those products, those devices, what they do is they look for your R peak. So they're looking for that pulse. You know how you feel your heartbeat, beep, 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 that kind of, they're just identifying that. What we're doing is we're cracking open the heartbeat and we're finding all the fiduciary points that live within the heartbeat. And then as I mentioned with max yield, we're able to actually create the maximum amount of diagnostic yield possible from that recording. None of these devices can do that today, not even close. So, and we're not looking to compete with them, by the way. I want to sort of outline this for our, your viewers and our shareholders. We're looking to license our technology natively into their platforms because it is an elegant install of a neural net through an SDK. All of a sudden, those devices now get access to that vast quantum of data that I just talked about through max yield. When they're in market and they're talking about their wellness, their longevity, and even their clinical efficacy, they've now got this amazing technology that can almost turbo boost what they're able to do in the market. So we're a nice, elegant solution for these guys, and we're in a multitude of discussions with them right now.
Yeah, that's certainly really important to know, and I think a very important distinction as well. So this last question for both of you, what are your stock catalysts to watch out for now that are going to cause a move higher, and what does success look like 3 years out? So I'm going to start with you, Sheldon.
Sure. Well, first thing I should say, we're trading at an 80% discount to our value, primarily because of the delay in launches in some of our companies that we expected last year. But this is a year for commercialization, and we think there's some very significant milestones that are imminent, that we hear from our companies that they're working on. So we're very excited about what's going to happen here for the first 6 months of the year.
That's awesome. Paul, same question to you. What catalysts should we watch out for, and how do things look 3 years out for AIML?
Well, I can wax all day on where we'd be in 3 years from now. Pulling it back to today, price of our stock clearly does not represent the potential, nor does it represent the phenomenal technology. And I might mention that max yield that we talked about has a formidable stack of intellectual property and patents in play, and only getting bigger every month, right? So just that alone warrants a significant, I'll call it re-rate in value of what we do. On top of that, we are progressing very quickly, and I would probably wager through the first half of this year into the early part of the second half of this year, we will begin to clear the regulatory clearances. That is substantial because now we're able to move directly into the clinical markets that are really the foundations for what we're building. So we're with the FDA, we're with Health Canada, and we're deeply ensconced in Jamaica through their Ministry of Health and Safety. We believe the Jamaican opportunity will represent probably one of the strongest proxies into serving globally all of these rural and remote communities that are almost always orphaned when it comes to getting access to high-quality cardiovascular diagnostics. So we believe that the next 6 months are going to be incredibly transformative for us as a company. We're also moving through very quickly commercialization to get to revenue and then eventually revenue break even. We're a mean company. Our horizon for profitability is not a lot, and we feel a number of deals, 3, 4, 5, tips us over the edge to get to that. If I look back and where we're going in 36 months, it's super exciting. AI, as we all know, is galloping in capability. If I looked out 18 to 36 months, our vision is to take this patented technology process, max yield, construct what we view as a super signal, and allow us to move from not just the heart, but into the brain, into your blood glucose, into other modalities, so that you create a super signal that can be used both in the consumer wearable environment, but also in the regulatory, where appropriate. So it's greenfield for us. We are able to do all of that because we've got the foundational technology in our wheelhouse.
That's incredible, and thank you so much for both of you for being here. Again, guys, this is Sheldon Uintosh, CEO of 3D Capital, and Paul Duffy, CEO of AIML. Thank you to you both for being here. And
Thanks,
thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks very much to the guys and for Adara. Great information, great interview, guys. AIML, the ticker, make sure you're checking that out. AIML Innovations on the Pure Network. Thank you very, very much. All right, let's get back to trading.
Well,
Bhavin.
there's a IDK as well, too, guys. 8 cents right there for 3D Capital right there. 3D Capital.
3D Capital. Yeah. All right, we're doing it freaking live right now on RPGL. I don't know what's going on with the position board, guys. We got 58s. We just wet the beak there at 83. Great strength on RPGL, but it is having trouble with that 80 penny area, despite the fact that it is an 85 penny high. Keep your eye out on this one. It's looking good here, Bhavin. Shout out to you. My man Bhavin's got it from 42 pennies. Unbroken higher low area, not candles, okay? I'm looking for a possible refresh here, Bhavin, possibly into the mid to low 60s. I'm thinking, 63, something like that. Let's just put RPGL on the side chart. It's not updating. So topping tail candle now through 85. This current candle still has a higher low. It has a higher high and a higher low, but it's looking very topping tailish. So I am a little concerned. Separately, silver finding some resistance. So we wet the beak there through the break of 40 on ZSL, but it's got a 243 high dipping now into 238, still up 50%. This is an inverse leverage ETF. And AXTI, where is that? I think I took it off. Let me put it over here. AXTI might be breaking trend. No, not on MX. There we go. Breaking trend over here. I'm not sure. I don't want to call this one out unless, or not call it out. I don't want to enter it until I'm a lot more certain that the higher lows, the lower highs, excuse me, are broken, because the downtrend is still intact on this one. But it does look like it's taking out the trend line. It did that before. It lured me in. I ended up losing money on that one. So I don't want to be quick to jump in. And yeah, that's basically it, Joey. Can I keep my eye on APRE as well as a dilly-dally south of the dollar?
All right, good stuff, brother. Man, I'm just looking at something, and this is extremely frustrating. I mean, how are you going to switch up prints on your boy like that? So I got to take a look at another platform, because that's so telling. like for me as a price action trader, obviously you want to keep your eyes on the tape, but what this was being displayed as a couple of minutes ago isn't the same thing right now. So it's like, what is going on? And it's this specific candle, like this, the close was literally almost equal to the open. And that tells you a very different story than what we got going on. Like I probably wouldn't have took off the remaining half of my position if it closed like that. And then sure enough, we get a nice little bounce to the back and establishing a new high. So I'm like, that's just not fair, man. Trickery is just, it's annoying. But yeah. Okay, but yeah, there it is. We failed to put in a new high, guys. That's going to be the second lower high right now. We're still holding on to TSLA. You see where we're involved in, so there's no reason for me to get out of it just yet. Let's see if we can get a break and put in a new high. Silver down 25% at that $79 low. We were out at $84. Sharif.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3x daily leveraged ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This built-in FX hedging aims to amplify short-term market moves by minimizing the impact of those pesky currency swings. So whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. You need, though, to read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Shout out to them.
All right, yeah, so heading back over to silver, guys, still, man, oh man, this is disastrous. This is not a good time, like, if you're involved with this, but ride the wave, have fun with it. Hopefully we get somewhat of a rebound, but the volatility is most definitely increasing. We're going to take a look at it from the options chain. Guys, we recognize the increase over here when it just jumped substantially, and Brent was talking about this from Spot Gamma as well, too, so keep an eye on this. And sure enough, what's to come, a 30% retracement, a little bit less than that from that previous high, man, a third of the value. And I seen someone in the chat say that people are just trying to offload their silver right now, and you can see that we're dumping down to 79.47. That's going to be on the ETF, not spot itself. But let's pull up the options chain on SLV and see what we got going. Holy cow, man.
What, man?
That is dangerous, dude.
Dangerous.
314% implied volatility. Oh man, that is not fun whatsoever, man. Yes, man. Anyways, aside from that, guys, you're going to be paying an increased premium. Be cautious of what you got going on. Dave Treziak, I know you had those puts. You feel like you offloaded them a little bit too early, but hey, I know you're thankful for what you got, and obviously you're going to learn from that and maybe hold on to a couple of more. But regardless, oh, Pathic, where are you, brother? Because you're like, hey, Joe, man, oh, I sold some of those calls that I had 45 out of the 50. Trust me, I don't forget. Maybe, I'm not going to say, I was going to say I have the memory of an elephant, but that's definitely not the case, Shreve, because you know how they have good memories. They technically don't forget, and people don't forget as well, too. But Patrick, you were saying that you had 45 or 50 calls, you sold 45 of them, left 5 for a runner. How do you feel now, considering silver just took a 30% dump? What if you were still holding on to those, my brother? You would have lost a lot, and you would have been a lot more frustrated. So that's why you always have to be thankful and happy. If you happen to extract profit from these markets, be happy to do so, man, because things can get ugly quicker than you think. Just like that. 2 days, 30%. That's not a good time.
That's crazy. All right. RPGL added back into this one, into the 60 penny area. If it loses 60, I'm out. So we've got, I believe, 65, 64s. We did wet the beak at 69, but no continuation into the mid-70s. I'm looking for a technical area of support on this one to hold up. I'm in YCBD. I'm in 4 trades at the moment. You want to go?
No, I'm just saying you're in silver, man. You must be killing it because it's going, down to $78.
Joe. It is really going. There is ZSL. Dude. Joey making the point there. We've got ZSL at 24s. It's into 46. Silver is going. It's very aggressive. A down, that is. This is an inverse leverage ETF, meaning that it's moving at twice the inverse of SLV. So just keep your eye out on this one. We're going to be doing it live. Let's see if we can get into the $50 on this monster. So back to what I was just trying to say there on RPGL. This one did dip into that 60 penny area, which had been a tough area for it to clear. It's also the 10 EMA, which is why I added. But if it loses that level, I'm out. Simple as that. There goes silver again into another area low. Silver, the actual SLV, is down 26.5%. It's bleeding its own blood. It's a very, very aggressive trade now. And we're going to flatten out here into the top just so that we can start the news segment soon in about 5 minutes or so. This is very aggressive. Good look here for this trade. I'm happy that I actually took it with some size because I didn't really give it much room at all. I got in at, I believe, at 24s, and I gave it to 20, and it didn't disappoint me. So pleased about that. Looking for more though on some others. YCBD involved in this one as well. Looking for a move into the quarter dollar. Not giving this one much room either. And also, I mentioned RPGL already. I wanted to mention this one, APRE. This is my biggest loser on the day because it was an ill-fated trade here where I didn't have a stop. We're not going to make that mistake again. But I'm looking here for a general area hold. There's a whole bunch of selling into that dollar area, but it's all being led up with some higher lows. So I'm trying to put the odds on my side. These higher lows means buyers are getting more exuberant, picking it up at more expensive prices on every dip. If that's going to be the case, I'm looking for a flat top break here on APRE. Whether or not I get wicked out, stopped out before the flat top break, if the flat top break comes, your guess is as good as mine. But we're going to try to put the odds on our side and see what happens, Joey.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, so, I mean, we're still sitting in this position here on TSLL. $77 now on SLV, guys. It's continuing 26%. I wouldn't be surprised if we head into 30s. I mean, we're talking about where is that next potential support level. And I mean, if we go from an open interest perspective and a standpoint, that's going to be $75, right? I mean, we blew past that $80 mark where we had a lot of open interest right there, but $75 might be in the works. So that's only $2 away from now. Let's see how we react. And if you head over to the lower time frames, the 1 minute, guys, look at the acceleration in the selling volume. People are hitting the panic button right now, in my opinion, on silver. So just be cautious. Gaurav and I were talking in the chat saying, man, this isn't the time or the place to try to grab a VPA signal off the lows here on silver. Technically, waterfall type price action. You get any form of buyer stepping in, boom, immediately push back down. So be cautious on that one. SoFi still hovering around those lows as well. So keep an eye out on that. Tesla, can we hold up on the volume weighted average price? Are we going to break down? I mean, it is going counter trend the overall market, which isn't bad, and we're fortunate enough to be participating in that one. But as soon as this neckline breaks around that 434 level, then who knows what can happen after that, right? Like you can head maybe a little bit south of the volume weighted average price. The NASDAQ, just a steady channel to the downside right here. So if you can grab the top end of the channel, just look to sell that. And the same with the SPY, performing a little bit better. And this is what I'm talking about. You have that first half hour of consolidation, or sorry, that first hour of consolidation, hour 15 minutes, and then you slowly take that slide a little bit lower. I think the individual equities are performing better than what we got on the TQQs, the NASDAQ, or in the SPY. Some cleaner price action on that front. So we'll head over to our scanner. What's leading the way? Holy smokies. Yeah, I mean, 241 million shares traded in SLV, man. Talk about a crowded space. 25.75% down. That's not looking too good. SoFi heading to the downside as well. Daily not looking good. And this is what we're talking about, right? Like we've seen this on multiple occasions. And we talk about the Wyckoff theory. I forget the name of the book that in which I read it in. I have it on my shelf at home somewhere. It was years and years ago in which I read it, but accumulation, and then you have this phase up here, and then it's just eventually distribution as you break through that $26 mark, right? And now you're heading down to $22. That was inevitable when you have that type of curl over, in my opinion anyways. We've seen this on multiple occasions. Is that going to be the case here with NVDA? I don't think so, but keep an eye out on Robinhood as well, because it's forming a similar price action pattern. We're just delaying the inevitable, I think, at this point. We're going to break that $100 mark and maybe head into the 90s. But I have the utmost faith in Robinhood. And once again, when you have those like triple-digit returns in a year, this is kind of what I expect, right? It doesn't matter what the name is. The market will eventually start to pull back in, and it'll allow you to buy at better prices.
No question about it, man. And people want those.
People want those.
Because you want, obviously, get more. You want to be punching it at highs. So,
more.
Yeah. Guys, ELPW is halted up again, up 627%. It seems to have found support in and around that, in between 2 to 2.25. Not really seeing exactly what the price is there, but I'm in APRE. As I mentioned, this is my biggest loser on the day. Now we've got 95 pennies, and we built the position in, multiple entries into this one. I'm looking for a flat top break through $1. It's a 106 high, but it's really done nothing in terms of closing prints above that dollar area. It is being led up to this dollar break with higher lows. And it wasn't a parabolic retracement into the dollar like we saw at around noon. So it was more steady state. Whether that, kind of means that we're going to get that dollar break decidedly or not, your guess is as good as mine. We're going to keep an eye out on this one, though. And we're going to look to take prints into 104, 105. And then we'll see whether or not we can take out that 106 high. So by definition, I'm going to put a 107 so that we can take out that intraday high. And see what's up there. SLV, or not SLV, ZSL continues to trend into the high. People were saying it's pulling back. Yeah, sure, there was some profit taking, but now it's another new high of day on ZSL, up to $2.50 now, $2.50, up 57%. This is an inverse leveraged silver ETF, 200%. So keep your eye on this one. Separately, YCBD, I did stop myself out of that one. We did lose a little bit on this, not much. I think about two pennies per share. I got in at 15, got out at 13, so not bad. It did kind of inverse, bottoming tail hammer candle through VWAP and now reclaimed it, but I'm not gonna chase that one. So we're gonna let that one go. We're gonna focus our energy on APRE and see if we can kind of get that one to take out that 106 area high. It is 1 o'clock though, and there is a lot of different names to cover. So let's start the news segment, and then I'm going to put my stops and whatever for APRE, and we'll report to you incrementally about how that one is going. It's above $1 now, but who knows really, Joey, whether this closes above $1 or not. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's bring that in. I'm just going to put this on a different screen so it doesn't block my APRE trade. There we go. We'll put it over AXTI. So let's talk obviously about the main headline of the day. I know there was a lot of earnings reports yesterday, but in case you don't know, just joining us for the first time, President Trump woke up quite early today. He usually does wake up quite early, and as someone who has Truth Social on their phone and activates notifications for Truth Social, I don't really allow most notifications on my phone, but Truth Social is an exception. I know that President Trump likes to truth at all times of the night. And this morning wasn't the night, it was early morning, we found out that it's going to be Kevin Warsh who will succeed current chair Jerome Powell as the next Federal Reserve chair. It caps a 5-month selection process that was headed by Secretary Scott Bessent. Apparently, he interviewed over 11 candidates and then narrowed it down to Warsh last week, so let's talk about this. Warsh previously called... Oh, I have to pause. Okay, because we're taking out levels here on APRE and I have no prints. So let's go 111. Let's go 115. Because we have shares on this one, we'll go 119. We'll see what we can get on this. So Warsh did previously call for regime change. Those are his words at the Fed, arguing that incumbents suffer from a credibility deficit. The market is also watching whether his views align more closely with President Trump's push for easier policy or moderates once in office. Now, what's interesting... Everything good?
Yeah.
Oh, that thing? All right. Now, what's interesting is that Kevin Warsh is, I wouldn't really call him a dove. And so if you're looking for interest rate cuts, you may get it from him, but that hasn't really been his modus operandi. In fact, his argument has been that the balance sheet for the Fed is too big. And he kind of wants to narrow that down. As I was talking about earlier, as it relates to my small cap gappers, that does concern me because a smaller Fed balance sheet does have sort of an inverse correlation, or direct correlation, I should say, with these more speculative assets, right? As the balance sheet shrinks, so does interest in these more speculative Bitcoin, small caps, companies that are less proven in terms of income generating. So this does concern me a little bit for the more speculative assets, at least in the short to intermediate term, but you never really know how this is all going to go out. Now, Powell still has 2 years remaining on his term as Fed governor, and it would be unprecedented, but he may choose to stay on, breaking with that tradition. So we'll have to wait and see how this all ends up panning out. But big development today. Kevin Warsh in, likely to take over for Jerome Powell in May. All right, we just got the print there through 12s, but that 15 print on APRE, not printed as the high of the day, is 14. So we'll have to pack our patience there. We're going to let Joey come back from break. We're going to send it to Adara. Give us your thoughts on the new Fed chair.
I think that the fact that he's being viewed as hawkish is, I'm actually seeing a lot of people attribute that, at least in part, to some of the sell-off and specifically some concerns here that we're seeing, of course, in these metals, right? This concern that he could be a bit hawkish. For what it's worth, though, Druckenmiller has said that he actually does not view Kevin Warsh as a hawk, said that he can go either way. Trump, for his part, made a wild series of comments today when he was doing that IndyCar executive order signing around 12 p.m. He said that it would be inappropriate for him to pressure Kevin Warsh to cut rates, but he also said that he will be talking to Warsh about cutting rates. So, I mean, obviously kind of unclear here. He clearly is not worried about any kind of hawkishness because, and when he was asked about this, Trump himself said, well, sometimes you do have to raise rates. So either way here, Trump seems satisfied with the pick for now. The other concern he might have is getting this pick confirmed, because we know that Tom Tillis has said, we're not going, and he's not the only senator who said this, but he's definitely the most vocal about it. We're not going to confirm whoever the new Fed chair pick is now, of course, Kevin Warsh, until we get that resolution with the Powell investigation. Trump does not really want to resolve or close that. So I think with that in mind, it could be a little bit of a stalemate for a while. We're going to have to wait and see how all that resolves. But the point I'm trying to make is, just because we have this pick out now does not mean that there's any kind of total calm here. The storm is still roiling in terms of any potential updates here at the Fed. That's my take on this. We'll have to wait and see what type of job Warsh does. But yeah, interesting. Myron now, I guess, off of that board. That's confirmed. So I'll have to update my infographic. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk about Apple and their earnings report yesterday. Interesting look here with revenue increasing markedly year over year, up to 16% on that top line number. Now bringing, and by the way, their Q1 is their best quarter because it's the Christmas quarter when everybody buys. So this top line number will be the largest of the year. 143.76 billion. That would account for a 16% year over year increase, and it's well ahead of the consensus estimate of just shy of $138.5 billion. Also, EPS coming in way ahead of consensus as well. 284. The street was looking for 267. The beat was driven more by a mix of margins and iPhone upside. Let's speak about that iPhone. That iPhone revenue surged 23% year over year on the quarter, bringing in and accounting for a large majority of that $143.25 billion top line number. It is more than $85.25 billion, well ahead of the estimates of $78.75 billion. Apple did attribute the upside in their iPhone demand to a strong iPhone 17 demand in almost the exact same way we did not hear last year with the 16, when Apple reported declines in year-over-year sales relative to the 15. So this is a welcome change for Apple shareholders, myself included. Tim Cook, CEO, called demand for iPhone staggering, highlighting strong upgrade and switcher activity. And then, how many times did we talk about China as being a headwind for Apple, as the Xiaomis, the Honors, and Huawei's, all the new, well, not new, but the burgeoning Chinese brands started eating into their market share? Well, that changed a little bit here. China revenue jumped 38% year over year, up to $25.53 billion, materially above expectations, with Apple posting all-time records for upgraders in mainland China. And management on the call really wanted to emphasize that the drive in sales on mainland China was not as a result of promotional discounts. And that's something we've seen Apple do before. With Alibaba, with JD.com, they would give these aggressive promotional discounts, usually on lower end models, to kind of spur that top line number, to spur, sales. That isn't here. That was not the case here. They were paying full price for this. So that is obviously very good for margins, something to keep in mind. Let's talk about their different segments, because it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. Mac revenue continues to fall year over year. I am hearing, though, again, around the rumor mill, there is going to be a new MacBook Air that's going to be super cheap, and it's going to be based on the A19 processor, which is in the cell phones. It's not going to be based on the M series processor, which is obviously a bit more expensive. So look for that apparently in the spring, could be maybe at their WDC event in June, but there's possibly new MacBooks coming here to kind of help that segment. That fell 7% year over year, and it missed estimates. iPad revenue, kind of the opposite, rose 6% year over year, beating expectations, and they said 50% of buyers were first-time iPad users. You never really know why. My guess here is they fundamentally changed iPad OS. So it had been prior to that, you could only have one screen up, or you could kind of do split screening. Now you can maximize, minimize, resize screens in the same way that you can do a laptop. I wish I brought my my iPad in with the keyboard today. It's fantastic. You can almost use it as a laptop substitute, and it's super quick. Obviously, not all the programs are on it, but my assumption is here, iPad is seeing higher revenue, with Mac dropping down as a result of those changes, especially with the iPads being a little bit cheaper. Wearables, home accessories declined -2% year over year and also missed expectations. But like we were talking about this morning, widely speculated online, we're going to have new AirPods Pro this year that may have cameras on the side. We don't know. Widely speculated as well. And their services revenue grew 14% year over year, with margins and services being their highest of any segment, mid-80s. That was roughly in line with estimates. Gross margins expanded about 1% year over year. And Apple guided the current quarter revenue growth of 13% to 16% year over year, which would imply a top line number of around 107.8 to 110.7 billion. That is, again, well ahead of the estimates of 104.8. And they returned about $32 billion, Joey, in share buybacks and dividends. And they confirmed their partnership with Google for Apple Intelligence, but refused to give information on the deal, the cost, the duration, all that good stuff that we always talk about. But one thing I want to mention here.
Yeah.
What would you say, don't look, what would you say Apple's CapEx, capital expenditures, is on the quarter?
On the quarter?
Okay, can I give you some comparators?
Yeah, absolutely.
Meta, 35 billion-ish, 40 billion-ish. What would you say Apple is?
I'm going to say south of 5 billion.
You're right.
Yeah.
2.37 billion.
Yeah.
So holding on to cash could be good, could be bad.
Yeah.
We always argue that, the market makes them pay for not having their ducks in a row with AI.
Yep.
And that's probably part of the reason, no CapEx.
Yeah. I stick to my guns with this one. Regardless of, I'll take a step back here, actually. Shreve, I was talking about super cycle and iPhone in the iPhone 17. We were going to expect that with Apple Intelligence with the 16, but that wasn't necessarily the case. But iPhone 17 revenue, or iPhone revenue up 23%, that's driven by iPhone 17 sales. So I'm going to classify that as a super cycle. But I'm also going to stick to my guns in the fact that Tim Cook is a peacetime CEO and he's not a wartime CEO. And what am I getting at here essentially? Well, yes, I mentioned this before. Dan Ives mentioned that he has a better chance of making an NBA roster than Apple getting Apple Intelligence right and AI right in-house. And I think what we're experiencing now with the partnership with Google and the integration into Siri is proving that. Now, is this going to hurt them down the line? I think so, because what are you going to do? Stay heavily reliant on Google, and then next thing you know, you're going to get an additional antitrust thrown at you because you have the partnership, and now that the LLM and Siri integration is too good and it's taking too much market share from everyone else, left, right, and center. So the reliance on Google just shows that the fact that they're also not willing to spend and get an upgrade and do what they need to do to come out with their own, and I think that can be dangerous in the long run. It's good, sounds good right now, but it's something that I'd be looking forward, like in the horizon, to see if that's going to.
I'm going to build on your point, but I'm going to take a bit of a different take.
Yeah.
I would say maybe not worry too much about antitrust because they kind of already resolved that relationship when it comes to search.
Yeah.
What I would say is it's a risky strategy to rely on a direct competitor for something as important as generative AI, or not generative AI, but actually physical AI.
Yep.
Right? Why? Because they compete directly with Android, right? And iPhone is definitely their biggest revenue generator.
Yeah.
So why would you be reliant upon Gemini, who's in direct competition with you? And let's cut the crap, bro.
Yeah.
You think that Gemini is going to be as good on Apple as it's going to be on Android?
Exactly.
It's not going to be.
Or the Google phone, right? Like, I mean, like I get it. I still believe that even if they're second place within Siri and it becomes a solid agent, like they're still going to hold the dominance in essentially the in the phone space, in my opinion. But it's something that I believe you need to be cautious about. Like, you're in direct competition, and they're not going to give you the best of the best. You think they're going to reveal all their secrets to you?
No.
Absolutely not.
All right, Adara, what's your take on Apple?
That I wasn't even going to really speak about, but because I was like, well, you know, it's Apple. And it's funny, I even like in my head, I kind of saw what we were doing this morning. We were flat, and I said, well, you know, Apple's probably not going to really rally then, because unfortunately this is a really, really excellent report, but the market does not care. Sharif and I used to call this one the dead one, or Sharif coined that, and I think Apple's price action today really exemplifies that name. But I do want to talk about China, and that's the whole reason I want to talk about this, because like I talked about this yesterday. If you look at this, and Sharif was totally correct in saying that Q1 revenue for Apple in general is always going to be stronger than the non-holiday quarters, and that's the case with China as well. But if you look at these year-over-year declines in China revenue, you only have them so aggressively in Q1. That means obviously we're still having more people in China buy Apple during the holidays, but they're just buying less Apple during the holidays each year. Now, this trend was absolutely beautifully, stunningly reversed with that massive Q4 blow up for China. So I think not just that they grew in China, the extent to which they grew in China in a quarter that is historically very bad for year-over-year growth for them in China. That, I think, is the point we have to talk about here. Furthermore, we mentioned wartime CEO, peacetime CEO. Just a reminder, this is the guy who people are thinking could be the next CEO of Apple, John Ternus. So he is, I mean, he's got a mechanical engineering degree, if that matters. He does report directly to Tim Cook. He's actually been promoted slightly within the department since I made this infographic. He's been a hardware engineering VP since 2013. He's been with the company since 2001, so 25 years. So this man definitely has the background at Apple, has the bona fides, and he's relatively young. So anyways, in case you were wondering, hey, who's the next CEO at Apple going to be? It might be this guy. Back to you.
Thank you very much, guys. We're continuing to take prints into the high of the day on APRE, $1.16 high. We've got 95s on. It's not breaking trend. It's a very, very, very clean flat top break through $1, and now the price action seems to be finding support at the 10 EMA on the 5. Watch for a break of that or a break of prior bar low. APRE closing in on 100% on the day. Next topic, Joseph options, China. Hit it, Assassino. There you go. There you go, my guy. Come on, Assassino. Where's my China? I'm not talking to you, Mrs. Up one day, down the other. Let's talk about. See that reaction, Joey? Oh my goodness. All right, let's talk about China. Chinese authorities have approved. I'm sorry, guys. I know we keep saying this. Remember, no, be nice.
Yeah, get out of here, man. Get away from my leg as well.
He's just worried about his leg. Get it, Joey. Rem's terrorizing us behind the camera. You guys can't see it, but so Chinese authorities have approved purchases of NVIDIA's H200 AI chips by DeepSeek, of all people. This is being reported by Reuters, though final regulatory conditions are apparently still being set. There goes APRE, Joseph, into the high. We're setting up now at 127. This just keeps taking out highs, okay? So we're gonna have to do both. Approvals were also granted to ByteDance, Alibaba, Tencent, with the aggregate demand cited at over 400,000 H200 units. Conditions apparently are still being finalized by China's state planner named the NDRC, which is kind of underscoring Beijing's final say on imports. Surprise, surprise, centralized capitalist authoritarian economies. All right, we know about those. Let's talk about the strategic importance, though, of these H200s. It is NVIDIA's second most powerful chip. And while, formally allowed for export by President Trump, it's really been the Chinese hesitation, not U.S. policy, that's been the bottleneck here for NVIDIA. The Chinese don't really want to rely on U.S. technology, but strong Chinese appetite is suggesting that pent-up demand could definitely, push this forward. And to give you an idea here, any H200 shipments to DeepSeek could draw scrutiny from U.S. lawmakers following the allegations. I think I reported this to you guys yesterday, I may or may not have, that NVIDIA-assisted models were later used by the Chinese military. So what ended up happening is DeepSeek got their hands on the H800, which for whatever reason is not as good as the H200. And they showed DeepSeek how to like program or, I don't know, tweak the H800 to get almost H200 level capacity from those older chips. And so the argument the lawmakers are making is why is NVIDIA helping them kind of achieve the strength of these chips that were at the time not allowed, because the H200 wasn't allowed to be shipped until I think quite recently. So lawmakers definitely in focus. There goes APRE again, Joey, into $1.30. The breakout is on, man. 134. Great strength. We're going to go ahead and wait in the low 40s now. Big boy strength on APRE. The breakout is on. The shorts are running. It's up 120%. Be careful with this one, but make sure you're using sound risk management skills because it'll turn on you in a second. And Joey, DeepSeek, you know, they've been quiet for a little while, but apparently they're going to release their next gen version 4 by mid-February. Yeah. And they're going to be probably using the H200.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like, to add to your point there, as Jensen kind of helping the Chinese get a hold of these chips, I think it's in their best favor. Why? Because you're going to make China more reliant on American technology. And once again, we were talking about this. I still feel like we're playing ping pong with this at the end of the day. Until they physically receive them, I'm just going to take it for essentially with a grain of salt, Sharif, to see what we got going on. Once they physically have them, deliveries are there. DeepSeek, Alibaba, I know, ByteDance, obviously have them physically. Then it's going to be like, okay, we're rocking and rolling. And then you're going to start to see NVDA. I think at that point, when they have received it, when that notification comes, NVDA takes a substantial spike higher. Why? Because now they can add that revenue into the earnings report.
They can add it.
10K, you know.
I respect that. APRE halted to the upside, $1.37, TAP showing 137. This is an NQ stock now showing 138. So we'll be able to see what the theoretical auction price is during the halt time. 119.31. All right, let's keep an eye out on this one. Fantastic look today for APRE, which was my biggest loser, mind you, but I wasn't going to let this one off the hook. Let's go on to the next.
Dude, silver 32%.
I see it, bro. Everybody's asking what the hell's going on with silver. I'm responding to people. It's
crazy.
Negative 32. This thing was over $100, mind you, the other day.
Literally yesterday.
Literally yesterday.
Literally yesterday. Even crypto hasn't. I don't think we've seen a 30% pullback in crypto. Even Bitcoin in 2 days. In 2 days.
I might buy this.
You're gonna buy this down.
Maybe,
I mean, obviously, I don't want to influence what you got going on.
Oh, you know me, bro.
Yeah, dude.
If it's not behind the with the dice, bro, I don't want it.
Roll it, man. Yeah, roll it for sure.
I'm playing. Let's talk about this insane merger talk. Tesla's up 4%, dude. Why is nobody trading Tesla? It's up 4%. You were in TSLA.
I've been in it since 9:30 this morning.
I like it.
Well, not 9:30, but like
so this is fantastic today. And
9:53.
9:53.
I've been in it. So.
Multiple different reports about what kind of mergers we could be getting here. So let's talk about this. The first one, let's talk about SpaceX. In discussions to merge with XAI ahead of a potential SpaceX IPO that we've been talking about this year. Now, the quantum of what's being discussed for an IPO is $1.5 trillion. And mind you, they just raised $50 billion in the private markets at that $1.5 trillion valuation. So who knows, by the time they come to market for the public markets, I mean, it could be more. And I think we were only talking about SpaceX like a few weeks ago, maybe a couple of months ago, at a $1 trillion valuation, and we were making the comparisons between OpenAI. Where'd that half trillion come in all of a sudden? You know what I mean? Like, this is insane.
Funding rounds, baby.
Funding rounds. This would, combination between SpaceX and XAI, bring rockets, Starlink, social media, and AI chatbots together, talk about vertical integration.
Yeah.
The deal value, the timing, the structure, all of that remains uncertain. And now, to even add a bit of a curveball into it, Bloomberg started reporting that Tesla could be the one that merges with SpaceX. We'll have to wait and see. Prediction markets all over this. Polymarket, Kalshi, what are they saying? Well, at the time of the writing of this article, this obviously changes all the time. Polymarket was assigning a 48% probability that SpaceX merges with XAI. and they only assigned a 16% probability that Tesla and XAI merge. Hi, Peter. Right. Some Tesla shareholders argue consolidation would strengthen autonomy, robotics, AI roadmap, but skeptics warn what the hell the valuation is going to be. How about the complexity of regulatory risk? Strategic rationale for this, Joey. SpaceX AI or XAI tie-up would accelerate space-based data centers. And we've been talking a lot about this lately. We've been talking about Elon Musk openly saying he wants to put data centers in space where solar energy would be powering it, and then no cooling requirement as well, because space is cold as hell. So whether or not he's able to get it up there or what kind of launch cadence he'd have with SpaceX, we'll have to wait and see. But they have been picking up the launch cadence markedly this year and into last year as well. So I don't think that's beyond the realm of possibility. Such a merger would also boost Pentagon contract prospects, I should say, and a mega deal could complicate SpaceX's IPO, and as I mentioned, introduce regulatory and execution risk. Tesla.
If that merger happens, it'll be only a matter. How long does Elon Musk have for that $1 trillion pay package? Oh, is it? I think it's like 10 years or something along those lines.
The new one?
Yeah.
Or the one that got kiboshed?
Oh, the newest one. The newest one?
I'd have to look into it.
Yeah. I think yeah, something along those lines. It's done in a span of a couple of years. We talk about Google being the ultimate tech ETF. If this merge happens, you grab Tesla, in my opinion, hand over fist. This would be the biggest thing in a long time in the stock market, if you ask me. And? Tesla would just be absolutely insane and in play for quite some time. So if anything along those lines actually happens, I think it's going to be extremely dangerous. And I'm gonna go out on a limb here, Sheree.
Okay,
I'm gonna say it's gonna be the most valuable tech name and the most valuable stock from a market capitalization if that merger happens.
You think it outtakes Nvidia, Softy, Apple, everything?
I think it gets to a point where it's almost not even close. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. I could be dead wrong, but if it happens, right? Like if you get that complete merger of obviously SpaceX and then Starlink and integrated into Tesla, you have the robo-taxi and the robotics. It's going to be the most dangerous vehicle on the planet.
APRE open. We're out, guys, at 141. This is up 135%. It's on the way to the $0.50. It looks like 142, 143 showing up now. 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. Unreal strength on APRE. We were talking crap about the small caps today. Well, this one made me eat my words. Dara, give us your take on Tesla.
Yeah, I really just want to talk about one post here that I think people are citing as potentially evidence for this report, and I want to break it down. So basically, going back to November 10th of 2025, Sawyer Merritt, noted Tesla bull who posts a lot of Tesla-related content, talking about a note from Morgan Stanley's Adam Jonas with the time covered Tesla and the possibility of Tesla investing in XAI. So then we have Elon Musk commenting on that post, again on November 10th, saying, quote, "My companies are, surprisingly in some ways, trending towards convergence." Now, people are using that post from almost 3 months ago as some kind of evidence of the merger. I don't think that's the route to go, nor do I think that this will really ever go through or come to fruition, in my opinion. But I just want to mention that post is being used kind of as some evidence. It's pretty vague. We'll have to wait and see if that is the case, but I did want to address it because I noticed it wasn't mentioned here. Back to you.
Meta faces landmark child safety trial. This could be a big regulatory overhang for Meta and maybe why it's down almost 3% today. You'll see why at the end when we get to how many different litigations they could be facing. Meta Platforms is set to face a jury trial starting next week in New Mexico, marking the first case of its kind, accusing a major social media firm of facilitating and profiting from child sexual exploitation. It's going to be a jury trial. The lawsuit was brought by the AG of New Mexico, Raul Torres. He alleged Meta enabled predators to access underage users across Facebook, the Gram, and WhatsApp. The trial will begin with jury selection on Monday in Santa Fe and is expected to last about 7 to 8 weeks. What happened? ZSL. Yeah, I saw that. ZSL is tanking. I don't even know, man. There's something's going on over here. What the hell is going on with ZSL, guys? 276 high, it's dropping down into 232. I'm going to look quickly over here, ZSL. Let's see if there's anything that comes in. I don't have anything on ZSL. What a move down, guys, into 228. It's recovering now into 243, 250.
It's a glitch in the system.
That is some bamboozlement right there, man.
Oh, man.
That is some bamboozlement right there, Joey.
How does that even work?
That's some bamboozlement there, Joey. It's not letting me in, man. I'm trying to get in, man.
It's a glitch.
Yeah.
Big time. Oh, wow.
Let's punch here,
Something
Joey.
happened. Did you punch? Did you get
Yeah,
in?
we got.
Oh, you're in now.
Punch.
Hold that,
man.
Okay,
Let me
put
set up
those
some orders. All right, we're going to set up.
It's going to correct itself.
Yeah. Well, 1 second. We're going to give it a little bit of room.
There it goes. There it goes.
There it goes into the high. There we go.
Wow.
Nice call, Neil. There it goes, taking out all my levels. What the hell? Good call, Joey.
What a glitch in the system.
Oh, beautiful,
my God.
beautiful, beautiful. In the 70 we go. Let's wet the beak here as well. We're looking for more prints into the high. There, wow.
Dude.
That was a good one. Thank you for calling that one out. Yo, Dad, don't leave me.
Bro, that is when the slot machine is broken.
The casino always takes back the money, man. All right.
Remember when that happened with Berkshire?
I do remember that. Yeah. That was crazy. Good call out,
there was
Neil.
a glitch in the system right there. Boom.
Great call out, Neil. Thank you for that. That's a good one there. All right, let me just make sure all my orders are out so that we have got nothing over here. That was a great call out. All right, let's go on with the story. So the case stems from a 2023 undercover sting where investigators posed as users under the age of 14 on all of Meta's platforms, and those accounts reportedly received sexually explicit material and outreach from adults, which led to criminal charges against those weirdos, right? The state argues that this here demonstrates systemic platform failures, not isolated incidents. I'm going to have my own opinion on that in a second. Prosecutors are alleging that Meta prioritized engagement over safety, and they cited, failures like the infinite scroll and autoplay and all these other features. But the complaint also claims that internal documents acknowledge this risk, like depression, anxiety, self-harm, exploitation, and they chose not to, implement tools like age verification. The state is seeking monetary damages and mandated platform changes. Meta, obviously, they're going to look to defend themselves. And they're denying the allegations, calling them sensationalist and based on cherry-picked documents. The company's arguing it's protected by the First Amendment and Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, and they say they've invested heavily in youth safety tools. Now, here's the issue. Meta now faces thousands of additional lawsuits nationwide, which is, kind of similar accusations, but mostly about social media firms intentionally designing addictive products for minors with potential damage in the tens of billions, which would obviously be a huge contingent liability on Meta. Now, so first of all, what's your take on this whole thing, and how much do you think the social media company is responsible for keeping child predators off their site? In the same way that Roblox, we had this issue with Roblox. Anywhere where children are, these weirdos want to go and harm them.
Yeah, well, first things first, I think social media is extremely addictive, and it can harm, especially in the youth. I was fortunate enough that I think I was in grade 10 when Facebook really started to gain its popularity or so. It does change people. It does have a massive influence, in my opinion. Now, as for hence why Australia is taking measures. You have to be and same with Europe as well too. But as for the responsibility of child predators, that's a slippery slope, right? Like, it's really tough. I think they are somewhat responsible. It's your platform. You have to approve who's using your platform. And with that being said, what are you going to do to combat that? I don't know. Do you do deeper background checks? Do you go into the child predator list and say, hey, if anyone who's in this realm or who's registered, they can't have these forms of social media platforms, right? So it's tough, man. It's going to cost a lot of money, and unfortunately, you're not going to be able to weave all of it out. It's just not the reality of it.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's no question that children need to be protected. I think anybody will have to agree on that.
And I think honestly, what Australia is doing is extremely smart. All right. We talk about the iPad generation, but what I really think this is just just kids and even ourselves, we get those dopamine hits, those small hits of dopamine, and that's when you kind of get into doom scrolling and everything along those lines. And I like, because we were talking about Meta's report the other day, and we're daily active people. It's not no longer users, right? It's not longer users, but again, it's extremely addictive, and I think there is precautions that need to be taken into place, because everybody's on their phone, everybody's glued to my.
Let me ask you something though. Let me play devil's advocate.
Absolutely.
So, would it then make sense? Or would there have to be a requirement for anywhere where children are present en masse for there to be protection for children? So would, anywhere where children are, anywhere where children attend, schools, parks, is there now a responsibility on the owners of whatever place these children are at to have, protections for children that, like they're vicariously liable if any harm happens to those children? Because if you take this kind of thing, I mean, I know social media is a special context and probably needs its own special rules, but do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I see what you're getting at. I think location is really difficult to deal with, and prevention in that front would be almost near impossible in my opinion, right? I think it's just starting with like just eliminating and trying to weed out all the bad and sour apples essentially, which I think is going to be difficult. But as for a location standpoint, you can obviously start within the schools. Like, hey, you got to, I forget where it is, but you have to hand in your phone at the beginning of the day.
Here, man.
You can get, and then you can get
phones are not allowed here now.
Respectfully so, and I think that's the way to go, because they're just a device and kids get easily distracted with them. So, yeah.
I just want to, okay, we're going to go to Adara, and then I want to read some of these comments.
Yeah, I want to talk here about Fed's Musla making some comments. He just said, and I quote, "Further interest rate cuts are not advisable. Policy is now neutral and the economy does not need stimulus." So Fed's Muslim not even just saying, oh, we'll cut later. He's implying the Fed should not cut further at this point at all. So this is probably some of the more hawkish commentary we've seen as of late from the Fed, again, coming from Fed's Alberto Muslim. Back to you.
Your comment? Fabian, was that your comment? Yeah. Fabian's comment? Okay. Fabian says, they used to do that, block social media in school, LOL, and we used VPNs. KT for the win 81. Sharif, yes. If we knew predators are circling a playground, it is the responsibility of the city or owner of the playground to protect those children. Couldn't agree more. I don't think that, Meta actually had direct knowledge that these predators were on there. I don't know if they did or they didn't. And if they did, would they have to be monitoring private communications in order to detect that? So, for example, if an account was flagged as a person under 18, then Meta would be forced, maybe through AI, through automation, to monitor those conversations of the person under 18 so that they could detect a child predator. I just think it becomes a complicated endeavor, and I think that probably the best solution is, as you said, just make an age limit and then look for age verification. Yeah. But parents have to come in at some point, too.
They have to come in at some point, and they have to obviously teach their kids, like, hey, you can't be glued to... Listen, there comes with the bad, there's good as well, too. It's generated a completely new revenue stream that has never been before, right? Like, but one thing to note is that with social media, I've never had Instagram, right? I never had Instagram. I had Facebook, I've had Snapchat, that's about it. And just with the little social media exposure that I have X obviously for here, is that there is a massive influence. So I can't even imagine the impact on some of the kids. It's like, hey, you see people traveling on yachts, flying on private jets, and it makes people want that. Yeah, you're going to have individuals who come up on the other side of it, but what is the mental impact of other individuals who are not able to achieve those things? I think that's extremely detrimental. And the majority of us here in this room grew up at a time where
most people would agree with you on that,
right? So us four here, we had a time in our lives where there was none of that. And think about how great it was to call your friend on a 7-digit number and just be like, hey, meet me out front. You rally the troops on your bike. And I feel like a lot of that is missing. And I think a massive influence that has to do with social media.
Agree with you. I agree with you 100% on that. Let's move on to the next topic, though. Microsoft deepening its AI stack with a $750 million investment in Perplexity. So the deal signed, $750 million, is going to be for a 3-year agreement with Microsoft to use Perplexity to use Microsoft Azure cloud infrastructure, kind of reinforcing Microsoft as that kind of go-to platform for next-gen AI workloads. The deal allows NVIDIA-backed Perplexity to run multiple different LLMs on through Microsoft's Foundry program, and it expands their role, Microsoft again, as that neutral AI model supermarket sort of thing. Models accessible under the agreement are going to be plenty. It's going to be OpenAI, Anthropic, xAI, X, broadening Perplexity's model flexibility and locking compute into Azure. So Microsoft spokesperson confirmed Perplexity's chosen Microsoft Foundry as its primary AI platform, and the deal strengthens Azure's competitive position versus AWS and Google Cloud. Perplexity stated it has not shifted, though, spending away from AWS, which remains its main cloud provider, suggesting, the Microsoft deal is more additive than replacement. Amazon did sue, though. So even though they have a big relationship, Perplexity and Amazon sued Perplexity last year over its AI-powered agents shopping feature, and they alleged that Perplexity was improperly or illegally accessing Amazon customer accounts, and they disguised their automated activity. So a bit of tension here possibly between AWS and Perplexity, hence maybe why they're giving Azure a look. Speculative, that's not what the article says. Investors continue to view Azure AI usage growth as a key driver for Microsoft's premium valuation, but we saw yesterday Azure miss expectations.
Yeah, which I find it's like, okay, yeah, well, they came in at 37% growth instead of 38% growth. Like, come on, what are we crying about here? It's still growing at a substantial rate, and sure enough, yeah, the stock took a hit, but I mean, a 1 percentage point, and obviously margins I think compressed a little bit as well too, but it was like 4 basis points or something along those lines. It's like I think it was a little bit over a reaction, but I think we get into the point of kind of that cyclical revenue thing. We got everybody investing in one another. Now we got a $750 million deal with Perplexity. I personally like using Perplexity. I use it every day here, but I find it's interesting, and we'll see where this goes from here, Sharif.
All right. I'm just messaging you. All right, let's go to Bitcoin. Oh, no, Bitcoin. Where is it at? 82.3. All right. So Bitcoin dumps on, well, at the time of the writing of the article, it hadn't been announced that Kevin Warsh had been appointed Fed chair, the upcoming Fed chair. This one was saying Bitcoin was slumping on the speculation that Kevin Warsh was going to be appointed. Now we know that's in fact the case. And the reason is Warsh has publicly argued, I was making this case earlier in the first news part, that smaller Federal Reserve balance sheets are to kind of be desired, which is a stance that is viewed as hostile to liquidity-driven assets like cryptocurrency and some of these metals. And that's why, where is it at, man? Silver is absolutely dumping, bro, like 33%.
What was that inverse ticker that you used again?
It is ZSL. ZSL for our American friends. The US dollar strengthened on that speculation, it's kind of inverse correlation there, but Bitcoin did fall to a 2-month low at 82.3, down roughly about 2.5%. Bitcoin now down 33% from its October record highs, and this will be likely the 4th consecutive months of declines for Bitcoin. That is its longest losing streak in 8 years, if it's going to be a 4-month decline cycle for the coin. So not a good look there. Let's talk about liquidity and asset rotation. Cryptocurrencies have historically benefited from Fed liquidity expansion, and that's why Kevin Warsh's view that the Fed should shore up its balance sheet, likely not a tailwind for Bitcoin in the short term at least. Strategists did note that fears of liquidity withdrawal are hitting the balance sheet hedges broadly, including crypto, gold, and even bonds, and we're seeing that certainly right now. And Ether also slid to 2 months low, trading around 23.75, down about 3%. Right now, ETH is at 26.67, down 4 2/3. And last but not least here, crypto's role as a macro hedge continues to weaken, Joey, amid policy uncertainty and shifting risk appetite.
Oh yeah, Bitcoin.
Yeah,
It's extremely tough. You go back into the history though, it's kind of what we expected. I mean, it's not what we expected at all, but can you be surprised by it? It's so unfortunate that the way that this thing has been performing as of late. I mean, we were all giddy when we were climbing up into that $100,000 mark. We're thinking we're going to hit a quarter of $1,000,000. That has not been the case whatsoever. Let's zoom out here and see what we got going on. I truly don't even really know what to say about this. I personally haven't experienced a pullback in Bitcoin like this since I've owned it or anything along those lines. You're down 35%. Ethereum, it gets even worse when you head over into the crypto space. It's just really tough, man. But hey, at least it's not silver and dumped 30-something% in one day.
But it also hadn't been up that much.
Yeah, it hadn't
either,
been.
so,
It hadn't been up that much. And we talk about the lengthy consolidations. It's really tough because when you're in a situation like this within the crypto space, you don't see light at the end of the tunnel. And right now, I currently don't. I think the tunnel is just too long and vast right now. Who knows where it's going to slide into? But it will display itself when it's going to turn over, and hopefully can establish a new high. But I'll tell you guys straight. I'll tell you exactly how it is. I don't like crypto space right now. I don't like DCAing involved with it or anything along those lines. I'm holding my little bit right now, and I've given back the majority of multiple years of gains have now gone down the toilet, Sharif. So it sucks to be involved with it, and I understand why it kind of pushes investors away. Because why would you want to be involved in something that pulls back? Right. So,
all right, let's go back to Microsoft for a second. Adira, give us your take on this Microsoft story with Perplexity.
Yeah, it's funny because my take on this story is a little bit less about the Perplexity deal in general and more about if I was a Microsoft partner now after how they did Rich Tech Robotics, I'd probably feel a bit nervous. Why? Because basically, long story short, there was a short report of Rich Tech Robotics by Hunter Brook, and the entire thesis of their short report was that Rich Tech, which is in a collaboration through a Microsoft program, basically said they're in close collaboration, quote unquote, with Microsoft. Then I guess Hunter Brook called Microsoft. Microsoft said it's just a normal customer program, and then Rich Tech drops 20%. And Hunter Brook says they're short. Now, why do I have an issue with this? Because here's the thing: based on the language of Microsoft's program that they have on their website, calling it a close collaboration isn't even that far off. So for Microsoft to say, oh no, it's not a close collaboration, like almost in cahoots with a short seller, I don't know. I find that to be very sketchy behavior. And here's the thing, like Microsoft's not the only company that does these types of programs, right? We know NVIDIA, a lot of these will have collabs where they'll work with these. And by collabs, I don't mean collaborations. I mean collaborative labs where you'll work with other companies, oftentimes smaller companies. We know, NVIDIA's done a lot of these types of arrangements. So I think when a short seller calls you and then you out and out, like basically pull a Mariah Carey, I don't know her, to a company that has some kind of collaboration with you, it's kind of in poor taste. So I think with that in mind, obviously less related to the Perplexity deal, more related to a story from yesterday, I just think if I was a company wanting to work with Microsoft, I would maybe think twice after that Rich Tech situation. But just food for thought there.
Thank you very much for that. Patrick, Joseph, Sharif, I like that everyone doesn't like Bitcoin right now. Need more deep blood and panic in the street, but a nibble here and there doesn't hurt for the long term. I think that's kind of wise. I definitely think that's kind of wise. Yeah, you're definitely going to want to see proof that you're making higher highs and higher lows, the price is recovering, before definitely getting in aggressively.
You'll know when it's ready to turn around.
It goes.
Right?
It continues to go.
They'll put in like those like $7,000, $10,000 days, right? Like you'll know. We're just not. There's just no one engaged.
I'm just worried about the weekend because the weekend volatility picks up because the liquidity drops, so we get a big, huge either upsize or downsized move on the weekend. So we could lose 80,000, I think, for the first time in a while.
I think
on the weekend.
I think so. I think we're headed in that direction. I think the next question is like how low is it going to go, right? Like if you head into what is Saylor's average price, like 60-something thousand at this point?
It could be forced.
Running, right?
Well, there's probably going to be forced liquidations aside from him below 80.
He said even if it goes to zero, he'll never be liquidated. That's literally what he said.
No, but like there is a situation where he may not have a choice. Like all this. Okay.
Dude,
well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just telling you what. He literally said it on CNBC.
Said that,
he literally said it on CNBC. It could go to zero, and we won't be liquidated.
Get him, Michael.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about silver because silver is getting clipped, down 31% and change. It's off the lows at the moment, though. So it was down only 15% when this article was written, but it is now now below that $100 psychological level. So a key technical area of resistance. Gold also not being spared, down 11%. Below GLD is below 450. That confirms kind of it's a sector-wide move, liquidation here. It's not just specific to a single metal. The futures market kind of echoed that pressure as well, with gold futures, silver futures all down. But it's not just those two. Platinum, at the time of the writing of this article, probably different now, fell 14%. Palladium also dropped 12%. So indiscriminate risk-off behavior here. Likely, again, as we've been talking about, as a result of Kevin Warsh being assigned as the upcoming Fed chair and his views on the Fed balance sheet. We've talked about that a bunch of times. Analysts are pointing to different reasons, though. They're saying a market reassessment of risk as investors unwind heavily crowded trades, similar to kind of past AI equity shakeouts. Stabilization as well. The U.S. dollar removed a acute tailwind. I'll submit to you that the U.S. dollar here is responding to the metals as opposed to the leading the metals down. Central bank gold buying, apparently, according to this article, has been slowing down in the recent months. I mean, we've seen silver outperform gold, but I didn't feel that was the sort of commentary we're getting from central banks, but according to this article, it is. And Warsh, again, I highlighted in green for important, is viewed as favoring a smaller Fed balance sheet. And if you believe that report or believe that view, that he has that view, it will challenge the liquidity-driven thesis behind the gold and the silver strength. And obviously, Bitcoin. And I would submit to you guys as well, small cap gappers. And that's why you're seeing the IWM getting clipped today. It is by far the worst performing major average ETF on the day, down 1 2/3. Joey, silver.
It's really tough, man. Like, and I understand like experiencing a 32% drawdown in a single intraday session. I understand the fear, man. This is detrimental. So many people getting liquidated, a lot of people losing a lot of money. I mean, if you go from the peak to the trough, it's around 35% off of those previous highs. And if you're punching silver at like $100, $105, you're probably eliminating that from your account. The volatility is most definitely in because you just engulfed a month or so of price action here in SLV. As for the hedge, I mean, yeah, it's really tough. It's really tough, even whether it be digital gold or the physical holdings. And someone in the chat was saying, how do you think the physical silver holders are feeling right now? I don't think you feel it as deep as if you were buying SLV or getting into the futures or anything along those lines. So as for silver, it's really unfortunate. In these type of rug pull plays, I completely understand why investors can remain fearful in the overall market, because who would have thought that this was going to happen in a commodity like SLV and GLD?
Yeah, it's again, Katima. Well, Katima has been talking about the short for a while, yeah. And
okay, but that's understandable. But do you think it's going to pull back 30% in a span of 2 days?
Like, I personally didn't think it would. If you're just asking me,
I'm not gonna. Listen, I can understand maybe 15%, 12, 15%, understandable, right? But 35% over 2 days.
Again, we got a bit of a wild card though with Kevin Warsh. If you believe that this is kind of why we're selling off, it's not something that was available last week or something that we knew last week or a variable.
Yeah, and that's understandable. But what? Well, I was going to say something there. But, okay, yeah, so this is what I'm essentially getting at. The market will find a reason. If there's a reason to sell the market, all it needs is a little bit of a spark. It could have been anything. It just so happened to be involved with Kevin Warsh. It could have been something, we made something up. We're not going to get any rate cuts for all of 2027. Boom. Sell it immediately, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
35% is excessive in my opinion.
Headline risk is always there.
It's always there. It's always there. There's always headline risk, right? Like 37% in 2 days.
It's crazy.
And that's crazy, right? That's the destroyer of wealth.
Yeah, it is. I don't mean to laugh. Yeah. But, shout out to Zippers Binder. I love your name. $2 super chat. Thank you, Zippers Binder. I sold my SLV put too early. Missed out on 60K. Sad. Brother, I am sorry. But hey, just, be grateful for the money you did make. I know it's always overshadowed by the money you thought you could have had, that money you left on the table. But it's a lot easier for me to tell you, hey, don't worry about those 60 grand, because I'm not the one that lost out on it. But I can just tell you, good trade. And I hope you print up a storm on something else. You obviously have the right idea. So shout out to you. Joey, let's talk about SanDisk. because this bad boy's still up 9 2/3, but it is now down 10%, 9.2% since the bell rang. So parsing off some gains here. Q2 revenue, beautiful, $3.03 billion, 31% year-over-year increase on the top line number, and easily beating expectations of $2.3 billion. That's a $700 million meet right there. Non-GAAP gross margins, 51.1%. That's fantastic for a physical product. It's not NVIDIA-esque, like mid 70%, but that's still good for a physical product compared to Apple's, which is really good in the mid to high 40s. So this is fantastic here at 51.1. And that is also up that the margin 21.2% year over year on the quarter. That just tells you how much more they're making on the same piece of RAM than they were last year. Nothing changed, right? No new technology, nothing, no fundamental difference. Adjusted EPS, $2.12. The street was looking for $1.23, so almost a dollar beat there on the profitability. Data centers segment revenue, which is a euphemism, of course, for AI, and the RAM required for some of these servers, 76% year over year, becoming the primary growth engine for the company. Management highlighting accelerating enterprise SSD deployments as well as AI storage is really what is driving demand, and that is their segment breakdown there. Data centers, $440 million, up 76% year over year. Edge, not sure what that is, $1.67 billion, up 63% year over year. Consumer, $907 million, up 52% year over year. And their guidance, fantastic guide as well, guiding next quarter, or sorry, Q3 revenue, going to be 4.4 to 4.8. Compare that to the 3 they brought in here, and we're complaining about RAM now. 4.4 to 4.8, well ahead of expectations, and their non-GAAP EPS are guiding 12 to 14, implying continued strong margin expansion. And they're going to invest, Joey, $1.16 billion in manufacturing through 2026 to 2029, to build out, capacity so they can even make even more money.
Yeah, I mean, it's been absolutely fantastic as of late here for SanDisk. It's been on a monster move, obviously, with DRAM being extremely in vogue and the demand for it going through the roof, SNDK. But hey, you get that massive gap up, guys. No matter how great the numbers may be in the fundamentals, just be cautious of what you got going on from a technical standpoint as well, too. You experience that gap up. You go on a monster run from the September lows. You're up approximately 1,200%. Like that's insane. This thing was $51 not too long ago, Sharif. It's now around like $673. Don't be a pig and get overly greedy. Lock in some profits just in case. Yeah, I mean, we're not saying sell it all. Take some off something that you're comfortable with and then try to get in at a lower price. I mean, if you were to sell today, the chance of you getting priced lower than $587 is substantially higher.
What's going on, Randy?
What's up, Randy?
You hear about the rumors of Tesla possibly merging with SpaceX? Interesting, huh? The Musk man doing it again. No more Model S, no more Model X is what he's saying. We talked about that yesterday. That's going to be for Optimus. I was talking to my mom Dukes yesterday. I was like, so, by the end of the year, there's going to be volume production for Optimus. Is there going to be an Optimus walking around Markham? She hung up the phone on me. No,
You don't want to hear it, eh?
No, she's like, I don't want to live in that world.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's her words exactly. I was trying to tell her, man, like, do you have any idea what kind of benefits you're going to have with elder care? Yeah, man, like, come on, man. I don't know why they hate it so much, Randy. I don't hate it. I like it too.
Get the laundry done.
Let's talk about SoFi, Joey Opsh, because SoFi, interesting look today, obviously reported earnings before the bell. Let's see where we're at. We're down negative despite the fact that we were up, I think, about 8% in the pre. We've given that and then some. So off the pre-market high, so the current price action, we're down 13 2/3. So gives you an idea what kind of crapper the market is in today. Q4 earnings and revenue beat expectations easily, 13 pennies per share for EPS and up 160% year over year, beating that 12 penny expected by analysts with adjusted revenue. It's the first time I'm hearing of adjusted revenue. You always hear adjusted EPS, but it rose 40% year over year now, clearing $1 billion, $1.025 billion, showing acceleration from the prior quarter and confirming, that strong operational momentum that we've got. SoFi added a record 1 million new members in Q4, bringing total membership now to 13.7 million members, Joey.
Yeah.
And the member growth here, important because it's kind of the best leading indicator we have to future volume or future revenue increases, right? The more members, the more monetization potential. That's kind of what I'm trying to say there. Their guidance, also good, 60 penny EPS. Slightly above the 59, with revenue guiding here to 4.65 billion, also exceeding the 4.59 expected by the street. And what I like the best here is the diversification of SoFi's moat. They're originally known for their student loaning, refinancing of that is, but they've expanded into personal loans, credit cards, mortgages, investment accounts, and now full banking service because they got a banking license. And guess what, Joey Options? They're going to now offer you private market investments, something that you and I have been talking about for a long time, and we'll talk about that in a second when we get back from Adair.
Yeah.
Let's talk here about AAPL, seeing some reports suggesting that Apple is losing some more AI researchers and Siri executives to both Google and Meta. We've got Stuart Bowers, a top Siri executive, heading over to Google, and Meta hiring apparently at least 2 other Apple researchers, with Apple AI researcher Zuri Wang also joining Google. Back to you.
These are tough names to say over here, even for your boy over here.
Yeah.
We're studying Mandarin, but you know.
Yanfei Yang.
Fei Yang.
How
All right, let's see. Well, we'll see how this is all going to be going.
How do you say that?
Left
How
to
do you
start
say
a
that
new
second
company, and then one is going to join Meta. This
do you
is being
say that?
reported. Which one?
Hao Xuan.
Hao Xuan.
Yeah. You.
Yeah,
Hao
yeah.
Xuan you. How are you?
All right, Adam James, thank you very much, Adam, for the $2 super chat. What does that mean, Ram? Why not? Coming to Brampton near you. Oh, Adam. You can't do that, Adam. We like you, but you gotta take it easy there, Adam.
Yeah.
Take it easy there, bro. All right, Joey, SoFi.
Listen, people are just getting sick of getting rinsed from the traditional banking system, you having to pay them to put your money in there. We're starting to see a little bit of a fundamental change, Sharif, whether it be IBKR offering you 5% to hold your money, SoFi starting to offering cash as well, too. So I like everything that SoFi is doing. Obviously, growing their client base is absolutely massive. Even though the stock took a massive hit here today, I think they're heading in the right direction. So I like SoFi, not necessarily at these levels. Let the selling cool off, and then you can get involved a little bit. But sorry, just because I know we only got a couple seconds left here. Look, there's a long there in the TQQs. We'll take a little bit more off. Once again, I don't have much there in the TQQs, but a nice little bounce off of those lows. Had to be patient enough for that to work. And then sure enough, we were sitting in TSLL. We'll go over what's it called? What's that other thing that I was trading today? SLV. Yeah, SLV, once again, tripping over pennies to collect dollars, or tripping over dollars to collect pennies. But other than that, we can't complain. We did get a nice little trade there on SLV, short from $88 down to $84, but then it climbs approximately $14 lower than that, $15 there in SLV. So not horrible and not some bad trading. Just a quick review. And Bitcoin did break the high of the day, guys.
So Shakur Stevenson.
Yeah. I hope Teofimo whoops his bomb.
How do you say it again?
Teofimo.
All right, I won't get that wrong again.
Yeah. I hope he whips his butt.
It's gonna be interesting. Who else is fighting tomorrow? There's UFC as well.
Tomorrow we have Alexander Volkanovski versus Diego Lopez. This is gonna be a good one.
Predictions, Katina Man says.
I think Lopez. So this is Volk and Lopez too. Volk won the first one. He won the belt back, but I think Diego Lopez takes it this time.
So a rubber match then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And he had a massive fight against Jean Silva, Diego Lopez, that is, in which I lost with 8 seconds left because I needed to go into the second round, I believe, or third round. Yeah, and I lost that one. And with 8 seconds left, Diego Lopez hit him with a spinning elbow. I think if he keeps everything tight and uses his distance, I think that Lopez can take this one.
All right, predictions on boxing before we.
I think I want Teofimo to knock the bricks in the. Yes. I want him to beat his face. I like a good old-fashioned beating, like what Patty Pimblett took the other day from Justin Gaethje. I want to see his face busted up, like Devin Haney got busted up by Ryan Garcia.
Whoa, Joey Opsh. All right, you heard it from here. He likes violence. All right, guys, no, we're kidding. Big boys, they're that way. I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. We'll see everybody same bat time, same bat channel on Monday. I'll be at the big desk shortly.
See you guys.
All right, thank you, gentlemen, for the throw. Yeah, we're trading and we're busy, making some back and forth trades here. You'll note right here what we got going on. We still got the silver short, we still got the Tesla long. It's been quite the afternoon for sure, man. Like you can tell when I got back from swimming here, we started taking some out, and we went right on the show and was talking about that. I couldn't believe we were actually down this far. Let it fall down, make some bases down here around $70. There goes silver, man. Hi ho. Great day for silver if you're short. Yeah, that trade continues to work. So it should be a great afternoon here today. We'll be watching out for SLV and talk about some of those small cap runners that we had just seen right there. And it was, thank you so much in the chat, it was a pretty good call there on silver. And we made that call real super early, man. I mean, we made this call at 8 a.m. where we sort of just said, you know what, let's try silver again today. 100 short, never got into that area, but watch the pre-market low for a break. And Joe said on the show, like, you can never, he's 100% right? Like you can't call a 30% move. That's hard to call, but you can call the momentum. We saw it happen today, and this is why you try to leave something on for the runners, right? And I mean, and there it goes down huge. And I'm pretty proud to say, out of all 2,400 traders at Real Trading, we'll hold up the trophy today for SLV. So we're really proud of that, and as it goes on, so that's what that is.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Like silver was one of those.
Appreciate you, Sharif.
It can make your entire week. No questions asked. I didn't even trade it until there was a disconnect between SLV and ZSL. So what happened in ZSL, and I got a partial fill for the entry, so it's mucking up, but I got 233. I tweeted it when it happened. But effectively, and this is going back to the arbitrage days. So I'm going to go to the time. This would be this red candle, 124. So at 124, you drop from 275 to 228. Now this is a 2x inverse, right? So it should move twice as much. So it goes 275 down to 228 or so. So that's a good 20% move. And SLV at that time did this. Effectively nothing. So someone got liquidated, and I was yelling to these guys, like, well, there's an arbitrage. And so what probably happens is day traders, because this thing's going to do 1 billion shares, are probably more heavily trading ZSL than they are SLV. So therefore, people are getting liquidated here. It doesn't necessarily mean that silver goes the other way. Right? Like this is more likely to, like this will follow, one will follow the other, but it's not automatic that you're going to be able to hold that. So when it broke the trend a little bit, one fell apart. Now, it's rare that you see arbitrage opportunities out there in the market, but the crazier that something is moving, then the more apt you are to see situations like this. So just be careful if you're ever trading a leverage ETF. Like, I'm not saying, like, this is not, if you're looking at like the TQs, here's a good example. This is not almost impossible that this would happen on the TQs. Pretty close to it. But when you start looking at these like individual symbol, like 2-3x leverage, like I don't know, is there like a BM&R one, or if something like that has a 2 or 3x and it goes into play, or you have an inverse, you are at risk of those types of flash crashes potentially happening because of the lack of liquidity. And it's just a function of people getting too leveraged into the trend. So when it cracks a little bit, they're just getting washed out, and there's no hedge on the other side. So it's just literally arbitrage traders waiting to buy it up. And you're only going to take advantage of that if you happen to be watching it, which is kind of old school. Usually the algos will eat that one up. But there was just so many people long ZSL, and there was so much volume, there was nothing to do. It was just chewing through levels over and over and over again. So that kind of is what it is. Yeah, for a lot of people, hopefully a bit of a learning experience if you're able to sort of witness that. Like, I haven't seen that kind of an arbitrage in, I don't know, 10, 15 years.
All right, getting ready to discuss more plays with Sharif, with Joe, Neil, everybody here as this afternoon goes on. We do have the rundown coming through very, very soon. One trade that has to be disappointing, I think, for most today would be SoFi. I mean, SoFi's down like basically 13%, like from its highs. It was up here 6, 7, 8%, and then it just got murdered down to the downside, like pretty much all morning. And now we'll wait to see if the afternoon trade does wind up coming through right now. But 23 and change, we'll wait to see where that all goes. But yeah, who knows where we go from here on SoFi. That's have to be disappointing on earnings today. Another earnings name today, of course, ExxonMobil. Boom, 140. Great print on Exxon. I mean, what a stud that name has been for the last little while. I mean, this sort of the daily on ExxonMobil is just like one red day in all month. Like, give me a break as that name continues to hum. This is what the broader market looks like. I'm holding on to like basically 5% left of SLV or something like that. It's not even a thing. Like one. But I'm over the moon on it. So, all right, you know, today, it's not all bad. Money. Eli Lilly today got building a new plant, so that's going to be a good one there. Eli Lilly. We'll check out what that's happening there. Tesla up 4%. We're $9 in the money over there on our Tesla trade. And these are all, like the Tesla long and the silver short, we're given at 8 o'clock. A lot of these other plays, like AMD kind of dropped out. We did like the AMD short. We wrote that down. That's down 5% too today. So I think we really nailed some of the calls. What is this one down here? Hold on a second. Electronic technology. What's, KLA Core. Okay. I wonder why that's down 14%. That's probably an earnings play. STX, Seagate as well. Well, Western Digital. Okay. Yeah. So my bad. I forgot about the memory names today. We can definitely have a look at SanDisk, Western Digital, Micron today coming in. But yeah, it's kind of a yuck day. I mean, yesterday we were able to recover into the afternoon. Let's find out if today is one of those days we'll be able to do that one more time. Consumer non-durable is good as well. So it's kind of like all the love is on this side. Healthcare, consumer. It's sort of the plays, and I heard you guys talk about Bitcoin. It's nice to have Bitcoin's up to 85,000, 84,000 again.
What begins with 2 A's?
Apple.
I know. Whatever. My screen was already on Apple, so there was no chance that I was going to be able to ask the question and you not see it.
So I didn't see it there.
I know, but Apple, I know, but two. I mean,
was I going to say Alcoa?
Apple's about to go green on the day. Joe goes Alcoa like laughing around.
Hey man, only some of us cheat around here, guys. You guys know that ain't me.
If you're an old school trader, Alcoa used to be a big deal because it would always signal the start of earnings season was when Alcoa reported. Now that just doesn't matter anymore. But no, it is about to go green.
Yeah.
Random scandals. Hey Trader TV crew, you've been day trading for 8 months, educated Monday to Friday by all your trading gurus. With 30K, I was down at the end of 2025 was worth the tuition fee. I made 21K back on SLV today. Cannot thank you all enough. That's exactly what it's all about.
That's what it's exactly what it's all about.
The thing about it, like when it's doing that kind of volume, you should volume, volatility as well. Like those are the types of things we saw at Real Trading. Like all of it was like Amex. When we looked at TIP, and that was. I promise you that was ZSL. It did like almost 1 billion shares yesterday, and it does almost 1 billion here today. But it's the same theme. It's still going to be silver.
Crazy.
So while it's going crazy, there's that little pocket where it's the thing. While quantum is going crazy, there's this little pocket while it's the thing. Yeah. We haven't talked about quantum. Actually, no, it got mentioned this morning, but we haven't talked about quantum in weeks. Outside of context. The nuclear name went crazy for a while, and they were a thing. No one ever forgets when marijuana stocks were, for like 2 months a few years ago, like that's all anybody was doing. So you do have to wait for those opportunities. Because if you look at, like, what's Apple done today? Like one of the biggest and most important companies in the world had a report that we are all glowing over. And you're probably going to, if we get it in the rundown, you'll probably hear us say more positive things about it. And it's flat on the day. And there's opportunities, and don't get me wrong, like you got the bottom on Apple, you're absolutely laughing, but it is what it is. I think we're ready for the rundown now. Sharif is going to be in place. So, I mean, I think it'll be pretty easy to figure out what's going to be at the top of the list. I don't know what number 2 is going to be, though. Sharif?
Catherine O'Hara died. Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Neil, Sean, the big boys as they're known, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, you got to get in the chat, you got to vote, but make sure to throw in that $ before you vote with the ticker of your choice. Let's start the Afternoon Rundown by looking at all 4 major averages. And we are off the lows by a nice amount here. The Qs are still down 0.89, but they were much, much lower. They tested yesterday's lows, pre-market lows. Good defend there of that 620 area, right back up into 623, still down 0.9%. The SPY faring a lot better, only down 0.25%, with the Dow only down 1/3. And the IWM was the worst performing major average on the date, still is, but well off the lows, now down only 1%. It was on the verge of going 2% in negative territory territory, but the story everybody is talking about is the sell-off in silver. SLV down 27%, and that's off the lows. It was down into 33. Credited here for the sell-off is the nomination of Kevin Warsh as the next Federal Reserve Chair to succeed Jerome Powell in May of this year. His skepticism toward ultra easy, monetary policy suggests fewer rate cuts and possibly a strengthening dollar. Boys, silver, SLV, down 26 2/3.
I never heard of it, but yeah, no, look, it's like we said before, to each their own, right? I mean, before we went off the air, we were sort of talking about different strategies. For me, it was a VWAP play, and it was a play that we had mentioned early, and I wasn't even really playing the whole Kevin Warsh thing, but that makes a lot of sense now. I mean, obviously, there has to be some reason why this thing cracks, and I think it's just a lot of over-leveraging there. But, you know, we wrote down that we wanted 100. Now, I mean, that was something else, because we write down this short at like 8 a.m., right? And when that was here, it was like $94, something like that. And I said, you know, if we can get back up to somewhere, you know, a level that we had yesterday, maybe there would be something to talk about, right? But that never happened. So then we said, hey, why not just short the pre-market low, which was 88? So that was written on the sticky note. But you know what? Like, we sat here and we were watching, looking for something to trade, and it wasn't breaking VWAP. It didn't break VWAP basically for an hour right here. So I was like, you know what? Let's try it. It was working. Then it came back up, and let's try it again. We liked it so many 4 fills. You know, and then it just started to collapse, and there it goes. So, you know, tough trade for sure, because we had lost on it going short the last couple of days, and so finally today it does go to the downside. And yeah, man, just happy to say it's obviously it's a really big trade. It's probably, for P&L wise, besides IPOs, this is going to be, you know, my biggest trade probably. Not ever, because there's been some closing trades and things like that, but just like as of straight, like what we show you guys here on the show, which all my strategies basically are what I show you on here. So that's why when I have bad days, it's like you can clearly see what I'm doing. But you know, today, it's a good day for silver shorts. And let's just see. I almost think it's almost time to step in and maybe buy some silver down here. I mean, I still like the idea of what silver is representing here as far as the industrial metal. But the problem is silver is abundance in this world. So I don't think it's ever going to be a supply constraint. But right now it was a demand side of things there. I do know people mentioning like that it's a little off price. China's one price, USA spot is the other price. But this is just a capitulation move. I'm going to get excited about Bitcoin when Bitcoin does a 30% move down like this too, because I said yesterday, like the meme stocks right now was silver, right? I mean, ZSL, SLV. She said this morning that, you know, record-wise, this is going to be #1 week, I would assume, for SLV, and that just adds it to today, right? And you can see really when all the volume came into this, they kind of let it fall, right? And then once it got down here to 70, we started seeing ZSL moving and everything like that. That's when it really got spicy. So we actually have pretty much the low of the day there. And then there's that 21 period break. So we really emptied it out, what we had left right there. So yeah, man, like feeling really good about everything there today. Silver, just great opportunity. Glad it was on the note, and thank you again for that super chat, right? I hope that, you know, some of my conviction and whatever really helped you with it. I'm going to call it back up there just so everybody can see it. But, you know, that's really, as we said, this is really what it's all about. And to make even this kind of money after 8 months is incredible. So again, congratulations. Like we said, man, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but obviously today it was good. And I hope that a lot of you didn't get burned, because I feel like that's what happens. When silver goes up, it's like you're caught short. When silver goes down, you're caught long. But today we caught this one, silver, still holding a piece.
Yeah, and like you were saying, you know, like totally different styles. I think you've had multiple trades on it every single day. I've had one trade in silver every single day this week, with the exception I wasn't here on Monday. But what's been happening, and the only reason it was ZSL instead of SLV, was every single day in silver just waited for a mean revert on the 15-minute, and this time it never happened. Like, there was never a trend break, with the exception of this bottom, which obviously if you're involved in the other one, you're not gonna, like, I'm not gonna trade both of them at the same time. It doesn't make any sense. But this is the only time it did a mean reversion was at the low for a long trade. But if you're only tuning in now, what ended up happening is, where's 120? Let me reverse engineer it. Actually, it's gonna be easier to just look up at the SLV chart, and this is at 124. So right about here, see this candle? like this 15-minute where it's still hanging out at the bottom. Well, what ended up happening in ZSL, and I'll be repeating myself, is this is inverse related. So it ends up tanking 20% when silver might have moved 2. So it should have moved 4% down, maybe 5%, and it went 20% down. Now, if you're sitting here and you see that happening, and you actually know that this is it's just an inverse, all you have to do is wait to see them stop hitting the bid visually, and then when it happens, you just punch long. I got a partial fill. I didn't even get fill because the algos are swiping it once they realize it's going to, so it's actually not that easy to punch long. And then it was just one move. Like one move, one trade. I doubt that's the kind of thing that happens again, but I'm going to say this now. If we ever see a situation where something like this is going this parabolic, maybe it's another commodity. Maybe it is a quantum name, but something, it could be one of the Bitcoin treasury names. But if it has a 2x inverse or 3x inverse, understand that this can happen because people are heavily trading the inverse as day traders and short-term traders more than they are trading the actual underlying. Therefore, if they start getting stopped out, that correlation can break, and when it does, it can be a huge opportunity, or it could be a death keel if that's the one that you're trading. That's the more important thing. If you were long this saying, yeah, but silver is still trending down, you would just be sitting there like, yeah, this is fine, this is fine. Well, it's blowing up around you. So you have to understand it's not automatic that it has to go up when silver is going down and vice versa. It can break because of the way people are trading it and how leveraged they are when they're doing it. Senator Warren requests position from Kevin.
Anyways, we have a new position here with Apple as Apple continues to make a move. We'll see if we can short this thing. Just noticing that we got a high there around 258, breaking through this 21-period moving average. So we're going to see if we can get some downside plays here for AAPL right now. All right, Sharif, what you got over there?
Let's talk about Tesla, up the biggest on the day in the world of Mag 7, up 4 and I was going to say 4 1/3, but it's on the way to 4.5 here. Climbing as SpaceX merger talks fuel Musk empire consolidation hopes, this article says. So what's happening here is it's widely speculated that before it IPOs, SpaceX may merge either with XAI or Tesla. This morning's look at the prediction markets had it more in favor of merging with XAI than Tesla. In any event, the market liking these merger talks to the tune of now 4 1/3, boys.
All right. What stock was that? Tesla. Okay. I mean, yeah. Thanks for leaving it to me here, I guess, because yeah, we got a big winner on Tesla, man. I mean, Tesla's a good day today. The only problem is that losing it early right there and then getting it back. You know, it's taking that first hit kind of sucked, but we had stayed with it there, and you know, we're sort of trying to alter some of our rules on what we're trying. Not alter it, but like. I guess alter is a good word, but just adjust it, try to get a little bit more efficient and less, risky with our positions. But we had to wait for Tesla. It came into the 200-period moving average there. We lost it a little bit early. I had written down today, again, just off the note. I mean, you guys can go grab this note every day. It's free and it's available on Twitter. But we had Tesla written down as a long. We just had to try to find the areas. And yeah, it's scary because as it's running against you, you're like, what are we doing? We had a good move first, then we dumped it, and then once it eventually took that 21 period, the 50 and the 200, and it all sort of matched up there, then that's when we sort of tried to blast this forward, and that's exactly what we wind up doing there. Hit that to the upside. A lot of clear outs here, 434. We're still in a very, very small piece. Wasn't sitting here for 440s, but now looking at the stop order I put in was 432 break. That never happened. Man, that was close to happening. So if that does break 432, we can get out of Tesla. But again, just another kind of stock that we know can do this. There's news about Tesla, and there it goes, man, up another 4.5%. It was on this sticky note. It's a great trade. We're in the money $25 on these two trades. So today is a good day, and there goes Tesla, man. I hope you guys are up on that name, and it's been a good one. So TSLA, I'd rather own this than pretty much any other automotive because this really isn't a focus on automotives anymore.
Yeah, I was going to be like, do we even count it as an automotive stock? Of course it absolutely is. I don't know who you'd also like. If you gun to head, General Motors has been okay. I think would probably be the answer to that question. But this is all about people wanting to get in to SpaceX. This is going to be, it's gonna until we know one way or another whether they would merge or this gets completely shot down. It's just some pie in the sky theory. I think there's going to be some runway for this to go. So obviously, this story is not over. I don't think, and it takes it firmly out. Two things happen. We're out of the penalty box because 420 held again. So it's got pretty distinct. It's got some really good lower highs or higher lows, I should say, that have been put in here. And this 420 is starting to turn into something again, which is psychologically a good level. But as I said, this morning I was talking about Destiny, which is up 5%. To me, if there's an X amount of dollars that want to go into SpaceX and they're moving over to Tesla, I would have expected this to be down because it trades at such a gigantic premium relative to its holdings. But for now, it's holding up pretty well. Like, it seems like just people talking about SpaceX allows this one to be up. But what would I rather? Like, would I rather pay 2x the value to get half of this, which is in SpaceX, and a bunch of other stuff that it owns? Or let's say there's a 50-50 chance that you merge with Tesla, and then it's 1-to-1. I don't know, that gives you a 25% chance of getting a fair value at SpaceX. And even if it doesn't happen, you get to own Tesla, which you might like. So, like, to me, I would just play this as we'll just allocate more to Tesla, and that's a pretty fair bet, because then maybe I get into SpaceX without having to pay some crazy IPO price. Maybe it's not a lock that it happens, but it's a fair enough bet because the average investor has no other way to get into the play.
All right, guys, let's talk about SoFi. I mean, it started off well for SoFi, reporting earnings in the morning, and off the closing print from yesterday to the pre-market high, we were up about 8%, but that's all ended. Since the pre-market high to the current low, we are down 13.3%, despite beating on the top and bottom line, adding another million users, bringing the total users now to about 13 million and change, introducing new products, really trying to diversify away from student loans. But tough day in the market. SoFi down 6.16.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it would pop before it went to the downside. I know I had 27 written down. It had already made the 2640 top in the pre-market, so this had kind of already happened, and I was sort of thinking out into this area. Like, go to this lower high and then pop and fade, because regardless of how good SoFi's reports or numbers have been at times, it's tended to have sell events the day after. So ultimately, it's done it again. I wouldn't be necessarily completely panicking about it. We can go to a higher time frame chart in a second. But there was one trend break chance for me. Like, again, if I see it something trending down like this, I'm going to wait for it to get to a somewhat key level. And it got to a somewhat key level of 23. It broke the trend. There's the prior bar. It went out. It never even attempted to go. That's how weak it's been, unfortunately, for SoFi. That said, you know, on the daily, it is at a major level, that 200-period moving average. If you go out to a higher time frame, you're going to probably see that closer to 21, like on a weekly chart. You're going to look to see that this is actually more significant. Give it the 3-day rule. I think it was a great quarter. There's no way you can look at this. This was also true of Microsoft in a lot of ways, and Apple as well. There's no way you can really look at the fundamentals and say that this was a bad quarter for them. But this is typical SoFi. It's done it before and then made fresh highs if you wait a couple of weeks.
All right, just covering a little bit more silver here at 75 flat, because like you're down into the 50 period again. So we kind of, you know, liked that 77 there for a short. I mean, it does come right back up into that area and then falls off again. So something there. Okay, like SoFi, obviously a complete disaster for me today. I mean, we were trying to go long there. We just kept on fighting it. So I think we just chalked this one up to, like, we tried right there on the 21 period break, didn't work. And then we tried again there and didn't work. And so we should have, like, well, we didn't really take too many shots at it, but I was just thinking, like, maybe even after that time, the second time, like the first time coming back in, I mean, I wanted this long. We had wrote down $25, so I was pretty happy taking that on this move down. So I didn't mind that. I mean, this is why we dumped it out. I mean, it breaks that 24.50, which was yesterday's closing price, and I, you know, thought that if we were up 7% or whatever we were in the pre-market and we gave it all the way back, then that was probably a bad sign, and that's where we could have easily gone away from it. And then trying it there on the way back up, I think that's valid. And so I'm completely fine with that. Like, losing on that trade, which would have been me getting out right there, is fine. But then, like, trying again there and then trying again there, like, two bad attempts that we didn't really, like, it didn't work the first time it broke the 21, didn't work the second, it didn't work the third. So, like, you know, 0 for 1 probably should have been it, especially after losing right there. So, yeah, man, feather in the cap today on a learning side of things. But, yeah, SoFi just, like, down 13% from its highs is kind of crazy talk on what I thought was a decent quarter. So, staying away for now on SoFi until something happens. And I don't know what that's going to be. Maybe a day 3 play off earnings. So that's SoFi. You know, let's go talk about the next.
There hasn't been a bank that's performed the way we want to see based on.
Well, I think wasn't Goldman good and Morgan.
Okay, actually that's fair. Goldman and Morgan were fine, but outside of that,
not just a pretty face. Sharif.
I love Morgan.
All right, guys, let's talk about NView Medical, otherwise known by its ticker as Feed. We had the CEO on yesterday with Adara to announce a deal that sees U.S. distribution of over-the-counter reusable ENFit syringe line hitting the markets today. A little profit-taking, boys, on FEED, despite the nice pop there in the pre-market into new local highs, taking out $6, down 20, almost, and 0.75%.
At some point, it had to come a little bit undone. 3 up. There's something called the for gappers, like the 3-day rule, which you'll probably hear. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you haven't heard this before, but often day traders will talk about this, where you have like a small cap gapper. Doesn't matter the catalyst, but if you get parabolic, like something that's not doing much, and then you get day 1, day 2, and then day 3, once it fails the prior day high. It's like short the living, you know what out of it is something that there's a lot of traders, at least I've heard, and you see them online also talking about it. So once it was back underneath the $5 level, it kind of fit that parameter, 1, 2, day 3, and then once it's behind that prior high, you get a bit of a cascade. That being said, it's still, like, this was a $1 stock at the beginning of the week, so it's still up almost 3x. From there. But this is somewhat typical of parabolic runners. And the bigger lesson is, even when it's a good story, and even when it looks incredibly strong, it's very typical that you are going to have these kinds of reversal type days. So like a day where it doesn't just give it all back, but it gives, like I'm talking about like the gains from the morning. It might give it all back and then some. And that's what's happening in Feed. And the early money is usually the best money. Like if there's a good story and you can grab something that was been barcoding at $1 and you can have it at $1.25, sniff that one out. Like, cause that's like there's a huge value or $1.40 or something like that. Because then you're risking 25, 30, 40, maybe 50% on something that can give you a 2, 3, 4x on a bit of a swing. And then if this happens, you might have like 10% on and you're just like holding for the dream. But you got to be involved in these a little bit earlier. And then when you're playing momentum, make sure you have some kind of a stop.
Is Bitcoin next on there, Sharif? Okay, so I mean, just right now, like IBIT, and I only asked because if it was there, I didn't want to talk about it. But yeah, just like what a reversal there on IBIT, big time. Like they really, and again, it just goes back to what I was saying about the meme stuff, right? Like when silver can get going, we've seen Bitcoin get going again, and there it goes, like right back to the upside there as we take out some of those key levels for Bitcoin, like that high of the day. That was a great little break trade there. But I just want to note to everybody that we are starting to turn around a little bit, which is why I want to talk about it. Potential top, there was a potential top there. It did fall back in. We right now are trying to break that 21 period MA. So watch out, making a little bit of a move back in for IBIT. So if you're on this rocket ship today, well, in the last hour, then good for you, and just watch out there. Ethereum, again, like a monster play to the upside again, same kind of way, right? Like as soon as silver started turning around, you do see Ethereum going back up to the upside there. So it's just watch the market. The market's not really playing the same kind of games, but Ethereum also trying to break this 21 period moving average. So I'm just sending out these warnings because it does look like maybe it might be slowing down on the top side here of crypto. I don't have a trade on or anything like that, but I just wanted to say, like, what a great move up. Congratulations to anybody that's had that. But it does, to me, look like we might be failing at some of those tops. But
just quickly,
yeah, go.
That ELPW.
Yeah, that like halted like what, 1 million times?
Okay, never mind. It's next, so it's.
I didn't even know about that one. That one looks crazy.
These are ridiculous.
Another 1,000+% winner. That's the second day in a row. We had that T whatever yesterday. Today it is ELPW, which is, of course, who doesn't know this company? Elong Power Holdings, and there's really no fundamental reason why this is moving up, but I should let you know that they did get the notice of effectiveness yesterday from the SEC, which means that it green lights their registration statement for a new offering of securities, and while that typically does mean dilution, it is bullish in the sense that they were able to meet rigorous regulatory hurdles to move forward with the capital raising. I suspect that we're moving up for other reasons. Gentlemen, up 1,415%, 670 high, halted down at 652.
Okay, so there's so many of these that come by that I literally don't remember the ticker that did this yesterday. You guys will probably remember. It was it began with a T. TLGC? TLGC, is that what it was? Or whatever the heck it was. But oftentimes when you have moves like this on one stock, like just something random, it could be, sometimes it's in the same space, other times it just also happens to be a penny stock that gets going. And as we say, getting in early, this is the one time where I would actually make an argument there was probably a somewhat reasonable trade. Had this, almost certainly, this is probably blocked here, or at least it was blocked for most of the morning at real trading. Where, yeah, you can have it early when it's not going in the halt fest, or grab the first halt, which is often, if you think something is going to be a halt fest, oftentimes traders, I know this was the case during the Funware DWAC kind of thing, the play would be, I'm not trying to play this on the third or fourth halt to the upside where you can get rinsed, just take the first halt long. Because that way you can risk it to like the one support it has, and if it goes absolutely crazy, you have some kind of a reasonable out where it's not complete utter nonsense. Like if you buy it up here and it doesn't work at 350, you're probably screwed. But there was another long off $1 apparently. Like this, if you were looking at this right when we came off air in the morning, and at the beginning of the midday, it did this halt down, reopen, and it reopened at $1.09, flashed to 96 cents, and then immediately came back up and reclaimed the dollar.
Those names.
Like if you're, the thing about that trade, you literally would have to be staring it down at that $1 level. The second you see it go under and reclaim, you're just trying to punch long and throw a stop at 95 cents. And then if it goes, you're like, hey, fantastic, I'm long 105 with a 10-cent stop. And if you don't get it, you don't get it. But if you grab one of those, well, there you go. If you're a small cap trader, that's your month on ELPW. The current tap is $7.58. And it's halted at 652, and it's probably halted 40 times today. It'll more than likely halt, I don't know, 10 times this afternoon. And so I'll remind everybody now, if it halts in the last 10 minutes, it won't be 5 minutes. It's automatically 4 o'clock is the open if it halts between 3:50 and 4 o'clock. The 5-minute thing doesn't matter during that time period.
Okay, I just wanted to, the imbalances look pretty decent right now early on some names.
Those are two buyouts.
Yeah, so two, okay, I was going to say there has to be something and then BMY, but I just wanted to look to see if there was any SLV, but there's nothing on here right now, but there's Bristol Myers. Yeah, look, in a name that we have like a little halt scanner here that shows like, whoa, all the halts that have been happening. There's that EPLW, so it's been a bunch of times. And I actually wanted to look here. Oh, maybe this doesn't show it does show AM names. Okay, so TCGL actually hasn't halted in an hour. It's not really moving at all. I mean, although there's 800,000 shares of volume, this is another one of those names that, you know, millions were made overnight if you held the short, because this name got to $500 overnight and then opened up today down at, that was last night there, 40.40, gets up to 400 or 500. My chart stopped there, and then, you know, we made that another rip. Like if you just went long this at the open, you almost doubled yourself up to 360, but this is not the kind of trade that we'll be focusing here on the show, but I just wanted to show everybody that this name continues to go a little lower. And if you were in this yesterday, hopefully you're really not in it today, and if you are, it just seems like it's sleeping right now, so watch out for TCGL. So that's just another little bit of a look there. But all right, it's 2:35, and it's time for Super Chats. All right, what's up, KCat67? What's up, KCat? 67. Which chart frame do you use when choosing moving average? For price bounce. So that's part of the thing that like I'm trying to figure out. I mean, on SoFi here, and it's, oopsies. Why do I always click on that first one? It's always Blue Ocean, I guess, alphabetical with the, so if you see on here, you see like .NQ, that's going to be NASDAQ. And then if we see a New York name, .AM, and then something like silver.am here. But this is a 1 minute chart. So the main thing, and then the thing that I always tweet out and everything like that is just a 1 minute chart. And I'm trying to use this 21 period, but like obviously it didn't work right there on SoFi. But if you're looking at it on silver and other names like that, you can see like it basically follows this all the way down. And then like it breaks it here pretty decently, but then it comes right back, and then there's that last sort of break on it. So, you know, we get out some on that first break. We're short, right? So it's kind of the same thing as what you're talking about. How can you try to figure out trend changes? Well, I got out a little bit there, and then it went back down. So I was like, okay. So we took some out at the very lows. I mean, we have a 69.90 print. And then it breaks there, and we get out again at 72 on the next breakup, right? And so I'm trying to find that. I think it's good for reversions. I don't know if it's good for like playing it right now. If it breaks below, I don't know if it's any good, but I like it to sort of see that when the momentum's up. But I need to pair it with something else because like it does give a lot of false signals. Maybe I need to extend the line a little bit, and that's something that I have to work on. So that's what I'm trying to do, and it's a great question, and that's the key, right? When you figure out something that works, you know, you should keep on doing it. And I mean, even on here on IBIT, as we look over here on IBIT, it's the same kind of a story. Like it's really choppy in here, but then when it trends, right, and then you get the consolidation around this 21 period, and then it goes. So that's kind of why I was just talking about right now. This is a nice move. Oh, I thought someone was wrong with my mic again. It's a Sharif. Yeah, so anyways, back down in right there. So now I'm trying to think to myself like, all right, now this is a big move up. So this 21 period on the break below, which is why I just said like, look at it hold, a clean break below. It might be a combination between like this and the 50 period breaking. But obviously if the 21 breaks, then so will the 50, right? So anyways, that's what I'm doing. It's been working, but it's kind of like a new kind of a thing for me. So, or what I was also thinking about that I try to use, and you just don't get as many actionable trades off of it, is just that this is the 200 period moving average, like on a 5 minute chart. So this one gives you more of like, you know, you would have no trades on IBIT today, but right now. And I don't even know why this isn't extending further, but so I'm not even sure it's right. But right into there, 40. So now you're finally starting to get, hey, maybe the move is trying to slow down at this level, but you know, a lot of these things have to be back tested and all that kind of stuff.
I think it's probably just zoom out. Well, I think I think the last point's kind of the big thing. Like as long as you test it out, to figure out what works for you. Like it's always a work in progress. It's a good, but it's when you're trying to figure out like where to take stuff out for profit on like a reversion and that kind of thing. Like it's always going to be a work in progress because the one stock is going to be different from another, and vice versa, and et cetera. That goes on and on. I saw a couple of questions. We're all done the rundown now. Okay. I saw a couple people asking about this morning about AppLovin. You know, I hadn't looked at this chart today. Like I knew it was having a bad day, and we know it's been a little bit bad since the top. But this doesn't look good at all for App. And we talk about the 200 period SMA to death as an important level for long term on stocks. But then you throw in the fact that look at the reversal it had at 500 back in November. Look at the breakout it had off of 500 back in September of last year. Look at the resistance it had at the beginning of last year at the 500 level. So not only is it breaking the 200 period moving average, it's also losing a major level. And then today it's doing it in a very spectacular fashion. People keep talking about...
Oh, AppLovin again?
Yeah, I know. It seems like we're talking about this in a negative context at least once a week. It seems, but this is as bad as it's been. And there's a few stocks that have been like this, where there's a few things that have had like their worst week in however long time, whether it's like silver one day or Microsoft another day, AppLovin here. Dara?
I was going to say, too, it's worth noting that short report that there was going to be from Capital Watch, they also teased there's like going to be 9 more updates or something. So with AppLovin, the worst may not be over. And we know between Rich Tech and, of course, AppLovin, but also even Carvana, kind of short report season right now, it feels like. So one kind of interesting thing there, they did warn there's going to be more short reports. If you want to take that seriously or not, up to you. But
the only reason I'm making a screw face right now is because you're talking about there's going to be 9 updates. So you have enough to say about why you think this company should be down at whatever price they think. I haven't read the short report. Sometimes they tell you what they think it's worth. Sometimes they just say it's overvalued. So I don't know where they're saying it's going to go down to. But they have enough for 9 more updates, allegedly, but they're not telling you. That means they know there's more, but we're just going to keep it to ourselves until we need a chance to get the stock to go down. Like, what do we like? Because I don't have anything against short sellers, because it's like, okay, well, it's not illegal what you're doing, and you're putting your money where your mouth is by shorting a stock. The timing of when the report usually comes out, you can muddle with the ethics of that a little bit. But this whole, we've got 9 more updates coming on this one. Stay tuned, everybody. Like, no, if you think there's something that they're doing wrong, or maybe an accounting issue, or overstating this, or blah, 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 it would just seem right that you would tell people now if you actually gave a damn. But no, it's about making money, so that's how they make their money. They got to do what they got to do. But like, come on. It's got to grind your gears a little bit if it's actually true. Or maybe they have nothing else to say. Maybe they actually don't have anything. And like Adara said, it's just rumored. Is what it is. What is actually causing Jockey? Okay, just first off, there was every time that there's a bounce in Intel, I'm just looking for a reversion of some sorts that I can get into. So this was the first one. It did a really small one off of VWAP. If it bounces again, I'll try it and then look for the low of the day. By the way, Intel could get down to that prior high, like this 44, 45.
I like Intel. I think there's Intel. I mean, again, talking about trading stocks that have reasons.
And well, plus too, like this is a stock that, I don't know, like
short IBIT.
Yeah, on the quarter, it's just been the quarter that they have and the reaction to it has been absolutely insane. I think the volatility on Intel is not going anywhere. Like the days of Intel, percentage-wise, moving more than something like an NVIDIA, I think we've got that going on for a while. Maybe at least until NVIDIA earnings. It's not the average. It's not Intel of old. Like the stock is just moving on an average day 3%, 4%, 5% sometimes.
Yeah, Intel is. We're still a ways away from NVIDIA earnings. All right, maybe AMD will be exciting. I don't. Well, you know what? We had AMD written down as the short today, and we probably should have had that. But when does AMD report? In 4 days. Wow, Tuesday for Advanced Micro Devices. Okay. Calm down, Sean. We do have IBIT right here short, so we did take it on that break. You know, again, looks like we based out a little bit at the top side here, so a little bit of resistance up here at $48, but either way, maybe 84.5 on Bitcoin. It comes back in. We let it fall through the 50 period. We take a fill there, so we got out of actually 20% there. We'll see if it wants to continue on. I think this little area right here, 47.40 or so, that, you know, a pause for concern if we do get into there. I mean, that would be wicked awesome if it gets into there. So wicked awesome. Shout out to my Massachusetts people. All right, 47. Yeah, okay, we're just going to watch out for that. All right, silver. So Tesla's going upside, man. This is going to be a good one. Yeah, Tesla, let's go. I think 440. You know, we can get an offer there. We could put $4 more on this trade, then let's go. We're now $24 in the money now on all these trades, but silver's trying to make a move higher. We did do a good job getting out right there. Maybe the ultimate turnaround spot, of course, is a break of VWAP. I mean, that's why we went short, but really happy with where we wound up covering it. Although now look, like now VWAP is actually right where all these covers took place. So to have maybe taken this trade at VWAP and then not taking all these outs, like, look, we wrote down once 88 breaks, there's going to be a problem, and it was. We take one fill basically every dollar and a little bit on the way down. Then we really started getting out ahead of that $80 mark, and then all of a sudden it collapsed. But it looks like maybe we used the 200 period. That's been a good turnaround story for us. It's holding the 50 right here. Awesome. So when it came back in, we're able to exit out of more of our trade right there on SLV. But as I already said it, man, like, for me personally, it's going to be, you know, one of the bigger P&L trades that I've made outside of, like I said, outside of the IPOs, right? And so, but there's a nice move to the downside on SLV today, and we're going to watch out for that still into the close. And gold there. Gold had this similar move, obviously not as dramatic. It also didn't have the same dramatic move higher, so that's pretty respectable move down for gold. So I actually think in a long-term portfolio, gold is going to most likely serve you better. I mean, again, not a prediction by me, but just what I'm thinking about what gold means to people's portfolios as more of a hedge and maybe more of a hold forever type of thing. While silver obviously seems to be more of a trading vessel than gold. But yeah, I would be It's too bad because down there was when you have to buy GLD. But if we can ever get back into this like 430 lows, I think we'll add to our gold position and maybe just average into it there as well. And yeah, my wife right now is saying that we need to have some Beetlejuice songs for Catherine O'Hara tonight, O'Hara, and then there's a few other songs, some Harry Belafonte songs apparently.
Well, that is from Beetlejuice.
Yeah, that's the one. And then it's called Jump in Line, I think it's called. Shake, Sonora. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, that's Harry Belafonte there. So I'll play some of that, but sad there. And that just came up because we got a super chat here from Dave, and Catherine O'Hara passed away. I don't know if, yeah, Darren. I heard of Darren. I know, she's so great, and Schitt's Creek is amazing and everything. She's such a great character actor. There's no doubt about that. But here we go. Another amazing Canadian, obviously. Shout out to my guy. One of the best shows on Apple that I've seen anyways. I think it's called The Director. All right, so right there, fun fact, your Canadian kin, yes, Seth Rogen came up with a Super Bowl character. Is that Super Bowl you mean?
Superbad.
Oh, Superbad, okay.
Sports fans, SPCE is going to be
I'm in Super Bowl mode right now because I didn't read the rest of it. Right, Superbad is amazing. McLovin, yeah, okay, good. NVIDIA, he came up with that? All right. NVIDIA. Oh, he co-wrote Superbad. Well, yeah, perfect. I mean, Seth Rogen is awesome. And what's his name? Look for dips. So just that, and then the NVIDIA talk. So okay, look for dips to buy before 225. So that's probably the earnings. You've done work, obviously, David. So we want to thank you for bringing that up.
Oh my goodness, I'm going to be. That's my daughter Sarah's birthday.
Oh, okay, nice. Happy birthday.
It's the weirdest lineup because she has. She's got like an assembly at school that day. And
nice.
She's traveling, so it's her birthday. And my wife's out of the country, so like I've already like booked it off so that she's not. I don't want like babysitter in the morning and that stuff, and then someone's got to be there for the presentation. It's always but if they report, then it's aftermarket, which is kind of annoying because then I have to miss that.
Who cares? Yeah, just miss the day.
But
it doesn't matter.
It's hilarious because I seem to, for whatever reason, always miss. I think it's for at least one quarter a year. I'm not here on one of the NVIDIA earnings days. No, but I believe I am absolutely shocked that NVIDIA is not doing better after what we heard from the hyperscalers so far. It's been in like an all systems go for NVIDIA, and then we keep fretting about this whole like China chip thing. Are we or are we not? Like it just can't seem to get going. There's a lot of accumulation in this range, which is good. I mean, you're not going to complain when it's like very, very slowly stair-stepping to the upside. That's fine. But yeah, again, we got massive, massive spending from both Meta and Microsoft, and it doesn't seem to be doing enough for NVIDIA. It just might be illogical, but lots of things have seemed illogical. Look at the chart of SLV.
Yeah, the worst is I just found out, like, I hope they don't IPO SpaceX on Elon's birthday because I have hockey in Vermont, so I don't know if that's going to be. I hope they merge. Oh my God,
I'd rather. Well, if you're a Tesla shareholder, you're obviously hoping for a merge over the IPO.
Yeah,
I guess it benefits all of us.
100%. All right, Adair, what you got for us?
What I have here, guys, is GME, and I kind of waited a bit to mention this too because I saw these headlines circulating, and I want to just provide some clarification. So you might be seeing a headline right now saying that Ryan Cohen, CEO of GameStop, said to CNBC that the company is eyeing, quote, a very, very, very big acquisition. Here's the thing. He already said this in an interview to Wall Street Journal that was published and was actually featured on our watch list. So I just want to let you guys know, you might be seeing this headline circulating around. It's not new, which is why GME is not really reacting, but CNBC apparently doing their own interview with Ryan Cohen and re-reporting stuff we already knew. So just a heads up, if you are seeing this headline, it is not brand new information. And with that, I'll send you over, talking about famous Canadians, RIP Catherine O'Hara, and let's send over to other famous Canadians, Sean and Neil.
Yeah, I wish. Savvy Canadian traders looking, thank you, Derek, to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily levered ETFs featuring, and you know this by now, built-in FX hedging, maybe the most important part. This aims to amplify short-term market moves while minimizing the impact of currency swings. As we know, that US dollar, whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders and ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. All right, we did get a bunch more super chats, so I don't want to ignore those. So I'm just going to call them up. Normally, Andre will do this, but I think we've missed a couple. So let me go back and get them. All right, we'll start in order of when we receive them.
Oh, there it is.
So there it is right here. I don't think we've talked about this one. Yeah, forget it. Okay, you have yeah, maybe anyways. You have an SLV position at $100 for 30K. I guess $30,000, I guess, is your position. So value worth. Look, I mean, you know, my answer would be like, I feel like you gotta take some profits at some point. I mean, I don't know what this Chinese market's going to do over the weekend to silver or anything like that. But, you know, at the end of the day, you're not going to get days like this, obviously, every day. Silver's going to remain volatile, but does it have the opportunity to get right back up to the upside? I mean, I think it does, right? I mean, you could crawl up 3 or 4% every day next week, and all of a sudden this move is sort of dwarfed again. So I don't know if you actually have the actual position or options or whatever, but there isn't also a thing playing in today that I don't think we've talked too much about, and that's just that it's Friday.
Out of curiosity, are we
Go ahead.
assuming it's a short position?
I have no idea, but if it's a long position, then the guy's shit out of luck at this point.
Yeah, I think.
But
yeah.
if you're long, then yeah, I mean, you sent a super chat 10 minutes ago, so. But I was just going to say, if you're short or long, it doesn't really matter. To me, it's. You've already had this move, so what I would have done is just wait for this kind of volume again, and if you see that, then that would be an indication. So if we do flush down on kind of big time volume, look for that, but right now it's kind of all quiet, right? And when all's quiet, we've said this a couple times, the market will tend to inch upwards when we get a little quiet. So I just feel like right now, just letting it settle down, but I took the short on VWAP. So if you wanted to cover on VWAP, I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. So my VWAP's at $81. So if that's your play, great. If you're long, then long, as Neil had mentioned, then if you're long at $100, covering at 82, I know that would suck and that would be like a 20% hit, but sometimes taking a hit is not the end of the world, no, and maybe you want to do that.
Given how much it's moved, I would kind of imagine that if you were swinging something that has moved this much, that 10, 20, 30% is maybe in the range of what you were looking for. That being said, like it's difficult to want to get out when you happen to get caught in one of these like parabolic down moves. And again, that would be assuming that you're long. If you're short, I mean, whatever, you ring the register once and holding on for some of the dream would make some sense. But just understand that we've seen like really crazy dead cat bounces sometimes, where like if you don't have the absolute top, like you can be back in the 90s, go crazy, and they could still end up lower. Like I don't know anything that will unwind it exactly like this, but SMCI is not a horrible example. It just wasn't quite as parabolic. Yeah, there's nothing that's exactly the same way. But if you are long, sometimes you just have to bite the bullet. Just while we're on the topic, I know you're mentioning the volume weighted average price. ZSL, if I'm showing you ZSL and I say SLV, you guys understand. I'm just mixing it up. ZSL, which is an inverse, it's on the other side of the volume weighted average price. And it consolidated here for a while as support. Now it's looking like a little bit of resistance. So I'm kind of thinking the play off the 225 is going to make some sense as a potential short just for the afternoon. Like we're almost into power hour here. I think it's going to be worth checking back in on these imbalances on the off chance that we see whether it's SLV or ZSL show up here or any of the other metal ones. There's so much volatility that maybe we see some action on those bad boys. Nokia, you don't usually see that on the early look. It is a Friday, so sometimes you just get imbalances that are bigger in general than anything else. There was one more super chat, I thought. Oh, yeah, here it is, because it was about Palantir on Monday.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I did see it. What does my gut tell me? Bad. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you guys. I think the quarter is going to be fantastic and the stock's going to sell off. I mean, we've already seen that happen again. The only stock that's been rewarded for anything earnings-wise has been Meta, right? I mean, Meta was rewarded for a big spend and they're getting hit today, obviously down as well. Like Meta's down, actually. Obviously, that earnings was great. I mean, we've already seen a nice move back-to-back days there, and now today on day 2 or day 3. wait a minute, Meta reported, Wednesday night, right? Wednesday, Thursday. So,
Wednesday, Thursday.
So this is day 2. So, yesterday it kind of held up okay. And then, obviously, because they reported Wednesday night, so that was day 1, nice move. And then now you're starting to pull back a little bit, and they rewarded the CapEx spend. That's not going to be anything for Palantir, right? What you're looking for is extended out margins. You're looking for, I mean, the defense contracts are there, right? The government contracts are here. Those are going to be sticky. What you're looking for is what do they think about moving forward for Palantir? Do they see more contracts coming? Are they maybe diversifying into different spaces? We talked about it the other day. They're getting into the equestrian space right now to analyze horse movements and all that kind of stuff, right? So I do think there's a lot involved here with Foundry and a lot of what they can do with the data that you provide to them. But at the same time, it's tough to think positively about the name when it's really fallen. Like this was 195, so you go from 195 down to where we are today. It's down 24%, in just a matter of a month. So I think it's primed to do something, but I can't say that like this is going to absolutely shoot the moon. I mean, predict like you asked for Palantir for Monday. I was reading shoot the moon, but it's tough. It's a kind of a fool's game to sit here and try to predict what stocks are going to do on earnings. But I like the business. I like the company. Costco was hit pretty good when everybody was focused on valuation for a minute. And then they kind of got right with themselves and said, you know what? Costco's too good of a company to be down here. And then this happened. So to think that Palantir can't get right back up to 200 again, that's also a foolish statement. So I would just say sit on your hands, man. I would not, if this earnings season has taught us anything, who thought Microsoft would have the worst day in 6 years? And who thought Intel would be down 20% the very next day off earnings? Yep. So it's just like to sit there and try to predict what some of these stocks are going to do does seem a little overzealous.
Like I thought Lamb had one of the best quarters out there, and it went like 4% up, and I'm like, what is going on here? So, like that's like a double digit most times. It's just it's weird. But there's a good question, and I'm glad this got asked. Ronak in the chat. Do you actually think silver and gold deserve this much pullback just for Fed chair news, which if true would only take place in June, not February? Sometimes, no. Does it deserve 25% down just because of that? Probably not. I don't think so. But it doesn't matter. Like sometimes it's just about, it's almost like you're looking for an excuse for it to pull back. Like this was coming at some point, and this just so happened to be the event that caused it. Right? So then whatever happens is, so there's going to be a crazy pullback day, and then when it happens, you're just like, okay, what's the small thing that caused it to happen? Like, I don't even remember what caused it. It was that one crazy flash crash years ago. And I don't remember it fully, but I remember there was something happening that day where we were in a downward trending market and everything was feeling pretty negative. It was something that had happened overnight. I can't remember off the top of my head. And then all of a sudden, in the middle of that day, like lunchtime or like at 1 o'clock, everything was kind of weak, and then something was a straw that broke the camel's back. And then everyone's searching for the reason it happened. Well, there's a lot of technical BS as to why it happened, and maybe algo trading and the way market making was done and yada, yada, yada. But it was just looking for an excuse, and then this happened to be the catalyst that got the ball rolling. And then once it started, the unwind was nasty. You have to consider that as this was going up, everyone's portfolio values were going way up because they're up a ton. And then you can borrow and leverage more against it, which often happens. And then it just makes it even nastier if the unwind comes in. Like it gets perpetually more risky the higher it goes because everyone's obsessed with leverage these days. And now we are into Power Hour.
Yeah.
So I'm taking this one into VWAP. I have the front end, I think, of the trade. Well, obviously, because it just popped off 215. So I kind of feel like I'm going to give it to, like, I don't know, like the 27. I think I have 27 written down. Or actually, you don't write it down. You put an actual stop in. I'm going to move it to 28. I don't know why on the Amex I have one of my stop keys different than when it's on the New York. But I should have had this on the other end of the trade. I don't like the front end. I like the back end. See what I mean? Front end, back end would be on the way back down. But the best example of it is this here. That's the back end of a trade. That's the back end of a trade. So I'm just going to look at ZSL and wait for a better entry point. ZSL, Neil. ZSL and wait for a better entry point. Like, it just ticked up, it just challenged VWAP, but I kind of got it on the front end of the trade. Let's let it make a move and let it try to come back and then jump into the trade. I just heard some small cap.
What was it?
Making some moves.
Yeah, it's a special cash dividend, I
You
heard.
said something else about what stock, special cash? What was
I
it?
don't know, we'll find it out. All right, so just a quick little update. Thank you so much, Barkad and Ani. Yeah, man. That's what it's doing, man. $21. I mean, we actually have those fills. I want to talk. Here, let me remove that. I wanted to talk about SLV just really quick because it just did make another move. So we're taking another move out right now on silver. So we actually, there's my fill right there, and then we actually have a 69. Sorry, we don't have a 69 fill. We have a 70.25 fill as well, and there it comes right back down. I just want to show you, like, we have to slap a fail on this one. I'll flush out the toilet. Can't find the fail one right now. Because look what just happened. Like, we got stopped out. This is how, honestly, like, the month has gone, to be honest with you. Like, check out that out right there on that short. Short, out a little bit, average into it. The thing freaking tanks. But 1 minute or 2 minutes after I get that, it runs that stop right there. It makes a new high of the day. So, you know, we did get a nice little, it didn't, I guess, I mean, this can't all be me. I didn't have 187,000 shares, but that was a big volume there. I only had 87,000. That was a big, I don't know if people keep taking me seriously there, but that's a big volume spike on that. It's not even that significant, but that was sort of, it looks like others might have gotten flattened on that as well, but we're putting it back in now, and we'll see if it breaks. Again, now officially you get that cross. So maybe that's what we're looking for. Like I said, man, it's just, this is what trading's all about. You got to try to dig until you find, you know, what's working. And, you know, for right now, we'll put another bid here at 65. We'll take that fill. We'll put another bid at 61s, and we'll hopefully watch this thing fall back down. We've actually almost made it. You know, this was only like a 6 or 7 cent hit. It just sucks that it happened. So we'll wait to see if this can fall back down in. Again, I think we're either, I don't know who we're going to, but it's definitely not me. Let's go over to Adara.
I looked into that special cash dividend. I found the ticker. It's TVGN, I believe, as far as I can tell. TVGN. This looks like the special cash dividend stock. This is actually a penny stock, so it's about 34 cents right now. In the meantime, though, let's go over to Neil.
Yes, sir, everybody, because when you're a trader, at some point, you've been trading maybe stocks, options, or futures, and then you get blindsided. Just look at the move in silver and some of the leverage that's going on with that. So it's not always your fault. Large funds are building huge positions in the options market well before the actual trading on what you're looking at is going to react. So sometimes to gain an edge in today's markets, you have to do something different. And Spot Gamma's daily Flow Patrol report reveals where the big money's positioned, so you can identify stocks building momentum ahead of those major price moves. And to get 2 free weeks of Spot Gamma's Flow Patrol, scan the QR code you see right on the screen in front of you and go behind the curtain to see what the professionals see. Boom, it's double action. The QR code was in 2 places at once. Love that in there.
Yeah.
Mr. Slaborn.
Can't scan it enough times.
I just saw in the chat someone saying they're buying AMC.
What am I Oh, nothing.
Why do we still talk about AMC? It's a
AMC's
weird
been
one.
too diluted.
Why do we like AMC?
Oh,
I don't get it. What's weird to me about the AMC GameStop thing is that you literally will stare the face of other things that are squeezing, like when Carvana's falling apart now, but when that was squeezing, when silver's been squeezing, and there's all these other momentum plays out there where really, if you're trying to YOLO, like there's plenty of places you can do it, and then you've got AMC, which at some point might be a gorgeous trade off the $1 level. So that's coming in, which I'm usually a pretty big fan of. If something really big or popular gets down to that dollar, because remember, you're going to want to defend the dollar level if you're AMC, or you're going to have to reverse split. So I think that could be something if it gets down there for some kind of a trade. But like, it's crazy. Every time we look at this every few weeks because someone brings it up, and it just keeps on getting worse and worse. But I think there's probably some kind of a trade down at $1 if and when it does get there. I mean, it probably gets there, to be honest with you, but I don't see any reason why it's not going to. I think you wait till it happens. So in terms of waiting for the back end of the trade, see, there's your topping tail candle, which often wicks you out, and then I want to try to jump back into it. I fully I have zero expectation that ZSL is going to be able to do what it did off of VWAP the first time. If you're just tuning in now, essentially, my guess is somebody got flattened and caused other people to get flattened and other people to get flattened. And then while silver was kind of moving, ZSL went crazy. That's why there was a crazy long off of the volume weighted average price. That was a disconnect between it and the underlying. Like, it's just, it had been doing, like, there was some volatility in here, but $4 on SLV is 5%.
Oh, shit.
And the other went 20%. And so that was kind of one of those, like, oh, if you see it happen, just go long. You probably could have hedged. Really, if you're really quick about it, you'd go long ZSL at that moment. I would have punched short in SLV. But at the time, I was like, nah, just go long ZSL. Just get the one you can.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, man, for me personally, the biggest trade P&L wise that I've had on an actual trade here, other than, and I keep saying it, other than the IPOs today on SLV. So that's a good one. But yeah, there's the get back the hell into IBIT. And now we're positive on the name. Sometimes you've got to, like, this is, I think, in my early days, in my young days, 5 years ago or so when we started, sometimes you look down and I'd have like 5 or 6 positions or something like that. But right now it's like trying to focus, trying to find those plays, trying to make sure that what they look like is good enough, to put on. And there it goes. So we stuck with it. We did, we took an L there. And I think that's the one thing that our show, well, we give you lots of things, but the one thing that we try to focus on the most is just to, show you, discuss why we're in, what's been going on. And if we lose, we, no problem talking about it. And if we win, obviously no problem talking about it. But there it goes to the downside right now for IBIT. So just again, breaking through the 20, 21, breaking through the 50. But more importantly, it was just trying to look for a trend reversal. So we got that one there. All right, so just on silver, this is that trade that I was talking about, and it helps to be biased one way. We were very, very much biased short. We wrote that down on the note this morning. So at 8 a.m., you would have seen that I was mentioning 100, and then we mentioned 88 break there. And I was just getting a little frustrated because it wasn't breaking 88, and it was like an hour, almost 2 hours in, and we just kept on, hitting VWAP and downside, right? And I actually tagged, a good friend of the show and a good friend of mine, I won't say good, but obviously in the business good, Brian Shannon, and it was right here. Like if you guys are following, like this is the tag right here. 4 hours ago, I just started the position. And I was like, started the short here on SLV off VWAP, thanks to Alpha Trends there, and just nice move down. Here's Brian. What's up, Brian? Nice move to the downside there as it started to break. And we said VWAP right there, no problem. And then, this was about 2 hours later, it looks like. There's the collapse. We actually got it once. That was the first trade. And then we got it again when it came back to VWAP, because I was like, okay, we'll take it. Because when we're taking profit there and it's like $1.50 or more, and our VWAP, you know what our out was here, guys? Like, obviously my stop has changed, but like our out was VWAP breaking. So let's just zoom in here and just to see, like, that's $91. Like, I'm short at 90.70. This was 30 cents. I don't think you're ever going to see a risk to reward like this. That's 30 cents, maybe a little bit more. I don't know, maybe my stop would have been a little bit higher. Let's just say 40 cents there to grab $20. Like, but again, as Joe had mentioned before, like, you can't predict this kind of a move. So we start layering it out, and then it just collapsed down. So yeah, man, like just a great day there for SLV. Let's see what it does here into the close. I still think there's an opportunity for this to come down. Trade of the month. Yeah, I just told you. Trade of the last 5 years for me. What's up to ML Stone there? Mark Stone, Team Canada, you're going to be good for Mark Stone, hopefully, as the Olympics are starting very, very soon, man. Team Canada.
Isn't it this week?
Is it this week? I don't know, is it? But Italy will put on a good show, of course. God's country, they won't screw that one up. They might screw up the...
maybe it's next weekend.
It's the same as Super Bowl? They may screw up the dimensions of the hockey rink.
I guess.
Just real quick. We are about to get out of Tesla. I do have many more shares in SLV than I do in Tesla right now. Tesla, we really got out right here, man. Like once this bumped to 434, we got out a lot of our position on when this happened. I did think it was breaking lower, so we got out of it. I mean, we had lost there, made money there. So Tesla just trying to hold on here. It may not, but I'm always excited for the Olympics. Great team, great show. Yeah, we talked about app.
It was 14% when we talked about it before. I thought it was 14%. Okay, it was 14%. We mentioned it before. So we were just talking about this one during the. I feel like it was just after the rundown. 16%. I think this is really bad, and so I'm just going to repeat what I said. 500 is just too big of a level to lose it in the way that it's doing so today, and the 200-period moving average, and the sentiment in the space, and the fact that it's. Like this had been relatively strong. You can even say there's a bull flag breaking down in the wrong direction on that daily chart. And then if you look at the weekly chart on app, I don't know what I'm going to say that's positive here. Then when you look at the weekly chart, it's like, okay, well, you've got one line in the sand left. On the weekly, you've got $460. And once you're through that, it's effectively like it's just like if it's broken on every time frame up until the weekly chart, and then if we lose this, say like next week, then it's broken on the weekly chart as well. You could make the argument it was already broken on the weekly here. I'd say it's not completely dead until it gets underneath the 50-period moving average. Like the 50-period moving average on a weekly chart and the 200-period moving average on a daily chart are kind of those like litmus tests. Like to me, in a long-term position, if I own something in the long term that is underneath the 50 period on the weekly or the 200 period on the daily, then here's the thing. I really, really like that company. And I feel like, oh, this thing in 10 years, gonna be just fine. And I'm not worried about short-term action. So that to me, that's a conviction you would need to have in a stock that's underneath that kind of a metric, which app is about to be, or at least seemingly looks like it's going to be. Yeah, I don't know. There's no good analysis for a chart like that that's going to make maybe it bounces here, right? But if I'm saying maybe it bounces off the weekly on app, then it's not like it holding here this week. It's a Friday. Confirmation of that would be in the following week. Like it's not like you're not buying this candle at the end of the week, in my opinion. You're buying the open of the next one, or you're buying somewhere in here when it's looking green, or you're buying it when it's breaking back the next week. So I think next week is your best chance that it holds on the weekly, but I wouldn't be gambling on it myself. So I got in on what I call like the back end of the trade, which is allow it to make a stop, and then, or doesn't have to be, I don't have to be in it, but it easily stops through the volume weighted average price, and then reshort it and give it to the high. And to the point about like risk to reward, and again, but this was a partial fill. It only shows when I got the rest of the shares here because I punched long on that little mini flash crash and I didn't get the full fill. Like I think I got 60, I got like 2/3 of the fill, and then the rest I just kind of left in there on the way back in with the same stop. So it's all, when you're talking about risk to reward, like in that case, like you're risking on this stock, I want to risk here like a few cents. 3, 4, it ended up being 3, but I would have risked 10 if it had gotten a bad price. But it's kind of the same thing here. I'm only risking 10 cents, or actually not even 10 cents, and looking for it to get back into the lows. And then the other thing I'm watching, because we're deep into power hour.
Are we? Oh yeah, I guess so.
What is, oh good, NYMEX.
We're trying to watch some oil trading, or
no,
what?
I just typed in INTC, and then for some reason, I don't even know why NYMEX.
It moved to NYMEX, Intel did.
No, they're not going. I don't know. They didn't. I was kind of hoping this would do another push back to the upside and then short another pop on Intel, but it's just continuing to fall. Intel's now down 5%, which
yeah.
I don't know. There was that 42 level. There was rumors about 42 being. Oh, it wasn't a rumor. No, it was. Shoot, I thought there was an insider buy. I'm trying to remember what officer, maybe like a CFO or something. There was somebody talk of an insider buy at the $42 level that was part of the spike after the earnings, which we were confused why it was up a couple of days after that, because there wasn't really a story, and then some people were saying there was some insider buying. SNDK we have not said enough about today.
Oh yeah, we didn't even look at that at all.
Well, it's because if it wasn't for silver, everybody would be talking about SNDK today. Like, there's no question, because this is the one that, like, hey, look what else did a ridiculous pullback. And it's still up 2%. That's why I hate this metric sometimes. right? Like, hey, look, SNDK's up 2%. Oh, really? Is it up 2%? What do you think? Since the open, no, but it's so silly because it's from the prior close when they had earnings. So yeah, it's still up 2%, but no one actually thinks it's a positive stock today because at the open, this was at $658. Now it's at $548. Again, this was probably going to happen at some point. It's just the earnings were the catalyst. It's easier to say what the catalyst is for this. They're selling the news on the earnings
Down
than
20%.
with silver, right? Like it was going to happen at some point. It was just looking for an excuse.
Like, shout out to Rurik there in the chat. Yeah, made 200 grand on SNDK today. Yeah, I mean, this is what we said. Like, the earnings are getting smashed. You know, like, that's why I'm nervous about Palantir. This is pretty funny, though. Yeah, shout out to Mr. Rookie Man. Yeah, TMZ is now reporting. I actually like TMZ for their reporting. It's actually, they're breaking a lot of stuff. Sean Contini has listed his Tesla car on Turo due to recent events with silver. I'm short, but yeah. I was actually thinking about doing, oh, by the way, we just got out of Tesla right there, so kind of funny that comes up right there. Yeah, so first step is I have to get full self-drive, and then it has to get like automated and everything, and then I'm gonna just let it run around the city as a taxi. No, I could just buy it. It's $100 a month.
The transfer of the.
Oh no, I thought Sharif said it's with the car.
It goes with the car.
Yeah, I think it goes with the car.
So it does go with the car.
Well, I don't know. That Sharif had reported that. I don't know. You guys tell me. Anybody that has full self-drive. The question that we're trying to figure out is.
So if you upgrade the car, it's
like it's right now. I could still do it. It's like 11 grand to buy full self-drive for the car, right? But the car's a 2023, so it's like I'm probably gonna get rid of it soon anyways, so why not? Why would I pay 11 grand for it? But if I bought a new Model 3 and I logged in as the same account, would it transfer forward? That's the thing. I know if it's a subscription, whatever, you cancel.
Then why would I keep it? Like if I decide that I wanted to go from,
it's only $100 a month.
I know. It's just from a simplicity standpoint. Like why would? Anyways. However they do it is how they do it. The thing is, how I would logically think it would work.
If you own a Tesla, you know, and you take...
I don't own one, so it's like...
No, I know, but for example, like, I don't know what the GO train costs you a month. Obviously, you would know that, plus GO train, plus TTC, right?
Here's what I'll tell you. I actually did this calculation.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how well in Toronto or the GTA GO Transit has worked this out. And because if you factor in, I've done this twice. The cost of gas, a reasonable maintenance fee, and like with the cost of commuting, it's net pretty much the same thing.
No, but what I'm saying is that
it's really, really close. Like it's a fair value what you pay to commute into the.
But I'm going to tell to you how you can figure it out better. Look, if you pay more than $99 a month for transportation to and from work.
Oh, it's now better. Well, no, but it's now better because I transferred to the TTC for free. Since they added that, now it's just like golden because if you go from the train to the subway, you don't have to pay.
But what I'm saying is like you could
every single day
get a Model 3. Like as long as if you pay more than $99 a month, basically you could sit in the Tesla and let it just drive you to work. Don't pay any gas at all. Drive it to work. Yeah, and then so
I need my reading on the train.
I think I could save you like about $100 a month right there.
I'm just I would
shop with Geico.
I would never want to drive in
right there. No, and like, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to.
It's the free time that you get because it's like when you're at work, and then when you're at home, your dad. And then when I'm commuting, I get to do like things that I'm just not going to have time to do, like sit there and do like a Wordle and sit there and read a sci-fi novel and that kind of a thing.
For sure. Yeah, that's the one thing I think that you get definite benefit on the train. All right, everybody, thank you so much to Czar Trader. Here it is. Sean's SLV position is inspiring. All right, well, that's good. I'm glad that we're able to do that for you guys. And, you know, it does mean a lot that you guys are watching here. And that's why we sit here and we trade for you guys, right? To try to show that, hey, like we're sitting here hitting keys. You know, and trying to make the best decisions we possibly can. And the silver position, yeah, I mean, again, thank you so much. And we won't tell you about the P&L or anything like that, but that's why I'm here to tell you that it's the biggest one single stock trade that I've had. So I hope it's good for all of you. And it was a well thought out, well planned, well timed, well positioned, everything. So really happy. It's good to go into the weekend with that. I don't know. I don't think so, Jacques. There, I don't think you can drink and go on the. Oh, no, that's not the one I wanted to do. There was something about drinking. Oh, here it is right here. Would you be able to drink and do FSC? No. You can't have open alcohol in a car.
No.
So that would be bad. But you can drink.
As long as you have
coffee.
the ability to operate the vehicle.
Yeah,
you have the ability to operate the vehicle. Now, I'm willing to guess if you ever get to the point where like a car doesn't even have a wheel and it's only automated, my guess is the rules would have to maybe they'd change in that situation, because not like you couldn't operate it even if you wanted to. So how could you say? Before we go to Adair, INLF just halted to the downside. This is some other small capper which just went crazy. I saw a few people saying it was going nuts, and before I could even talk about it, it was halted down. So halted at exactly $1. It halted at $1. It's indicating a 93 open. So that was kind of fast. I was about to say this one's breaking through $1 because people were putting it in the chat, and then there you go. It's already halted. Adara?
SPCE on watch here. Virgin Galactic Holdings after Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin announces they're pausing New Shepard rocket program for 2 years. So again, some of these space companies potentially on watch as Blue Origin announces a 2-year pause for its Shepard rocket program. Back to you.
Everybody, biotechnology. Okay. Figured out after. Thank you, Andre. We'll do that after. But right now, if you want to go to my screen, that's great. Here goes IBIT, right? So again, we have this trade. We'll hit the sirens up. It's another one. We thought that there was going to be a little bit of a bleed here in the market. It's too bad that we got stopped out of our Apple trade right there. Just kidding. Apple's huge right now to the upside. So look at that. Like, this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about when we're talking about risk management. You know, like, I'm very, very, obviously you can see by my outs, very, very responsible, hopefully managing risk. And there you see it right there, in, wrong, out. You know, that was the 21 period at the time. It broke down. I thought we were onto something. Maybe it's the 50 period break, but it didn't work there either. So anyways, whatever. Nothing's gonna work 100% of the time, but once it fails, we get out. Right there on Apple, right? And so that's kind of the difference. And same thing with IBIT, which is why we can, turn that frown upside down and start to win again on these kind of trades. And now that I'm seeing this, I'm going to try to pair the 21 with, shout out to Savage, I'm going to try to pair that around with, levels. So right now we've broken down, right? We're watching this 21 period moving average continue to go to the downside. And we will just take the out if it breaks past this area's sort of support, or in this case would be resistance. So good, yes, we get the 21 period, bang, right there. Shout out Ozan. The cash cow is there, but good trading there. We just got another fill again, 47.30. 31, I don't know what that was, 31, 47.31. All right, we're ready to go. Do not forget that PDS Biotechnology under the NASDAQ. PDSB is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer are projected to become the most common type of said cancer in the United States in just a few years. Please, everybody, visit pdsbiotech.com to learn more and go have a look at them over on the NASDAQ, PDSB. We want to thank them for the sponsorship of the segment. All right, so there's a couple covers, man. Like, I don't know what just happened, but there goes IBIT. So, man, come on. You trying to run my spot again, IBIT? 47.60. Let's put that stop in right now. And if it breaks through, it breaks through. We'll be up on it, and that'll be that. 47.61 out of 100p, and we'll see what winds up happening there. And on that note, let's bid some more out at 52 if we can. There it is. Yes, sir. We get some more out at 52. Locking in profit for IBIT on the day. And now we'll just see the NASDAQ, man. I mean, yesterday's rally at least happened, and we made it back with there only being 25 minutes until the close, or at least until the imbalances. I don't know if the NASDAQ's going to do its damn thing, but we're all the way at the low of the day right now for NASDAQ. Again, another spot. Like, generally, I'd be looking long now. I just, into a Friday, I don't know, man. Maybe we even go short if it breaks the lows. The NASDAQ right now down 1.58%, and the ES down 2/3 of 1%. Oh man, just a wild day, man. Obviously, a lot of the shine has come off of this market, and I say that because the shine is also gold and silver. But
that's pun intended.
Yeah, very much intended.
S&P just went red.
Yeah. What about COPEX?
5% just dropped 5%. Nvidia is also falling. Like, everything is heading precipitously to the downside here. Yeah, Nvidia just lost a bit. It's now down a full point.
Oh, IBIT broke.
It's looking nasty. No, Lassen, I'm not in Intel anymore. Every time I played it reversion to the low. Mean reversion to the low. Mean reversion to the low. And then the pattern didn't repeat itself the last time. But you do what tries to work for you. I actually thought there would be some support on Intel for the afternoon, because sometimes you have that method of thinking that risk off is going to be in the other direction. And by the way, I didn't show you guys a 15-minute chart. If you go back, this is where it broke out on Wednesday. So there was a big buy at the open. That was the open range support and was kind of double bottoming down there. So I kind of thought there'd be some support on Intel, but there is not. There's almost no support on anything in tech right now. Well, at least on the AI side of the trade. I shouldn't say anything in tech because I haven't looked at everything as far as I know. Like how Meta ends the week, I think, is important. Even that's not looking good because Meta had such a great reaction to their earnings, and it's almost losing that bid. Hasn't happened yet, but it's starting to look a little bit dicey. Oh, the other name that we haven't talked about, which I'm sure some people have at least noticed, and I know a lot of people in the back office here, we're looking at, not the back office, but in the back, like Obi and some others. Circle broke the all-time low today, which I don't think we reported about. It's an IPO, but whatever. The all-time low is literally from middle of last year, but it broke that 64. Double bottom. I think, like sometimes, I'm trying to find a sneeze here, so hopefully I don't. Apologies if I do. As long as this closes underneath 64, which right now it looks like it's going to, this is a come in on Monday, pay for locates, and if it's underneath this price, it's like an all-time low continuation breakdown for Circle. And then throw in the fact that Bitcoin's been trash and a lot of crypto's been not too good. That's another reason why Circle could fall apart. It's not often that you have something that went this parabolic, spend this much time breaking down, hold the low, even consolidate for a bit, and then take it out. Like imagine if something was doing this to the upside. Like how would you feel about it on the weekly? You'd be looking for a breakout the next week. So in this case, I think you're just looking for a breakdown in Circle. I don't know what CoreWeave is doing, but at least that one's in the AI side of the trade.
Yeah.
Because in theory, I know that some of these stocks don't look that good today, but like in theory, the CapEx spend was a positive for some of these stocks. It's just you're not really seeing that play out with the price action for the last couple of days. But Meta is spending boatloads of money, and they've said they're going to continue to. And it was the same thing with Microsoft. And until proven otherwise, we're probably going to hear the same thing from Amazon as well. And that you'd think would be good for these guys.
Here is, we do have our picks of the year.
Excuse me.
Right here, right now. And of course, Neil and I on this desk in dead last place. He and I, we are both getting crushed.
Oh, yeah.
Down 10% right now. Obi, unfortunately, has been eliminated. The only person that is green right now is Adara. So because of the rule violation. Remember, we talked about that. He has two shorts that are not allowed.
Because it stopped out.
No, but also because it's a rule violation. He's eliminated. But Adara's still in it, so we do have Adara right here. So good job on you, man. Boeing, you got that nice. Oh, well, Boeing long is actually Boeing must have got hit the last couple of days. I thought Boeing was up nicely. But the big trade for Adara there is the Oracle short. So I got to say, congratulations, Adara. That's awesome.
She had to go short. I guess that's the moral of the story. And if you do your research, you really shouldn't be. I'm just waiting for someone to drop a short report on Oracle.
So for the record,
and that's why
the rule was if you go short something, it had to be part of the S&P 500.
Yeah. Everyone knows he's eliminated. I'm
just letting everybody know. It had to be part of the S&P 500, so that it's reasonable.
It also has positions. They're great positions.
They're great positions. Citus.
And the only thing I thought about it was because of Circle. You know, like Circle broke, and that was a great story. Like, this is great. Like, he's short. These are great positions, right? And BW I'd never heard of, but that's a great position as well. That's up 16%. Like, Obi is the one.
Babcock and Wilcox Enterprises.
You know, these are great positions, and so a big shout out to Obi. It has nothing to do with that. I'm just talking about the fact is that
what is this thing? This thing is going parabolic.
10 people followed the rules and one didn't. So it just goes to show you, like sometimes if you're a rule breaker, you win. Right there. Shout out to Sharif. Let's see what Sharif has in his portfolio here. So similar to me, Broadcom and Marvell both obviously down right now. TMO, is that Thermo Fisher? I think isn't that what that is? Yeah, Thermo Fisher, good. If I got that one. And then look, man, no surprise there, Northrop. So good little job there, or good job for Sharif, just holding on to the green side of things right there, right now. For Neil and okay, Fabian. Oh man, Fabian was cruising, man. And then we had silver. So we'll find AG. What? That's not. That should be down more than that. I don't know if that's, maybe that's not. Maybe silver's not down that much. That's going to be a silver miner stock. So good job, Fabian, if that's holding up as well. Let's see what Ramin took. Ramin, ASTS, Rocket Lab, and Netflix. So good couple calls right there. Obviously, Astis and ASTS, Space Mobile, good, and Rocket Lab, obviously in the same space. So we'll see if those guys can also take off. And we saw that York Systems yesterday, Space Systems, that was a bad IPO, but still okay, actually. Went out at 34, came out at 38, went down. I think it's back to 37 today. And then
barcoding the 34 level.
Yeah, I really like Netflix. I actually think this is a pretty good risk on portfolio right now. Mine is right here, SHN, I like that. Yeah, so, okay, BBAI, that's a nice story. They're the one, oh man, where's my mouse again? This is the one that's getting murdered, down 21% for Big Bear AI. I like, yeah, great call. We'll wait to see what that does. We've already talked about this one. That's going to be a little bit of a problem, especially with the market bleeding right now. So Marvell and Broadcom, both the same. I really like Eli Lilly. So these are two like pretty good staples in my portfolio right now, Marvell and Eli Lilly. And then Big Bear AI, I mean, it's getting close to the price I'm long. I'm long at 420 on this name, so that's coming back in. But we've already gotten out of about 60% of our position. We've already talked about that. I'm not reloading it until it gets back down to that $4 mark. And then we'll just wrap it up because Neil's right here. AVAV, obviously, that's so similar to Big Bear AI. Absolutely.
That's almost back to where I got in.
Yeah, that's absolutely destroyed.
I'm in at 255, and that's back to. But yeah. Here's the thing about it is,
okay,
it went 255 to $400 in 2 weeks.
Yeah,
we just happened to do it. We did our thing, and I didn't change
down
my
25%,
picks.
right?
Like I said, like
no one's going to pitch in.
I flat out was not going to change my picks, even though I made them 3 weeks before, 2.5 weeks before. So we just stuck with what we were going to do. But this is the defense names are coming back in.
I still like AVA.
This is back to the 200 period moving. I'm only bringing it up because it's back to the 200 period moving average. So I took off a third, literally 1 week into the year. And I'm looking to get back in on a 200 period bounce for AVAV because it's all the way back to that entry point. I can zoom out further. To show you the respect of the 200 period moving average. So look at the volume spike when you start to see all the big defense names go up. And since then, that was off to 200. It's already held, it didn't really get there, held once, held twice. So I'm looking for a reload on this, possibly next week, just because it broke, kind of broke the 50 period here. So I think next week is when you look for that 200 period bounce, if it happens. I mean, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. And
then FCX, they've already reported we like copper. We'll see. I mean, hopefully that can hold up there, obviously. Actually, we didn't even, I was meant to look at copper there. And then CRISPR.
Copper's off today.
CRISPR down 10% in a month as well. So, yeah, all right. That's just what we've been doing. And it's just fun stuff. I think that we had here's copper. Down 10, yeah, see, what? I even had it up.
It's all about all the metals.
Yeah, it's all the metals. All right, SLV making another move just real quick. So I'm going to sit on the bid right now and take something there. If we can, oh man, I bid $74.99 there because it was on the bid. And now it almost looks like it's like in a halting state there. As someone's trying to, okay, I'm just going to punch, okay, that's fine. All right. We tried to punch out there, but then we got our 75 fill as it just went upside. So that was a good one there. Okay, here we go. Oh, another one from David. What up, David? If you've been in driverless car, which I have not, without having little fear, you are brave. Yeah, I am. That's part of the nervousness with me with FSD, but I actually really love driving.
I've never been in one.
I've never driven a car as fun as the Model 3 that I have. And I actually... Now it makes me think like maybe I will trade up for the Model S. I don't know. Tesla to 427, big volume coming. Yeah, we will look at the imbalances there as well. Sell imbalance, I think.
Sell imbalance.
Yeah, if it's coming there. And we don't see the imbalances for these names.
No,
I'll just finish it off.
We won't see NASDAQ until 350.
Yeah, the Google. So it's funny because I can actually show you my notes. Like, it's funny too because I also had SoFi, which would have been disastrous. Google, SoFi, and Eli Lilly. Like, those were the three that I was actually thinking about taking. And then I wanted to have a name like a Big Bear because last year when we were up 164%, most of that, although we had the Dow, which was 20.
We had talk about doing more names.
JP Morgan, I think, last year. man,
I also made a.
that day I wanted 5 names.
I didn't want to pick anything I picked last year because I still love G Vernova where it was at. I still thought IBM is a good play, but the other thing too is like I didn't get back into G Vernova, and I was like, well, I'm not gonna run it back as my pick if I didn't actually buy it recently. I'm like, that's just trash. It's like I still like it as a long, but I didn't buy the dip myself. So then how can I say?
Before we go anywhere, I'm going to take this off because I have a funny story here, and I obviously love talking about my family. But so Barron yesterday was his birthday. He got cash for his birthday, right? So he has a bank account, and he wants to just deposit it right into the bank account there. So my wife took the cash. I think it was just $100, and she said she'd send him the money. So like, here's he doesn't want to go to the bank machine, so here's the $100 cash, and we'll EMT him whatever the cash, right? Cool. He asked for a convenience tax for giving the cash. So Marissa goes, "What's up with that? That doesn't make any sense. We don't want cash because we don't." And his response was, "What if you wanted to get a manicure? You could offer cash and get a better price." So I just say that for me is one of the proudest moments now as a father, because that's exactly what I teach the kids, man. Look for the best deal possible. And I always tell the guy, like, try to pay cash. Often people will give you a discount. And I even explain to them, fight the tax man. These guys, like the barber, and even yesterday, he's like, "Oh, I'm going to go to a haircut." And he's like, "I'm going to pay with cash next time." And I was like, exactly, that's what you want to do. So I'm those
are hard businesses.
I did a big heart emoji on that one right there as he was selling my wife on the convenience tax about giving cash there. And then apparently he did it.
She didn't play that though.
No. He's getting. I might have to charge him a tax. And then he apparently did she says a cute eyebrow thing that he did, like kind of like a like a wink thing that he does there for that one. So, anyways, that's pretty sweet there. So I thought that was awesome. He's 14 years old. All right, back over. What's up with
Watch out for the Canadian IRS. They're not that smart.
What's up here is Archer Aviation, ACHR. They're doing an interview with Fox Business, and they said, or the CEO rather said, during said Fox Business interview, the company will be flying in major cities this summer. Incredibly vague, but a little bit of a bounce off the lows here for ACHR. And again, not the first flight / space related headline of the afternoon with Blue Origin, as I mentioned earlier, announcing they're to be pausing new Shepherd flights for minimum 2 years. Back to you.
It was the Rock thing.
Oh, they got moked.
Oh, by the way, like, there's me getting stopped out of IBIT. I thought I was bidding out of SLV there, by the way, and I went in and out of IBIT. So if you saw that flash, that's just a mistake. But by the way, there's the out that I meant to take. So we switched over our level 2s, went right into SLV, playing this because we only have 20 minutes now. We have to, Neil and I are on a prop floor, and we have to be flat at the end of every single day. So, and that day is, basically,
last day of the month.
Basically 4 o'clock, and it's the last day of the month, and we do have to.
That's why there's massive imbalances.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this CADE. 28 million right there. Neil said that was a buyout.
They're
Neil
both
obviously trades buyouts.
So is CMA. They're both.
Bros, I really like this stock off of Starbucks report. Obviously, Starbucks fade. That's another report that was up huge, and Starbucks gave back 12%. It was up 10% on earnings day, wound up down 2 after that. That's a Dara pick, I think. Starbucks. Bros, that's a name that I really like, and they've been getting hit as well to the downside. So shout out to Dutch Bros. I've never had any of their product as a Midwest, I think. Name there. Oh, there's SLV. It finally showed up. So SLV has 1 million bid. That ain't going to do nothing. It's done 470 million shares, and that's part of day trading, man. Trade the names. We already talked about this. Neil mentioned this as well. Trade the names that are in the news, that are volatile, that are moving around. And if you do that, then you may already be on silver today as it continues to go lower as we speak. Oh, okay. Will it bounce from here? Yeah, I think it will. I think a dramatic move like this, down 30%, when the only thing that we've really been able to find, obviously, is just an exhaustion of buyers up here. I think that's obvious. And then we had the Warsh thing, right? So I think that's a cover-up. I don't think there's anything to do with that, but it is a downside move. And it looks like it's coming right into what I have marked down as the 50-period moving average. I don't think that ever happened that day, but you know, the last couple times we made moves down, it was never one dramatic move into the 50-period moving average. But this is definitely something to look out for. So is there more downside? Potentially, yes. But just looking at what we're talking about, there's some consolidation right in these areas here. So that's not really a surprise why we're trying to figure out. Like, look at this consolidation, and that's exactly the range of what we're figuring out right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 70 print come Monday morning or at some point here in the after hours or early on Monday. And then we'll try to see about maybe, and I said I want to get into some silver because I don't own any, into here, $66 and change is your 50-period moving average. So I do want to thank you for the super chat. We're just $17 in the money right now on this silver trade and just starting to piece out as we move forward here into the close.
Yeah, the volume is what is really telling. And the leverage product, look at this week in ZSL. Like, it's been picking up interest, and then this week it's gone absolutely insane in terms of volume, and then the last couple of days. And then the simple fact that even after a flash crash, it managed to get back to the top, and now it's breaking out again. So this thing decoupled from the underlying, which would be SLV, made it back to the high, and then when it broke support, it's now breaking and trying to break back out. So there's very clearly some kind of a story that's telling me this might not be done, right? Like, there's enough sell pressure here. Like, if you thought this, like, if this was supposed to be a relief rally, and there was like the buy the dip, like, I would expect the actual opposite. Like, I wouldn't have thought they would recover back into the highs in here. Like, that kind of a thing. Like, you just think it's going to be the other way. But there was enough sell action that it got all the way back. Because to me, if that was a simple flash crash, it's like, well, why would it break out the top? Usually you recover to like here, and then you just start going back into the downside. So there's certainly signs that the unwind was needed. I don't know. I think if you're looking for a dip, I'd feel safer with like copper or like gold or something in the short term if you were looking to buy the dip on a metal. I just feel a little bit better.
I just saw the message you wrote about the order type that we have.
They said the same thing?
Yeah, they said the same thing. So I just want to say something to everybody. Like yesterday on YS, I don't know if let me see if I had I'm just going to look through here because I don't know if I wanted to show the chart of it because I want to show. Oh, this was funny. I tweeted this out yesterday. More Chuck Norris. Anytime I see something funny on Chuck Norris, it was like Superman wears Chuck Norris pajamas. So I thought that was kind of funny. But anyways, that's what it is. No, I didn't. I thought I did put it out yesterday. I guess I did not. Okay. So it's about knowing your platform, to be honest with you, right? So this order that I'm always putting in, this stop at 100%. So it goes out at 5%. So it sends out a 5% market order, but if there's no liquidity there, then it will stop at that 5%, wait 5 seconds, and then refire. All right, so the problem yesterday on YSS, as they tell both Neil and I this, was...
No, it says, they said 2%.
Yeah, no, but the first one is 5%.
It's 5%.
Then it goes 2 after that. So yeah, anyways, I was just gonna say, like, yesterday what wound up happening, okay, come on, chart, was when this opened up right here, we were all, Neil and I were both long at 38 because we took that opening print. The problem was 5% down is where we first got executed, wherever that, or less than 5% down. We got a good fill, but then it couldn't find, like the bid was so thin that it basically stopped pushing down, saying there was no liquidity because it does, and it gives it 5 seconds for the book to build back up, and then it hits. All right, so I just wanted to say, like, knowing the logic behind stop orders, because I'm only using it on Google, like silver, like all these things where if my level breaks on Apple or iBit, like I used right here, I use the exact same key, right? Like when it breaks there, 5% up, that's not happening. Like, so I've never had that situation happen to me before. So I just wanted to say, like, know your platform and especially doing that. So there you go, like being here for 24 years, using the exact same platform over and over again. I learned something. That's probably the key I hit the most. And I just learned how it actually operates. So idiot I am, but now I'm smarter. So I just wanted to say, like, do the research and try to figure that all out. But that was just a little bit of a heads up on
it's mostly because, yeah, we have 3 different stop orders, and it's the other ones don't behave in that manner. It's just, That's
it was
what
that
it is.
particular
so
one.
it's like never make an assumption you make an ass out of you and me. Like it's that kind of thing. It's assuming that it worked the same as the other two. And most traders, you probably
I didn't
only
even think about it.
You probably only have one stop order with your broker. Here at Real Trading, we literally have so many keys for everything. Every dark pool you can imagine, multiple stop orders, you have so many options out there available. You can make an assumption that, oh, this one it probably works the same way as the other one. And if you've been around too long, then that can be a bit of the problem. But you know what? If you've been around all week, you know all about feed. At least I hope you do. And that's NView Medical. Ticker is FEED. FED. The company designs and markets a guided feeding tube platform to hospitals across the U.S. today. And the majority of hospitals are doing this procedure blindly. That leads to avoidable injuries from misplacements. Think of this platform as a GPS system for feeding tube replacement, which can improve patient safety and streamline how care teams work. And what stands out is the growing appetite for the platform throughout U.S. hospitals and how their tech fits right into clinical needs. They're in 30 hospitals today worldwide. And as hospitals push for safer, more efficient solutions, NView looks like a company building scalable technology with real-world demand behind it. Definitely one to watch. We had the CEO on this week, and the stock, well, I guess for the first time today, the shorts finally got their due after getting blown out for 3 days in a row on this. I can't even pull back all 3 days on a 3-minute, so I'll show you here. 1, twice, thrice. It's back into 3, so this is the first red day it's had on the week after being completely explosive. And so, it's a triple from the beginning of the week, obviously. So 3 minutes to go until the imbalances come in.
That's it? Oh my
Remember,
God.
it is Friday. It is also the last day of the month, so it's already been a full month. Man, February's got a lot going on. Again, Super Bowl, the Olympics.
February's going to be great this year.
Well, the Super Bowl should be okay. I'm not convinced it's going to be that great of a game, to be honest.
Well, I'm definitely not excited about the halftime show, and it has nothing to do politically. I can't name one Bad Bunny name or song. Can you?
I don't know.
Yeah, so there you go. All right, just quickly here.
I'm not that into the halftime show usually, anyway. So.
No, that's what if it's somebody good, yes, but. Okay, so one, obviously Kendrick was not my favorite last year, that's for sure. Okay, this is who made the money yesterday. We just talked about, what to trade, and there it was, man. This is top traders by market yesterday. I don't know what this number is going to be like today, but there's 142,000 for Amex, $30,000. This is in order, so you can see how dramatic the differences are. That's why, be very weary of, some of these people on YouTube when they put those big, sort of flashes up there. I made $150,000 today. People are doing it. There's no doubt about that, but we don't see the downside because I do know for a fact that traders are getting blown the you-know-what out of SLV and silver and ZSL and gold and any name, BBAI, whatever you want to do. There's traders making money on all names and also losing on names. Someone in Canada made 30 grand. These are the top traders by market, and this is US dollars. And then CSE. Normally, actually, no, here, that's not what I want. I want top 10 traders, period. Okay, so there you go. See, so that person that made 140,000 or whatever it was must have lost a little bit on something else. So there it is, Amex and NASDAQ, Amex and NASDAQ, Amex and NASDAQ. So, you catch what I'm saying right now? There's reasons why, your boy just turns his head right over to silver and then puts a number up on that one. So, yeah, we like it, and there's yesterday's profits. We're going to be really fun to see what that shows up on Monday because I do have, obviously, a very good feeling that it may be similarly traded today as we get today. I don't think it'll be as much.
I think the unwind on ZSL is the kind of thing that would have been any day, because day traders are going to like something where there was only $2 that you can leverage. It does 1 billion shares on the day. So it's the kind of thing that day traders would have been riding the long side of because it's inverse. And that unwind was nasty. It felt like cascading. It was like cascading liquidations from short-term traders, in my opinion, because silver wasn't moving that much. So I don't think it might have been as good because it was an easy, unless you had really tight stops, people could have gotten wrecked. I don't know if it was at real trading. I'm just saying. It was just distinctly different today from yesterday because of that one disconnect from ZSL and SLV. So with 30 seconds to go, I don't know what ELMA, I actually don't know what that one is. Elm Communications, I'm not familiar with it. These two, there are a couple of buyouts, and then there's pretty much nothing out here that looks that interesting, but you never know. There's no NASDAQ names on this list, and there won't be until 20 seconds come in. Then we'll see potentially NVIDIA could pop up on there. Lots of questions about maybe an SNDK. You never really know. Maybe some window dressing to end. the month. BBAI apparently is moving as well.
Yeah, it's not really. No, it's up to 50. It's bouncing from 490 to 505. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Whoa, silver. What? I thought I just saw silver there with a huge bid.
Well, look at H.
That's why I just clicked on HBAM. I thought I saw SLV there. Did SLV just do something? No. Okay, so my bad. All right. Oh, you know why? Because I have SLV right there. Okay. Whew. All right. Lots of stuff to talk about right here. CMA. I mean, some of these are, I guess, buyouts. I don't know. But this one's a big one. This is a 3. Yeah, this is a 3 million. Is there any news on CMA, Adara? Maybe
that's the same one.
There's an ad. Oh, this is a buyout?
This is, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
Buyout delete.
Oh, buyout delete. Okay, so that means it's getting deleted. So there's 17 million shares right now that have to come out, but that's an upside move, so I don't know what's going on there. All right, anything that
because it's all stock.
Okay.
So
PDX.
if I'm going to guess, HBAN is buying CADE. So I don't know the other one. I'm not 100% sure, but probably this guy's FITB is probably buying CMA. So my guess is FITB is probably some kind of a bank because these are both bank deals. Yeah, Fifth Third Bancorp. I can confirm it.
Oh yeah, FITB is Fifth Third. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so that makes sense. Fifth Third Bancorp. Yep, that's right. So Fifth Third Bancorp and HBAN are the acquirers, so they're bids, and the other ones are sells. So it's just like an arbitrage. You can't actually, you're not going to make money off of that. Like you have to wait until maybe one of them flips and then try to jump in late. So you're seeing gigantic imbalance. These are massive deals. Like the notional value on these is in the billion for FITB and HBAN, and then on the other side it's like 1 billion and 650 million on the other ones. They are massive. There are, by the way, Nvidia is 3.8 million to buy.
What? Oh, I didn't see. There's so many little.
Well, this is the thing. We've got completely distracted by those. Nvidia is a big buy.
You know what?
Actually, that's about it. Nvidia is a big buy, and there's nothing else here. JPM, that's not really anything. Yeah, it's literally just Nvidia as far as big cap tech. And then you have all of these deals. Hive is a buy.
Blockchain.
Yeah, Hive
Blockchain
is a
darling.
That's a 9 million buy on Hive. It's done 9 million shares on the day. It moved 5 cents. It's not that big.
How about our boy SNDK? Let's just see what
I didn't see it.
No, neither did I. Let's just see what it's doing at the end of the day. What the? All right, nice bounce. Good move. I'm not saying what the to the move. I didn't realize it went to 5. I know you talked about it, but I wasn't clearly in a different zone there. I didn't even realize that had gone to 530. Their SNDK. I know we talked about it going red, but I actually didn't visualize or think about how low that actually was. This is given back there today $150 at the low. Wow, SNDK, man, violent, but still, I mean, if you're playing earnings, man, you're up. So you're still up 5%, on the day. So that's just how wild some of these things continue to move right there. I wanted to sort of highlight NVIDIA. Oops, there it is. Because, yeah, sure, it's a nice move. The NASDAQ doesn't really care too much about it. NASDAQ's actually going to the downside. Adara often gives us the overall move there. That might be something that we do. We just throw to Adara for the overall move, but I'll read it to you.
1.9.
Yeah, 1.9 million buy with the NASDAQ being 500 of that, and the Mag 7 just 300 of that. So thank you, Adara, for all of that. And it does look like we are going to get, again, a little bit of a downside pressure point here for the stocks into the close. So we'll see. But yeah, where did NVIDIA go? All right, oops. So NVIDIA was 3 million, now 2.4. So if that keeps on getting paired off, remember it's a buy, it should signal downside, right? Because there's buy pressure on NVIDIA right now. And if this buy pressure abates, again, I've lost it again, then you can actually highlight which one you want and sort through them all, but then it sort of disappears the rest of them. So if we keep it clicked like that, we can watch it.
You know what's actually easier to do? Is you can make a list.
Yes.
I actually have a list.
That's what I mean, a list.
I actually have a list up right now. So I'm going to do that really quick. So you make a list if you're at Real Trading, and then, so those are all those big, massive deals. I still have YSS from yesterday. And I just added NVIDIA, so I can sort by NVIDIA. I should get rid of the ARCA one, but it's 2.3 million. And if I only had NVIDIA on this list, then I'd only be looking at NVIDIA. So that's the advantage here at Real Trading. By the way, what a bounce on SNDK. It's also the most deceiving 6% you're ever going to see. The stock is, hey, SanDisk is up 6%. Tell that to anybody that bought it this morning. They're not going to feel like they're up 6%. They probably feel rather different about how their day is gone if you bought that one at the open.
Yeah, tough call there on SNDK, but you know,
The unwind is real. Like
honestly, if you bought it off the open, like, come on, I just you got to be careful. With
it was up a
earnings.
bajillion%.
You just got to be careful with the earnings plays, man. Earnings plays have been garbage, and we've talked about that.
Almost all of them have been.
Yeah, like most of them have given it back, like completely. So I don't really. I feel bad, obviously, whenever somebody loses. I mean, hey, I've lost many, many times right in front of everybody. So it's not that. It's just like, just be careful. You know, I'm getting out of my silver. That's all. If you're hearing me or seeing me hitting keys, we just got out a couple bids right there as it's just bouncing off 74. So hopefully silver will give us that look, and you know, maybe we can go downside. Very, very small piece left. As I said a couple times already, we do have to be flat here into the close. So you know, no damage done here on SLV, obviously, but not really moving around too much either. So hopefully we can get a downside push. I'm not really waiting for anything, just trying to hold on as long as we can to see if there is a move on silver. So that's it. All right, other than that, yeah, everybody have a great weekend. Apple's there's a sell. Actually missed that one. Wow, Apple went to 262. Congratulations on that. That's a nice move considering what this market's doing right now. It looks like Nvidia's paired off completely. Like I don't even see it on this first board. So
it's a sell of 600,000.
Okay, so it's still a sell, but yeah, the Apple sell is maybe what the thing to look at is. But yeah, 4 minutes left now, and we'll wait to see how far down SLV goes.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, it looks like that. But ASST that's a penny stock there. It was Nokia. Joby's one that stayed. I know we might have missed that. Apologies, because there was some bigger names on the imbalance locator, but Joby ends up with a 2 million buy imbalance. Okay, it didn't really move. Only reason that was interesting, because I know Joby got shellacked today, and sometimes if you have a buy imbalance on a oh, that's even worse than I thought. On a bad day, you can get a bit of a bid. Yeah, that's actually really bad for Joby. Talk about stocks that have lost the bid here. Didn't even notice this one.
Well, if anyone bought it,
flat bottom.
There was an offering, right?
Yeah, there was a negative story on them, but I think we talked about this 2 days ago, and then not again today. Wow, I don't even know where the bottom might be for Joby. There's a lot of this going on right now where you're getting some unwinding, and what can obviously happen is, you know, you get a few things that show, you get a couple of Mag 7 names that show some weakness and people get skittish. Then you get parabolic moves in the metals. Everyone's been leveraging up because their accounts are just going higher, and then that unwinds and it gets nasty. And then you have some strays that'll happen when other bids get lost, right? Because you can get these sort of cascade effects where people are like, oh, shoot, and a margin call here or something, I got to sell something, and some of these high flyers can take strays, and maybe it's worse than it normally would be, but 5% I guess isn't even all that bad as people sell things to cover others.
Yeah.
It can definitely affect. And it looks like we're getting a little bit of that today, right? You know, obviously copper, silver, gold are the epicenter.
Yeah,
SNDK's part of it too.
I think they all are. I mean, there's a lot of names. I mean, let's check out Meta, because Meta's been an interesting story, obviously, over the last couple of days, down 3%. You know what, Microsoft, let's check out Softy. Softy was its worst day yesterday in the history of Microsoft, or no, in the last 7 years for Microsoft, down another % today, but it did recover yesterday. We're still waiting. There was that 420 sort of bottom that hit yesterday that we could wind up seeing for Microsoft again at some point, especially next week, if this market continues with a downside push. So heading into earnings, we did see SoFi today get absolutely shellacked. They were up 7%, 6 to 7% in the pre-market, now down 6%. So, you know, that's a turnaround of 13 points right there. And then PLTR, which is going to come, and we're going to talk about this on Monday, of course, Monday after hours. I think a lot of the names people are looking for are for Palantir. So that should be a good one.
They're the only one on Monday.
So I don't have, my stop has been canceled here. Nothing's going to run. I feel like we'll just get out at 73. You could put a 73.50. I just want to see if there's like a big whooshing moment maybe at the end of the day. If there is, so now it's going the other way. If there is an imbalance or anything like that on SLV that wants to hit right now. Neil already covered Joby. I said that there was a chance for Nvidia to reverse its fortunes there, and it didn't really do anything. Apple had a sell imbalance as well, and Apple on earnings, good earnings report for Apple, and they were rewarded. They rewarded their shareholders today, up 1% in a pretty violent market. So, yeah, all right, silver just doing its own thing. I got 30 seconds until I got to close this.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go until the close. I can tell you, it's obviously been pretty nasty on the day. Pretty much everything that was large is going to pair off except for those deals. Like a nasty day, but not necessarily everywhere, because there's always a bull market somewhere, and it had been in some of the small caps. And speaking of small caps, this bell is brought to you by PDS Biotechnology. PDSB, everybody, on the NASDAQ. And we'll ring it right about now. And I'm kind of annoyed by this because it just got reminded that we have this bell, and we keep saying we are going to use the bell, and we don't actually ring this bell. And it's been an entire week now that we have not actually used the physical bell. I think we did it one time, and then we just kind of keep forgetting about it.
Yeah, I think Dara rang it last Friday. Was it Ramin? Who rang it last? We rang. Yeah, okay, it's all good. All right, yeah, we can get back in. We do have the bell there. Maybe we'll address that. Yeah, just got out. I think it was 75.16. No, 75.30s. The last out there as we just punched out as soon as the market closed. So silver, obviously, I think we've beaten this horse a little bit too much here today, but nice move to the downside, ending down 28%. Gold, now these aren't spot prices. These are just the ETFs. So gold down 10%. I mean, it's going to pretty much match the physical on that. Copper with a kind of a day similar to gold as well, down 10, I thought last time we checked. Yeah, down 10 exactly. 10% on COPX, and these are just ETFs, right? Not spot copper. Copper's actually not spot at all, but still down 10%. We'll see where that goes. Good days, I think, overall. In the market, other than tech names, we had sort of gone over that. We didn't do this enough for you guys near the close, but you know, this side. So this is going to be a lot of the tech names, right? Which is where there's going to be a lot of blood in the waters. But, you know, some healthcare names, Merck, Eli Lilly, good. Tesla, good today. Energy, good. XOM and CVX. CVX up 4% almost on earnings. So that's a good one. And then consumer non-durables, almost no reds there either. So if you are well diversified, it's funny, as I said to Marissa, like, I'm not that well diversified. Last night I said to my dad, I'm almost too diversified and want to get into more of certain names like this one right here with a T. Yeah, today, not great. What's this name down? 16.8% right there that maybe we didn't. What's this? Oh, app.
Yeah, that's I mean, app.
We actually did Take Two.
What?
Come on, Fabian.
Whoa.
Take Two, man. What's going on over there? Did we get another story about Grand Theft Auto? What's up?
As far as I know, it's the same catalyst that tanked Roblox and Unity.
Oh, yeah.
But Take Two oddly did, like last time I checked, didn't move that much on this. It was mostly Unity and Roblox, but in case people missed it, there's some Project Genie, I believe it's called, coming out of Google. It's like AI gaming and Google DeepMind specifically. And so that was circulating, even though that came out like, I think 24 hours ago as of the morning, that was really circulating, and I think that's what led to this drop. That's what I was seeing everybody talk about anyway.
Yeah, it pimp slapped Unity the most. Like, it was Unity that got Unity got the raw end of that.
Literally, Unity will go bankrupt if that
24% down, and that
it's
this is another one. Like, we're talking about stocks that look really, really bad as of the end of this week and the end of this month. This is about this is probably the epicenter.
This is what I call a deal right here. Shout out to Fabian, he just said that in my ear. This is like, honestly, it just requires more work. Like, I don't know, I'm going to read about that story, how much of Take-Two's gaming would be affected. Like, you know, they're all in on Grand Theft Auto. Google's not going to do anything, but like, that's not that. So, I think it's just more about the future of gaming. So let's just go back and maybe have a look. I probably won't do anything. We're so loaded with hockey. Like, this weekend is crazy, man. We're at a rink tomorrow at 7:15 in the morning. Then she has another skate at 10, then a game at 2. We have a game tonight. It's nuts, but I would change it for nothing. $200. Yeah, Take Two. So good little story there. And that's why sometimes you got to look at those.
And if you like it,
at the broader market, because there's going to be names that you can find out of nowhere. I think Take Two's a really good one there. To look at, but I think Google should be the one that we all buy on news like that. They're just getting their hands dirty everywhere, man.
And by the way, for next week, obviously, we did the aftermarket show twice this week. I'm pretty sure we're busier next week in the aftermarket show. It's another big week of earnings.
Yeah, okay. I haven't looked at the exact days, but Palantir will be Monday.
Palantir's Monday, and usually there is nothing on a Monday. So.
Yeah, we may stay a little bit later for PLTR, but I'm not sure. We'll discuss that on Monday. But thanks everybody, man. Yeah, good week. We hadn't. I think you were here every day this week?
No, Monday was the snow day.
Oh, that's right, okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, we finally had a week. We pretty much spent all of December and January with either OB or in one of our desks. And now it looks like
this is stupid snow, man.
We're getting, not just that. I mean, I was saying even December.
December's
we got rid of our vacation days, and then this week, with the snow and last week and all that. But
Now it's too cold.
Yeah, thanks to everybody for watching. Thanks, Brendan, Sharif, Joe, obviously, Adara in the back.
Shout out to our guests today as well.
A couple great guests over the week as well. We had the Feed CEO on, and we saw how crazy that's. We had the Feed CEO, like, come on, man. I mean, that's a good get, right? Fabian's over there. Great couple picks, as well as Ramin. Thanks for everything for that. And go check out our Instagram. Make sure you go check out all the social media. There's some pretty nice videos popping over there. And then Andre, of course, changing everything. And, you know, shout out to Randy. We always gotta say.
Well, Randy
what's up to
hooking us
Randy,
up and
thanks for the sandwiches and the
caffeinated.
espressos and the coffees, and for always putting a smile.
And thank
on
you
our
guys
faces.
for sticking around.
Yep.
And making it a heck of a lot more fun.
Last trading day of the month. So.
And now we're into February. January is usually a pretty good month. February, there's just not enough trading days, unfortunately. But you can get some early shopping done.
Was it a hump year last year? I think it was.
Was it? I don't remember, man.
Oh, I'm gonna check the calendar.
Ask
Is it this year?
Dara's gonna know.
Is it this year? Hump years. No, there's only 28 days.
Okay, I don't.
February this time around.
The last leap year was in 2024.
Yeah. Okay. So I said last year, but that's 2 years ago. Okay. Ciao, everybody. Turn the lights off on us. See ya. Have a good weekend.